This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to see, if you'd like to dip the fuck. No, I stumbled, Jordan. Once you stumble, there's no recovery. Here we go. 3.
Once you stumble, you fall.
2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Nailed it on the first go, Jordan. So far as everyone knows,
9 out of 10 times, people know
we nail it every
did it on their first time.
We nail it every time.
That's all they know.
That's all they know because that's all they heard on Spotify. By the way, we're on Spotify. In case you didn't know, you can listen to us on Spotify, but the live stream and the watching it on YouTube is better. Watch it on YouTube. That's better. And this is your now will be weekly reminder to go back and put on our videos. You don't have to actually watch them. I just need you to put them on, hit mute, and then go to work for the day. That's what I need you to do. Turn on your computer or your television, preferably your computer. Put us on, okay? And then go to work. That's what I need you to do to get us up to 3,000 so then we can start charging you money for stuff. Let us charge you money for stuff.
You can gift us money.
No, Joe. There's a transaction happening here. There's a trades of goods and services. They give us money, and we dance like monkeys. That's the inherent unspoken truth.
You want to see us eat more gross shit? That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. We will eat gross shit. There were more ginger shots at that grocery store, Jordan. We could pick new flavors.
I have my limits, but
we can mix stuff together. As long as it's not like poisonous.
There's a line, but
we love subscribers.
There's wiggle room.
We like subscribers. We want subscribers. We love watch time. So just get on that for us. That would be. I'm gonna be that guy from Office Space. That would be great. Anyway, on today's show, hit subscribe, like all that stuff. They say when you do that at the beginning of the video, it helps the... Anyway, on today's show, we have the news. We have news. We have trailers. Oh, he's doing the song. He's doing the song. He did the song.
You said the key word, news.
I did say the key word. Also, Jordan, also, I promise I'm not going to keep harping on it, but I definitely think it was that I had my volume on the mic too high, and it was picking up the sound from my earphones.
I mean, I could believe that.
Because it's now...
Do you have the gain, you mean? Because, if the gain is too sensitive on my end, it sounds weird. Yeah. So I absolutely could believe that was the case.
So, and it was just picking it up. So, I have the volume on the mic down, so I'm way quieter, so there's no echo now. At least it doesn't sound like there's an echo. We'll find out later. Anyway, sorry, I was very...
Yeah, I guess maybe you're just more deaf and you were listening to your thing too loud and it was picking it up or something.
Clearly, I guess.
Because I have you fairly quiet, because if I have you too loud, it feels like you're screaming in my ears.
Yeah. No longer feels like you're screaming in my ears. Yeah, I think we found, ladies and gentlemen, Spur of the Moment Podcast. We were all about our tech issues here on Spur of the Moment Podcast, and we're all about solving them and figuring out what they are and fixing them.
Well, we'll probably have those tech issues until we have someone who wants to volunteer and do our audio stuff for us.
Hey, we know someone we could pay.
Do we?
Oh, we'll talk. We'll talk off stream. Don't worry. We'll talk.
Okay.
You won't want to pay them, but we'll talk anyway. Just trust me. You won't want to pay this person, but we could pay them. I doubt they watch this or listen to this. It's gonna be really funny if they do, but they will know who they are immediately and will be offended by what I just said. Anyway, if they do listen, on today's show, that was a really long intro, Jordan. We have news about Spider-Man. We have I Play Rocky trailer, Crystal Lake trailer. We got Wizards Beyond, Digger. What does Tangled look like? Bad. Avatar, Aang news. Man, tomorrow, Alvin and the Chip. People are freaking out about Alvin and the Chipmunks for some reason. I don't know why. We're gonna talk about it. And then
I think that's a new one.
We're going to college. I mean, this will be the closest we ever get to go. Oh no, Jordan technically graduated. You technically graduated.
I graduated. Fuck you. I graduated college.
Yeah, no, he's a college graduate. He's a college graduate.
It's really dusty, but
yeah, no, he technically graduated.
That was a mistake. That was really dusty.
I'm the one who has.
You're the dropout.
I'm technically the dropout.
You're the college dropout, technically speaking, or university dropout. College.
Yeah,
I think it was college.
Yeah, no, it's college. It was a I'm technically a polytechnic university dropout.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I have exactly 2 years worth of college. I think
that was gross.
Which is about as much as you do, so you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I think mine was 2 years.
You took a 2-year degree, so anyway, college shit.
Yeah,
college shit.
I finished mine.
Yeah, you got to do the whole ceremony thing. The whole ceremony bullshit. You got to do it. Anyway. Let's start with the news, Jordan. As always, we begin. One day, everyone, we're gonna do this backwards. We're gonna do the movie shit first, and we're gonna do the news second, just to fuck with you, because that's the kind of trolls we are here on the Spur of the You're Not Saying It With Me. Spur of the You're Not Saying It With Me, Jordan. Spur of the Mo podcast moment. Yeah, nailed it.
Do you think that would work better? I know you said that as a joke, but like formulaically, do you think we should talk about that after?
I don't know. I don't think it would.
I'm not sure. And that's what has me curious.
No, because the
Maybe
back
we
half
should
is so,
try that once.
The back half is so like malleable and flexible. Although it would be easier for getting regular people. We'll talk.
We'll talk.
Probably not, but we'll talk. Let's start off with. So Jordan, this isn't really news, but they put out a commercial where it was Sadie Sink, Jordan, the chick from Stranger Things, who's in.
I know who Sadie Sink is.
Okay,
she's
good. Hey, no, you don't know who people are half the time, so you don't get to do that. Nice try though.
Fair enough.
Nice try. I know who Sadie Sink is. Yeah, well, you didn't know. Wait.
In this instance, I know.
You didn't know who Bob Dylan was. You didn't know who. You never know who Stanley Tucci is, but Sadie Sink, you know. All right. Anyway.
She's one of the Stranger Things.
I had to struggle there. That was a struggle. I won't lie. That was a struggle. So yeah, they did a commercial where she answered 3 questions about her character.
Which, as an aside, I have a story I want to talk about for Stranger Things, which we'll do like at the end. But sorry, that's just an aside.
So she did a commercial where she confirmed 3 facts about her character in
Marvel.
Spider-Man, because she's in Spider-Man, and impressively, we still don't know who she is, and that's impressive to me because Marvel, I think it's because they've moved from the marketing. I think they've moved to a position of focusing really heavily on that Hulk scene, that Hulk bit, which is like moved away
Punisher.
And Punisher, yeah. There's real emphasis on Punisher and the Hulk in the marketing right now. And they which is
sneak her under the radar,
which is pretty impressive for Marvel that we don't know. And there still is like a bunch of. I was thinking about this when I saw this. Oh, sorry, the 3 things that she can confirm. Sorry, she can confirm that she is not Spider-Man. She can confirm that she is not Aunt May, and that she can confirm that she's definitely in that movie. And as for who she really is, you're gonna have to wait to find out in the theater.
Why would she be Spider-Man?
It was a joke, Jordan. It's a joke trailer.
Okay.
It was a haha. Like a fa, if you will.
Sorry, my brain heard that and I was like, I'm trying to picture a world. I mean, I guess she could be like they're doing a Spider-Verse. I'm entertaining the idea for.
At one point, there was a theory that she was going to be.
I suppose like she could be like a Spider-Verse, like an alternate like MJ.
Well, there was a period where people thought that she might be Mayday. Mayday.
Oh, the kid.
Yeah, the kid Spider Girl, his daughter.
Interesting.
Yeah. But no, people are so. I think this is a Mephisto. I think this is another Mephisto situation in the sense that people are so sure that she is
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey. She's not Jean Grey. I will sit here and eat my words 2 weeks from now when we watch that movie if she is Jean Grey, but there's no way she's Jean Grey. There's just not. These movies don't do that. They don't drop random surprise characters like that. They've never done that. Why would they start now? Like to me, it's like It
Well,
was
it's not
like
that they've never done it. Like they did
not to
do
that
it with it's just
degree.
with bigger characters and not to that degree.
Yeah, with a
Like they
small
didn't.
character, sure. There's nothing. There's nothing. They're not
Yeah.
above. She's too major of a character
So
to introduce in such
I
a
don't I'm
fashion.
trying to think of other like redheaded characters, and the biggest one for Spider-Man that comes to mind for me is like the real Mary Jane
Well,
Watson,
no, there's a character
which
called. No,
I
she's not
don't
that.
think they would
She's
do that.
There's a character called Typhoid Mary, who it looks red hair, has the mind control powers just like this character does. So a lot of
Yeah,
people
so
think she's
that's why
Typhoid
I
Mary.
was going to be like she's probably like I say the words lesser known, but you know what
Yeah,
I mean, where like B-list or something that like deep cut fans will instantly be like, yeah, no,
absolutely.
she's obviously that,
I
but the
will
rest of
be.
us are like, wow, what could she be?
There's all these people
I think it's
online be
one of
like,
those.
we know who she is. We don't know who she is. You're all assuming she's Jean Grey because this movie has had leaks like a sieve, but like none of the leaks have been confirmed, and they're all so vague and generic sounding that any of them could be real. And
But yeah,
they did a really smart job of being like yeah, fans got some of it right. We're not saying what
so
they got right. Then that's clever.
yeah,
That's
and the other
smart.
thing
This has
the
been
other
really
thing
well
that
marketed.
the other thing that the creators have going for them at this point, where they are in the comic book landscape, is so many insane things are possible or have
Exactly.
been done that like yeah, the most fantastical things could be true,
And
and that's what makes them great deception is like they're so crazy that you're like no, they couldn't be that, right? But like it could be,
and to
and
be
that's what
entirely
makes it a
fair,
good like look at the one hand while we're pulling at
yeah,
the other, right? Like they're
absolutely.
like like they're like, oh yeah, this movie does have Hulk and Punisher in it, so like, yeah, it could have Jean Grey. That'd be kind of insane, but like, it's
Yeah,
possible.
I just
I don't think
don't.
it's
I don't
true,
think so.
but like,
I
and
will walk
that's what
out
makes it.
surprised if she is.
That's no, but I'm saying like in terms of the people that are making it, that's what makes it so great. Like deception
Yeah.
wise,
Well, I mean, the
is
fact that
like
we don't know. We don't know.
the last Spider-Man movie they had Andrew
Yeah.
Garfield and Tobey Maguire. So like and like all the villains and shit. So it's like yeah,
And to
when
be
things have
fair,
gotten up to that scale,
yeah.
I have no idea what's possible anymore.
To be fair, we don't know. People are so sure on the internet that they do know, but we don't know. We don't know for sure 100% who she is.
Like fuck me, for all I know, maybe
am
we're gonna get a live action
am
Miles
I-
Morales.
Am I a little? Am I a little like disappointed that they gave away Hulk in the trailers? Yeah, a little bit. But am I a little disappointed? But they had to. They had no choice. Like people knew Mark Ruffalo was going to be in this, right?
Yeah.
So like. I just do I
It doesn't bother me if they use that
do
to
I
hide
dislike
other
do I
things.
dislike the over reliance of Hulk in the marketing? Yeah, I do. I really do. But I understand why it must be the way it be. But there's still stuff we don't know, right? Like we don't know how it connects to the hand. We don't know why the hand are there. We still don't know that. What are they doing there? And they're also all over the marketing.
Hmm. Well, I mean, again, casting stuff. If Punisher is there, I think didn't they already confirm that Daredevil is in
No,
it?
they haven't confirmed whether or not Daredevil's in it or not.
Oh, I thought they had.
No.
Um,
Not yet, no.
well, if one knows about Daredevil, one can infer
Sure,
that
it's just like
the
a lot we
hand
don't.
is there, that we're gonna see that the reason why they're there and why they're dealing with Spider-Man is gonna be because of his connection to especially because Daredevil is his lawyer.
We also don't know. We don't know.
Peter Parker's lawyer, I should say.
Who the bad guy is. We don't know
No.
for sure who the bad guy
No,
is.
we really
just know that
don't.
he fights the Hulk and he fights Scorpion. One thing I have
I
seen. I've
kind
seen,
of really hope that it's I kind of really hope that it's Wilson Fisk.
I don't think it is.
But I that's
It's
fair.
gonna tie.
But I'm
It's
just saying,
Tombstone. Tombstone is also in this. And
if
we haven't seen
we,
him in any of the marketing yet.
if we infer that Daredevil is in it, and we know that Wilson Fisk is a character that both Daredevil and Spider-Man deal with, historically.
What's frustrating to me though.
Just that dreamer part of me is like having D'Onofrio on the big screen
I mean,
as
yes.
Wilson Fisk
Obviously, yes. With
fighting
Spider-Man,
against
yes.
Spider-Man.
Well, seeing
Like,
the
oh my
clips of him with fucking
God.
Punisher is so fun. They're legit funny. They're legit good.
I'm excited.
But like the thing that's getting me is when you got like I don't like calling out other podcasts, but you got these skate podcasts. A guy dressed in a friggin' Spider-Man hoodie, claims to be a Spider-Man fan, and that podcast drives me crazy. He's like, oh, it's too jam-packed full of shit, and it's like, yeah, but that's what a Spider-Man comic is. Like, a Spider-Man comic is that. They're like in one panel,
Especially one of the bigger issues.
In one panel, 2 panels, he's fighting Scorpion. In another panel, he's fighting Captain Boomerang or the Boomerang guy. And then it all winds up in him fighting the Hulk, and the Hulk shows up for. That's just how Spider-Man's stories are jumbled. He's moving from one moment to the next. That's how that character works. Being focused on one villain, like, yeah, there's usually an overall villain of the piece, but he's always bouncing on the little villain. So yeah, if you get like a 2-minute
I mean, that's
scene,
why he's called the friendly neighborhood.
A scene I've seen. I don't want to talk about it too much because obviously I want to. But there's a scene, a trailer, a commercial I've seen where it's him fighting Scorpion, and it's in the winter, and he's wearing a winter jacket.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I like
fun.
that he has these recurring villains in his life because no superhero movie has done that yet. Like
Yeah.
we're still nervous.
Closest is Homecoming.
Right. We're still nervous to let the bad guys get away. Like all of the Raimi movies are marred by the fact that they all die at the end, like to the point that the internet makes fun of it. So yeah, I wanted to give that talk about that and give that props. Like, you know what? In this climate of like these Marvel gives away everything in their fucking trailers, like the fact that we don't know who the bad guy is and we don't know who Sadie Sink is, like 100%, is I think commendable. Like I think it is legit commendable.
I mean, the thing about Spider-Man, and to kind of touch back on what you said, the thing about Spider-Man is,
he's frenetic.
And when I look at him in the comics versus when I see him on the screen, the thing that a lot of these comic book characters are like this, but like they all have their rogues gallery, right?
Yeah.
And a Spider-Man issue, a typical Spider-Man issue, will have him going through, like, he does these daily, like every other week kind of fights with his rogue gallery.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
with his Rhino, with his Shocker, with it,
Well, there's a bunch of B grade guys that you don't even know who are in this.
Yeah, right. But
the
then
wheel,
like, yeah,
the wheel.
there are like the bigger issues where like he'll have to team up with, say, Punisher, right, and fight against the rogue that's not part of his normal gallery, which that's what it looks like this movie is doing with the Hand, right, where it's like, whether it's because he's teaming up with Punisher or if Daredevil's in it and he's teaming up with him as well, clearly that's the equivalent of, oh, this is the crossover comic, right? When he has to fight against the Hulk, it's, oh, this is the Hulk Spider-Man issue where like they're both, and like that's really cool to see that on the screen.
This looks like it's gonna be.
It feels like a comic.
Yes,
book.
the most authentically, like, cause as much as I love the Raimi,
I'm excited, man. I'm pretty fucking stoked.
We're gonna talk about Spider-Man movies next week, but as much as I love the Raimi movies, I know that much they look like a comic, and I like this is the one that feels the most like a Spider. Where it's like, yeah, he's just like one of the scenes is he's just fighting Boomerang guy. Where it's like, yeah, that's like someone said this of Spider-Man villains once, and it's the absolute truth. Is Spider-Man villains are bank robbers with a gimmick. And they're for Spider-Man,
most of them anyway.
He's never had a movie where it's just a regular Tuesday. Another interesting theory I've seen is
like not every Spider-Man issue is it's the end of the world
the Weekly Planet.
That's why he's called the friendly neighborhood Spider.
I love the Weekly Planet, but when they did their Spider-Man movies, Mason from the Weekly Planet said that Spider-Man in the comics has like a really sad, unfortunately tragic thing happen to him like once every 10 years, and for some reason the movies have chosen to cram all of that into the movies. And the MCU Spider-Man movie, the best Spider-Man movie is Homecoming. Like no matter what anyone says,
in terms of like
Homecoming.
A comparison to an issue.
Yes, it reminds me. It's the world. The stakes are not world ending. There's nothing dramatically high tension about it, and that's what makes a good Spider-Man comic. Like, yeah, a big event Spider-Man. Like, not every movie needs to be an event, right? Not every movie. Yeah. And that's what this doesn't. Well, it does and it does. But no, I saw a really interesting theory that some people have pointed out that in the Hulk fight, if you pay attention to the trailers, he has web shooters again. Which makes sense because I'm positive that the organic web thing is temporary. It's completely temporary.
Sorry, I was going to say, in terms of placement then of the movie, that means that, for me anyways, that implies that scene's either at like near the very beginning or the very end.
The very end, yeah, no, it's at the end. I don't think the organic webbing thing's going to be permanent. I don't think they are.
I'd be shocked if it was.
This power boost thing is going to be temporary, completely temporary. and he's gonna
Yeah,
go back to
I
having
kind
web
of
shooter
foresee,
Spider-Man.
if I'm looking at this like in a critical way, of me cracking this egg open. Um, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a thing where in the beginning he's using the web shooters. He starts having the issue with the organic thing. He starts using it and becomes reliant on it. He's in the middle of some big fight of some big import, and it cuts out on him. And then he's like, okay, I guess it wasn't permanent, and he goes back to using the web shooters.
Probably, yeah. I think
Something to that effect, anyway.
one of the things I'd heard is it's going to be a thing that someone's whammying him with something. So once he's no longer being whammied by whatever it is that's whammying him, he'll go back to being regular. But yeah, I don't think they're going to commit to the organic webbing thing. I just don't, because it's what sets him apart from the version of the Toby version, and going
Yeah,
into
well, that's
Doomsday,
what makes Toby stand
which
apart,
Toby is
rather.
definitely in. They want to set him apart from the Tom Holland one, who is definitely in that movie, and they're hiding it. He's either in that one or he's in Secret Wars, but he's in one of them, and they will need to
I
differentiate the two. And that one
I
of them
would
has web
say
shooters.
if I had to guess, I'd say that he's in Secret Wars because Secret Wars is
But yeah,
Spider-Man's turf.
Toby was spotted in London where they were filming.
Am I wrong?
Wow, I don't know. There's a chance he could. There's a huge.
No,
chunk
but I'm
of
saying
cast-
historically, canonically in the comics, Secret Wars is kind of Spider-Man's gig. That's where he gets the black suit and all
Kind
that.
of.
Originally. It's
He's
kind of a
there.
big thing in his storyline.
He is there. I wouldn't identify it specifically as a. But yes, the most iconic moment of him getting. But I don't. This is gonna be. This is more closer to the new Secret Wars, which is where it's the same as this. Doctor Doom creates Battle World, and it's from what the leaks suggest, that's what it's going to be. He creates Battle World, where it's all the different places combined, and it's like a medieval world that he's the king of. And anyway,
I mean, that sounds fun.
moving along. This has gone on too long. Jordan. That was our final video of Spider-Man before the movie comes out. There, now it can have a title. Jordan, let's talk some trailers. Let's talk about this might be. I don't know. This might be hyperbolic. This might be me be exaggerating. This might be the first time I've ever kind of been stoked for a biopic.
I mean, it looks fun. You're talking about.
I play Rocky, Jordan.
Yeah,
I play
yeah.
Rocky. It's coming to Paramount Plus apparently.
Sorry,
Yeah. What?
You're cycling through the because I bumped my cord. You're cycling through that. It's not picking you up for me.
Wait.
And you're back.
Yeah, no, this looks. I think maybe it's because it's a movie I've seen a bunch of times, like at least 3 or 4 times.
have
I
a
really
nostalgia
know
for
it.
it.
I know these anecdotes. Like I know I know that that they didn't want him. I know that he had to really struggle to get it made. I know that he was poor. It'll be interesting to see if this includes the Italian Stallion.
See, I don't have any of that.
So it's
making
fun
of
to be like,
stuff.
oh hey, I've heard this story. It's interesting to see it put to film.
See, that's not why I thought. For me, it's just, oh, I know Rocky. I've watched that a lot, and this looks interesting. Like
Yeah.
it looks genuinely interesting. It's because I don't have that knowledge. That's why I'm excited.
Yeah, exactly. That it's a great movie for two kinds of. I mean, he sure shit. My one criticism is of the performance. Okay, look,
He sure as hell looks like
Sylvester
Sylvester
Stallone,
Stallone.
but the talking like Rocky thing, Sylvester Stallone doesn't talk like that. I mean, I'm gonna give the movie the benefit of the doubt, and assume that maybe he did back then, because he doesn't now. He does kind of have a Rocky list, but it's not.
Yeah,
he doesn't
I
just
could
straight up
believe-
sound like Rocky. It sounds
No,
more like
but
he's doing a Rocky impression than he is a Sylvester Stallone
I-
impression. But fair
I
enough.
could believe that in the movie, like maybe prior to that or whatever, he's not doing that. But I could believe that they're maybe gonna do a thing where in the movie, maybe this happened in real life. I don't know, but where basically he's like, I can't act, and someone gives him the advice of method acting, and that's why he starts talking like
I
that.
don't know. I don't think that. I think that just people associate. I think it's just a matter of people associate Sylvester Stallone with sounding like Rocky, and it's just easier to do a Rocky impression. Is honestly what I think it more is. But maybe I will not take anything away. Maybe you will be right, and maybe that's what will happen. But that's and it's not really a criticism because he looks and sounds so much like Sylvester Stallone. That's not a criticism.
I'm down. Yeah,
It's
I'm down.
just- But yeah, it's wild to be like, yeah, I know the anecdote of him being like oh my god, Carl Weathers being like, yeah, I'm an actor, not a boxer. I lied. Like that, I know that. That's really fun to see on. Yeah, and there's just a lot of. It looks like a really fun movie. This story is interesting. Yeah, I will. The thing that I'm curious about the most is if they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna talk about Italian Stallion. Do you know what Italian Stallion is, Jordan? Italian Stallion.
I think he boxed before he was
no,
an
Italian
actor.
Stallion is a adult movie that he did before Rocky. I don't know if it was
Oh.
around the time of Rocky where he was in it. His
Okay,
character.
enough said.
His character's name in the movie was the Italian Stallion. That's why Rocky's called the Italian Stallion. That's where the name comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Alright.
I'd be interesting
I
to see
don't really-
because if this movie,
I don't know what to do with that information, Justin.
if this movie is him writing Rocky, you're gonna have to explain where the name the Italian Stallion comes from. But that's where the name the Italian Stallion comes from. See, someone's gonna yell at me in the comments like, "You're wrong, Justin." I'm like, "No, I'm pretty." I don't want to say it with confidence in case I am wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's where the name comes from. But he definitely did do an adult movie where he played a character called the Italian Stallion. Maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know. Jordan, next.
Right. Okay.
Next. It looks fun.
Again, I don't know what to do with that information, Justin.
Next. We move on. That's what you do with the information. Jordan, I'm actually legit excited for this. I don't know what it's coming to, and I don't know if I'm going to have access to it, but if I do, I'd like to watch it, and that's Crystal Lake, the TV show for Crystal Lake.
Yeah, I don't get it.
What do you mean you don't get it? She's an iconic character. Pamela Voorhees is an absolute icon, and they've never fully explored her emotional reaction to having her son die. The original movie, which is, by the way, the only actually good Friday the 13th movie. Just as an aside, it's the only Friday the 13th. I'm gonna say it till I'm blue in the face. It's the only Friday the 13th movie that is legit good. And if you didn't know the twist of that movie, it is a legit good twist. And like, yeah, it implies that she killed a whole bunch more people. Like, you want to see her snap. Like, yeah, absolutely. Pamela Voorhees is a criminally underexplored character. The fact that they haven't done a prequel yet is incredible because she is an iconic horror character. Like, it's sad that Jason has so thoroughly stolen the Friday the 13th franchise away from her because she was the original killer in the best movie.
Yeah, I don't get it.
What do you mean you don't get? What
I don't see the appeal. I don't get it. I don't see why you would do
explain
it.
the appeal.
I could no, but I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't get it. Like to
especially
me,
Linda
why
Cardellini
would you
as
do a
Pamela
show?
Voorhees?
Why
Oh
is
my
this
God.
not a movie?
Ooh, okay. Well, at that point, yeah, I don't see the point.
I don't see the point. How long is this? Like 9 episodes, something like that. Why do I want to invest? Like let's assume, knowing the rate of shows at this point, that it's like an hour per. Why would I want to watch nine hours of a Friday the 13th product? Just generally speaking, I'm not even talking about what's in it. I'm just saying, just purely the notion of any horror franchise of me sitting down and watching 9 hours of that sounds like a personal hell that I would never want to sit through.
Depends on the character and how good it is. I know. Yeah, I don't know.
No, for me, a good horror thing is an hour and a half and you're done.
I mean,
you watch them murder a bunch of people and that's it. You're done.
It's hard to argue against that.
I don't go into this for like the nuance of like why they're doing their killing. I don't really. She was crazy.
Her son died.
What else do you need to know?
I don't know. It's tough because with Jason, his death is not played for laughs. Like it will be interesting to see how they approach it.
Sure, but again, I don't get it. I genuinely don't see the appeal. For me, these kind of movies, these horror slasher films, are base level things. You watch them for an hour and a half, you get your sixth thrill from watching them murder people, and you go on with your day.
It's hard to disagree. I like these movies and I like these characters, so I'm interested in this. But like, yeah, you're kind of right. I'm kind of like, do I really want to invest a bunch of time into the Chucky TV show? I'd much rather just watch Child's Play again. That's a nice clean hour and a half. So I do get your point. People are gonna yell.
Yeah.
At you. People are gonna yell at you though, just so you know.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I'm sure they will. But
this is what the appeal is.
Explain it to me. Like, educate me. I genuinely.
I want to see this character
maybe it's just the way my brain works. But I just don't get it.
I want to see this character explored. But, like, you're right. Would I much rather it be a movie? Yeah, I would much rather it be a movie. Like just infinitely much rather it be a movie. But I still want to see it. So, like, it's kind of a double thing for me. Where I'm like, I get what you mean. I would much rather it be a movie. I'm not inherently against. I want to hear. I want to hear more about this character.
Like a nice clean hour and a half where they don't have to, like, Because I know, like if I sat down and I watched this, I would just be like, it's a lot of scenes that are unnecessary and like one or two really cool scenes that would have been great if they had cut it down to a movie
Yeah,
length.
I suspect I'll probably say the same thing. I don't know. We'll find out. If it's on something that I can access, I will watch it on the show, and we will talk about it.
I'm good, man.
And I will tell you whether or not it could have been a movie. Jordan, speaking of things that could have been a movie.
Like for me, that would be like going and making a Terrifier movie and giving me the deep, bloodied story of why the clown is the
That's
way
the fourth
he.
one.
I'm just
That's happening in the fourth one, Jordan. That's what the fourth
right,
one's
but then
going to be
instead
about.
of that being a movie, imagine it was like a 9-episode, hour per long
Yeah, and it's
thing,
not nearly as
and you have to
violent
do
because it's a
9 hours
television
of
show
it.
and they can't do it's TV, and there's this stigma that TV has to be clean cut. I get what you're saying. Anyway,
Like,
moving
no,
on.
I'm good.
Moving on. Jordan, speaking of things that should have been a movie, that could have been a movie. They did the same thing for Good Omens, where they were like, it's season 3, and it was like 1 hour and a half thing, and I'm like, that's not a season of television. That's a movie. It should have been a movie, but anyway, Wizards of Waverly Place Beyond. They're getting a
that 4 thing.
They're getting a tiny finale. I was gonna call it a mid-sized finale, but 4 episodes that's not really. What even is that? That's like we couldn't convince them to give us a 3rd season, and we're getting scraps. The only thing worthwhile in this trailer is, and it's really funny because
depends on the length.
No, it's gonna be. I mean, guarantee you 4 30-minute episodes. It's Wizards of Waverly Place. There's no longer than 30 minutes of pop.
That at that point
Could have been a movie.
That's a movie. That's a 2-hour movie.
It's a 2-hour movie.
2 hours, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, could have been a movie. But the most interesting thing about this trailer was the fact that they have Harper and Mason coming back at the end of it. I knew Harper was coming back. I did not expect Mason to come back. That was a legit surprise. The reason why I knew that Harper was coming back. Well, I mean, to be fair, it happened. They stopped making that podcast where all they do is complain about how much they hated working on that show. You remember that podcast? That really embarrassing podcast where they just aired dirty laundry? Well, yes. I thought it was really funny that the minute the dad got to like a bunch of the episodes was them shit talking David Henry and shit talking this reboot, and the second both of them got on that show, they stopped making that podcast. You notice that, Jordan? You notice how that happened? The minute the dad got to be on the show, they stopped making it.
It was probably part of the contract.
It had to be, right? There's no way. I don't want to gossip or speculate, but there's no way it wasn't, because again, you'll notice the second both of them got on that show, they stopped making that podcast.
I mean, of course, you don't bitch about the hand that feeds you,
right? Or if you're gonna bitch about the hand that feeds you,
talking about the actual thing though, Max should have been there.
Yes, absolutely. It's very noticeable. Max is the only one of the main core original cast that has not come back, other than
remember our other brother. Man,
right? No, I don't
wonder what
remember
he's doing.
Right, but like literally, I mean, like Harper at this point, if Harper hadn't come back, I would have been like, okay, maybe I can forgive Max not coming back. But the fact he's literally the only one who didn't come back. Hey, maybe he is.
Come back, yeah.
Maybe he'll show up.
Maybe he's a secret character who shows up. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
This doesn't seem the kind of show to pull that, but
it feels weird that he's not there.
Like, they've had just about every, like, they had the principal come back, the mom, the dad,
Alex's daughter
Harper,
is trying to rescue her mom, and her uncle is helping her, but her other uncle is like, nah, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm gonna continue making my sandwiches.
Right.
I'm bitter because my sister got the powers.
I'm gonna return to my sandwich. No,
and my sister and my brother both got to keep their powers, but I got fucked over.
No, see, they circumvent that by giving the David Henry character a line that says that he became rich. He became rich off of his off of the sub sandwich empire. So he's apparently rich and wealthy. And so he's not unhappy.
I mean, money's great, but magic is better.
I mean, with enough money, isn't that basically magic, Jordan? I mean,
that's a whole other philosophical
Jordan,
conversation that we just don't have time for.
With magic, I snap my fingers and a man brings me a sandwich. With money, I snap my fingers and a man brings me a sandwich. So what's the difference?
Depends on the kind of magic.
And sounds like magic sandwich, and then he brings me a sandwich.
Right, but like if magic can like turn someone into a balloon, then that's something money can't buy. You see what I'm saying?
Act like a balloon. See, he's acting like a balloon, Jordan, because I've waved $1,000 in his face.
Oh, Okay, okay, I get it. I mean that's fair, but still kind of a dick move to not use his money to help his niece then.
I mean, that is fair. He could have used his money. Jordan. Tom
Assuming he doesn't
Cruise.
show up, which he probably won't.
Jordan, no, he won't. Thomas Cruise, Jordan. Thomas Cruise is in a new movie called Digger that I only wanted to talk about because holy shit, it's funny. You were like, who's Tom Cruise in this? And I didn't say anything. Tom Cruise is the main guy. He's Digger.
He's the old man.
Yeah, he's Digger. Like the
He's
main
the
guy.
old guy.
Yeah, the old guy.
The dude that looks old as shit.
Yeah, the guy who's yelling at the guy on the thing, like,
Yeah, the
I'm motherfucker. The guy who's not John Goodman.
Really old guy.
Yeah, he's not John Goodman. Because John
The
Goodman.
one that's really, 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 really old, Justin.
But I'm
Just
yeah,
unbelievably old.
I mean, he's not that old, but
in the movie.
Yeah, he definitely just. It's funny because you were like, you didn't realize that was Tom Cruise till like the end. Yeah, he definitely disappears into the makeup. That's for sure.
Do you think he's finally gonna get an Oscar?
It's funny. Wait, that's you read the article. I sent you the article, right? No.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I think
You did, and I briefly skimmed it, and then I watched the trailer on YouTube because the fucking thing didn't want to load.
I don't know. He might get nominated. It depends on how good the performance is. My thing is, I don't think disappearing into clunky looking makeup should get you an Oscar. Like I don't think that's enough. I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think
but
I
feel like Benjamin Button at least got nominated for it, so this probably will too.
I don't know if he got nominated for performance. I mean, makeup certainly. Makeup should definitely get nominated. The person who did the makeup, because he absolutely disappears. Like it really reminded me of someone compared it to Les Grossman, but it's very much like that. Where it's like, yeah, you don't recognize Tom Cruise, but that's not because of the performance. That's because of the makeup. He's disappearing into the makeup.
I'd argue it's a mix of both.
Yeah, but the bulk of it is the makeup and the prosthetics.
Sure.
That's not on Tom Cruise. That's on the people who did the makeup. They made him disappear into the makeup. So I don't think that's
but
impressive for
it
him.
is partially on Tom Cruise because like I could put you in old man makeup, but like you have to sell it.
Yeah.
I think it's a little.
It's a discussion.
I would say I think it's 60% the makeup, 40% Tom Cruise.
Yeah, okay, I'd split it more 70-30, but that's fair. I need to see the movie. I need to see it to let it inform, because there's certain times where without makeup, people, I forget that they disappear into the role. There's a lot like I say that Rocky movie we just talked about. Like he doesn't need makeup to disappear into that role, and he sure does. So like
we don't know that he's not using makeup.
Yeah, not quite the same way though. So
it's
I'm like
different.
I don't know. Jordan.
I also just can't figure out what it's about.
I
I can't broad strokes, but
what it's about doesn't matter.
It looks
looks
interesting.
All right. Jordan. She turns me into a vegetable. Jordan.
What?
No.
My mother keeps me a vegetable.
The set photos of Tangled have leaked of what the costumes look like, and like
yeah, the one you sent me, she was
God,
wearing the dress and she had the braid.
Yeah, which it's funny. It's funny that you were like, oh yeah, of course it's the braid. To be fair, it's the braid through most of the original movie.
It is through most of the movie. Yeah, no, that checks out. I'm just saying, from a real world perspective, it's also just if it wasn't like if in the original movie her hair was down the entire time, and like they had it for one scene where it was in the braid.
No,
in this live action version, it was always going to be 90% in the braid.
I mean, it's obviously a wig, but I think the thing was,
of course it's a wig.
I don't think this movie's going to be very good, but
None of them are, so
I mean, hey, they sure look like the people.
The Moana one wasn't great. Doesn't look great either. So why would this?
But I was impressed it's a wig. I'm impressed it's not CGI. Like they could easily CGI the hair, put her in a green screen bald cap and CGI the hair. Like they could have easily done that. It would have been probably far cheaper than having such an expensive looking wig. So the fact
I don't know. I think that would be way more expensive.
No, because you have to maintain the wig. Like wigs are expensive, man. Like they're really, especially a realistic one.
Yeah, but CG is also really expensive.
It's a cost benefit thing. Like it would be much cheaper to green screen, but it wouldn't look real.
I just don't think it would.
Because of its length, it's got such a comical length. They probably, well, to be fair, when it's down, they probably will CGI it.
Yeah, well, that
I
absolutely would
guarantee
make
you they will
sense to me because
CGI
it's you can't have a wig that long.
It'll
It's
be
impossible.
No, it would get
Like
destroyed.
it's not.
There's no
you,
way.
No, it's
There's-
just literally. I don't think you could
Oh, I'm
do
sure
it.
you
Like,
could. I'm sure you could absolutely with fake hair
I just don't
create
think
a
you
wig
could.
that long. It just,
I
but
just don't.
it would
think
be
you
prohibitive. Like she would step all over it. It would get destroyed. It would look disgusting and dirty. So
Yeah, well,
when
that's
it's
why I'm
down,
like,
it's gonna
it's
be
just- I-
CGI. There's just no way it's not.
Just can't.
Um,
Yeah, that's
and
gonna,
then
yeah.
like you got Flynn Rider who like
And it'll be in one scene, and that's or two scenes, one at
Right.
the end, one at the beginning.
pretty well.
And that's why I say like that is because it would be so expensive to have it for the entire time.
I don't think costumes looking like the thing that they're from in Disney movies are impressive because hey man, they make them look like the thing.
Disneyland is a thing.
That's what. Yeah, in the theme parks, Disneyland is a thing. Thank you. That's a much more concise way to say it. Disneyland is a thing. This looks generally about as good as a Disneyland costume, so it's not really all that impressive. The thing that got me with this,
Or
that
Disney
made it worth
World or
talking
whatever.
about was or Disney World, take your pick. Was apparently people on the internet are bitching that the costumes are too dark. And it's like, you guys are stupid. They're dark on purpose because they're obviously going to raise up the saturation levels in post and make it look bright in post.
Probably.
Like, obviously, that's how movies work, guys.
I'd be
They're gonna
shocked
run it
if
through a
that
filter
wasn't the
in post,
case.
and they're gonna brighten up the saturation so it looks brighter. It makes it easier to
Yeah,
shoot.
so it
you don't
looks
have
closer to the cartoon.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry. Well, that and you don't have to worry about lighting in outside shots. It makes it easier. You color correct in post.
Yeah, it's a
That's how
filmmaking
movies work.
technique.
Yeah, exactly. That's how movies work.
No.
God, drunk.
Some people just don't get that.
The internet's stupid. Jordan, there's been an update. Update about the Adventures of Tintin. We've received an answer from Peter Jackson about how the progress of the second part is coming along.
Oh shit, they're still working on that?
Yeah, apparently.
Damn, that's good.
He's been writing it. He's in the process of writing it.
Damn, I genuinely never thought we would get another one of those.
We did. We talked about. We broke it. We broke this story a couple of weeks ago. A little while ago, we talked about it. But apparently,
I don't think we did.
No, yeah, we definitely did. It was, or at least it was a thing they were in talks about doing. But he has now officially confirmed it.
I feel like I'd remember that.
It was. I think.
Anyways,
it was a tag at the end of the stories, I think. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, it could have been one you cut. There's been things you've got.
No, we definitely talked about it. But regardless, it's official.
I'll take your word for it.
They're definitely working on it, and
that has me excited again. Then.
Yeah.
I like Tintin. That's a thing that I have a weird
know.
nostalgia for because I remember the books.
I love. I mean, I remember the show more than I remember the books.
No, I very much remember. Man, this is going way back, but I remember in Stride in the library they had the Moon one. I very much remember the Moon one.
I mean, I knew it was a comic. It's a French comic, but no, I very much grew up on the show. Remember the show. Love the show.
I definitely remember the show too.
But I don't know. It's because a lot of that
I liked that movie.
I love that movie, but so much of that movie is motion capture and high action. It's like the Uncharted. So I'm like, are we still going to be able to get the main cast? Are we going to be able to get Andy Serkis back? Are we going to get Jamie Bell back? Like, are we going to get somebody new? Like, what's it going to be aesthetically? Like,
I don't know.
I'm nervous.
I
I'm
mean,
excited but nervous.
The thing is that in terms of performances, yeah, maybe we would need you'd need to get the original actors back for their performances, but arguably, you could probably secretly, like in terms,
I mean,
they've already they've got the models is what I'm driving at. So from a pure animation standpoint, it wouldn't be, assuming they still have the models, it wouldn't be that complicated necessarily to use the same models which they've already captured the likenesses with, and then just have a different performer perform.
Yeah.
Like they could do that.
They could do that.
The difficult part and the thing that they would need to, if they wanted the same voices, is then that they can't necessarily. But with AI, maybe they could replicate the
don't
voices.
do that. No,
but I don't want them to do that.
Don't do that. Recast.
I would rather they replace them than do that.
Always recast. Moving on.
And that's the third. That's the other option is they could just reboot it
Moving on.
with new
Reboot.
people.
Moving on. Jordan, hey, wanna get that phone ready, Jordan? So you got
Check
that
we
phone
called
ready?
it?
Got the phone ready.
Did we or you or
No,
I called it?
I don't see you getting the phone ready, Jordan. Get that
It's right
phone
here.
ready.
I got it.
You
It's
got
good.
It's ringing.
Hi,
Jordan.
this is Jordan.
Are you ready? You ready, Jordan?
What did I win?
Jordan. The Last Airbender is going to theaters, but there's a catch.
Mm.
Jordan, you hear the phone that you just picked up?
Ring, 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 ring.
Because we fucking called it.
Yes.
We said that this would happen. We very specifically said that we were the only ones, Jordan. Like that, I want to stress that. Like that's not. I'm not being arrogant. This news came out and everyone pretended like it was this like big surprising thing. And I was like, we were out here on the Spur of the Moment podcast calling this weeks when they said that it was going to Paramount Plus like months early. We said that was because they were prepping it for a theatrical release, but it was Jordan said that it was going to be a limited theatrical release purely so they could win awards. And guess what's fucking happening, Jordan? It's going to 3 theaters in LA specifically so it can be nominated for awards.
Yeah. I mean, I said that in some regard, I said whether it be for awards or like as a thank you to the fans or whatever, like that the directors, like the people who made
Fucking
it would have
called
paid
that.
for in spite of Paramount kind of situation. Like whether it was one of those or an Oscar run or something. I said it was going to
Yeah,
theaters. There's no way it wasn't.
Next comes, because this has also had bad publicity. Next comes fandom screens. You know how you have those special one night where they like air like Naruto the movie or whatever. They're gonna do that. Like it will not get a full theatrical release, but you will see or like the Digimon movies or whatever the fuck. You're gonna see those kind of fandom like screens.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of
crop up
describing.
randomly. Where it's gonna be but there's a particular company that does it. Like it's gonna be one of those where it's like on a
like
Wednesday.
when Dragon Ball Z, when Battle of Gods came to the theater.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be like 7 a.m. on a fucking Wednesday. Like that's what they're gonna do. One screening randomly. Like that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do that, and it's gonna make a shit ton of money that way because it's gonna have all this weird bad press. Like that's what's gonna happen. Calling it now. And I was already right about this.
That's what I said. That's what I said was gonna happen.
Calling it now. That's the next
evolution. I knew
evolution
in some regard
this.
that it was going to go to the theater. It was about
I fucking knew it was. It was going to go for them to attempt to go for awards, which is the shittiest fucking thing.
The thing is that it's gotten way too much attention for Paramount to have not noticed that they can do something like with it and have no risk.
Right.
But yeah, no, called it.
Jordan, speaking of things they're bringing back for some reason. Now here's the thing. This article says that this release has achieved a bunch of backlash, which I saw. I saw this backlash. John, this is the Alvin and the Chipmunks reboot.
I'm aware of it, but I
saw
really
the
know.
image, right? And people were really, because you were the one who I thought you'd seen that. Have you seen the
No,
picture?
I showed you a meme where it was the Alvin the Chipmunk, the adventure movie from the 90s, the one that we knew, where it was the chipmunks and the chipettes who were sitting there, and the meme is like, why do the girls look more like human girls and the chipmunks look like chipmunks?
Good.
And I'm like,
I wish I'd shown it to you.
Neither of them looks like chipmunks. But no, I've seen an image where it was Alvin and it was like a 3D version of him and a slightly different 3D version of him, which looked nearly identical, but he was just wearing different clothing. I was like, I don't really. There's some sort of controversy here.
Yes,
and I didn't bother looking into it to find out what it was.
You're caught up. So okay. So yes, I saw everyone freak out about the image.
What are we complaining about?
Right, like I mean the original chipmunks don't look like chipmunks. So like, what do you want? So when I'm obviously I grew up with the chipmunks. I'm a child of the 80s and 90s. They were very present in my life, and I love them.
Absolutely, they were.
But
they always looked like vaguely human-looking boys.
When they changed from vaguely human-looking boys to chipmunks, that was jarring. That was weird and jarring.
But them being small and chipmunk sized and not the size of 3 regular sized boys.
Right.
I was like, what?
That's jarring.
Why are they squirrels? I genuinely, I don't know if I knew they were supposed to be chipmunks until I was old past the point where
they're called Alvin and the Chipmunks. What did you think they were?
I never really thought about it.
I mean that's valid because they don't look like chipmunks, but
Like they were the Chipmunks. There was a band name.
I guess in a world where the Beatles exists and you don't realize that
Yeah.
it's not the bug beetle, but you're a kid, you don't know how to spell. Anyway,
No, didn't really think about it when I was like 6.
but so yeah, them going to look like this
Judgmental ass.
This is well, and to be fair, there's a show which even more so, like there's a newer 3D show that came out where it's the original guy is making it again, so he's doing the voices again. So Alvin has.
Oh yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about.
I can't remember what it's called, but they
I think
look
it's called
even.
Alvin.
Is that what it's called? But they look even more
If it's the one I'm
human,
thinking of.
like uncomfortably human looking in it. They like even less. So I guess maybe it's the Bagzarians, man. They must really want their chipmunks to look vaguely human because they went from looking like regular chipmunks to looking like weird freak human hybrids again. So anyway, so this upgrade to the design doesn't really jar me all that much because it's not that different from the live action movie
the 2011 version,
right?
I
So
think those.
Right, so I don't fully understand what the issue is.
What
so I
we're
guess
freaking out about.
I guess the issue is a controversial aspect of the it's apparently they're gonna make them into social media influencers. Is I guess the idea with the movie, which people feel will be unrelatable. Which like, all right, part of the plot of this is they're famous rock stars. What part of that is relatable to you? Like, stop you on the street famous. Like, in that's an element of the show where people recognize them as the Chipmunks. So like, okay, so they're influencers. That's just an updated, modernized version of stardom, I guess.
So, okay, pause real quick. The Chipmunks have always been famous.
That's the idea. Yeah, they've always been famous.
That's the idea of their character is they're famous pop stars, rock stars, what have you,
yeah,
whatever
people
generation
recognize
they're in.
them. That's the idea.
People know who they are. They see the Chipmunks. I mean, it was weird when you go back and you watch some of the ones from the 80s and like Alvin does the twist. He was a heartthrob. He's like Michael Jackson. Like
right.
That's supposed to be like why like rocking through the Chipmunks when he's doing the Michael Jackson shit. Like they're basically supposed to be the same kind of character.
Yeah,
right?
being covered by the Chipmunks was like
and so,
akin to being made fun of
covered
by
Weird Al.
Yeah.
And so for you to say to me, in this most modern version, their social media, it's kind of just a logical progression.
Right, exactly. So apparently,
like it makes sense.
Apparently,
in the 80s they did like jazz type, like old school stuff. 90s they went to a different kind.
Right.
2000s they went to pop. Now they're doing social media. It's not really that strange.
Yeah, the 2010
as long as you maintain the musical angle.
Yeah.
Like they do music on YouTube or something, right? Like then
the live action movies, they were suddenly doing hip hop music, like because that's what was popular at the time. But apparently, a big part of what is what's making this controversial, I guess, is the company that's making the movie is going to potentially use AI animation for the projects.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, they're going to use AI technology to combine proven storytelling expertise with cutting edge technologies. And apparently, they're gonna launch like a little bit before the movie comes out. They're gonna launch with Alvin as basically like an internet personality.
No, that's gross. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that so much. No, don't like that. Don't like that. Not a fan of that. Jordan, you'll never guess. I'm actually getting kind of stoked for. Like I said, I think the only part of this new DCU, Jordan, that's gonna keep me engaged, I think, is Superman. Like every time I hear a new thing from this Superman movie, it makes me more happy. Like just genuinely more happy. And so they've said, I don't know if it's fully confirmed, but it's all but confirmed to my knowledge that I'm not going to. Okay, Jordan, you know him as Diego, the kid from Cobra Kai.
The son of Bobby Lawrence
of not Bobby Lawrence, of Johnny Lawrence, not his biological son, but the adopted son.
Oh, him. Okay, yeah, got it.
His name is spelled XOLOMARIDUENA.
I'd need to see it, but X is usually X is usually a za kind of sound.
So Zalo.
Or zai. Za, zai.
I'm gonna give up there
Like
and be like, I'm so
xylophone kind
sorry,
of
guy who
thing
was on
is
Cobra
what I would,
Kai.
but I can't. I
Your name
couldn't
is
even begin
difficult to
without
pronounce.
seeing it.
Someone out there will
And I
correct me, I'm sure.
probably would be getting it wrong.
I feel like I've gotten it so wrong. I don't want to keep trying. Anyway, it's funny because I
It's
saw
embarrassing is what we're trying to say. At
It
this
has
point,
become embarrassing.
It's
It is,
become embarrassing
yeah,
for both of us.
right now. It is embarrassing, and we recognize that, and that's what makes it okay.
So we're gonna just stop
We're
right
gonna
there.
stop. It's funny because I watched Blue Beetle before I watched Cobra Kai. Now I want to go back. In fact, we're gonna do a DC episode in 3 weeks, and I'm probably gonna do Blue Beetle because I really like Blue Beetle, and now I feel like I'm gonna appreciate it more now that I'm familiar with his work a little bit more.
Is he in Blue
Yeah,
Beetle?
he's Blue Beetle.
Holy shit! How did I not realize that?
I know, right? I know. Anyway, he's coming back from Anna tomorrow.
Because I've definitely watched that movie,
Absolutely.
so that's embarrassing.
I think you did it for the show for some reason.
I'm pretty sure
For Aliens, I think. We did Aliens?
might have been for the show. No,
Did you just watch it
I don't know. I might have just watched it.
I watched it
fun.
for fun. I watched it for fun because I genuinely, it looked good and I genuinely wanted
if
to
I
see
did
it.
for the show, I genuinely don't remember.
But anyway, yeah,
that's not saying much.
I genuinely like that movie. That movie is at the tail end of the DCEU, and it's in the era where you're expecting it to be bad, and it was actually quite good.
It's a surprising delight.
The action sequences are kind of tight, and the way he uses that suit is cool. He's kind of like, in my opinion, the DCU's like Iron Man, kind of. That's his sort of function within the universe. But he's going to be in Man tomorrow, and that excites me. I like that character. I
As
like
Blue
that movie.
Beetle?
Yeah, it's Blue Beetle. Yeah, Blue Beetle is coming
so
back.
he's coming back. He's returning.
Yeah,
for the
as
role.
Blue Beetle, he's going to be in that movie.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it kind
That's
of
fun.
seems like this is going to kind of maybe be like not the Justice League, but like sort of the Avengers in the sense that it's going to maybe bring back all, because apparently Supergirl is going to be in Man of Tomorrow as well. Superman,
makes sense.
obviously, Lex Luthor, and they're all going to fight Brainiac. And I'm like,
Interesting.
I'm down for that. That sounds fucking sick. And that
If
to me,
they do
is
if they
giving
do it
Avengers vibes, not
right-
having to do Justice League, and I really like that.
Yeah, if they do it right, then that's exciting. If they do it wrong, then that's
But
devastating.
the thing that's exciting for me about this is how they jumped
like-
right into it.
Like I would want this movie for me if I'm comparing to.
To me, this is where you bring in Batman.
If I'm comparing to Marvel,
one.
I would want this to be think more Homecoming, less Avengers.
Well, I mean, I just meant more Avengers in the sense that it's bringing in
I understand, but I'm saying like for me, we can use this as Homecoming where we don't have to explain certain things, and we can bring in an Iron Man or whatever
Yeah,
the equivalent is, which would be like
yeah.
Blue Beetle, but we don't have to like necessarily spend an entire 20 minutes telling us who Blue Beetle is.
No.
We
You
can kind of just
understand
expect that we
But
know
I
that.
think I more meant Avengers in the sense that we're bringing in all these separated characters into one thing to fight one conflict that we've all seen in their own individual movies, but it's not necessarily, they're not the Justice League. Like,
Yeah.
where it's like we've
I
seen a
think-
Blue
I
Beetle
think for
movie.
me
We don't
it's
need to
gonna-
explain who Blue Beetle is. We've seen Supergirl. We don't need to explain who she is.
Yeah.
So on and so forth.
I think for me, it ultimately is going to depend on who the characters are. Like for example, you've got your big three, you know, which are the typical ones with the Justice League, Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman. I do think they all need their own movie before they come together. But like, if you had it where like Superman, I mean, from his own movie, he already knows Guy Gardner.
Exactly.
So if you have Jon Stewart show up in this,
yeah,
that works for me.
Okay, well, if he shows up in it from the HBO show, it's Jon Stewart from
Right,
the HBO
like
show.
that's what I'm saying.
That'd be kind of
like,
rad. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun.
you know,
That'd be fun.
that would be okay.
Have him show
Or
up in
like
a
if we see a version, whoever the Flash is, and he's just
Well,
in this
I
movie.
think this would be the space. Like, I don't think this needs more characters than it has, but I do think that this is the space where we.
No, I'm
where
just saying, like, if we have additional characters.
We do a reverse Black Panther, well, not reverse, but we do a Black Panther, and I think this is the space where you have Batman show up, and he's just there, and he's just understood
No,
that
I
he's a part of
disagree.
this world. Like I'm not saying don't give him his own movie, but I think do this, have him show up here, and then do his own movie. So then that way,
I don't agree, and
that
I'm
way
going
we
to cut
get
you
to-
off. I'm going to cut you off. Real quick, I don't agree because that's how you get a Batman versus Superman.
Well, yeah, yes.
No, Batman needs to come in his own movie first before him and Superman team up.
I, I don't. I see. I don't agree. I think that Batman is just known enough. You don't need a movie introducing Batman to the world. We understand Batman. That was not the failing. Batman being in Batman v Superman was not where the failing of that movie lies.
See,
Batman
that's
can just
where-
exist.
Sorry.
We know who Batman is. We don't need him.
Right,
So
right.
he
No,
can
no,
just
no, no,
exist
no.
in the universe.
Right. No, but that's not what I'm not saying that his movie needs to be an origin movie. I think his movie needs to be a Superman, like what Superman did, where he's already a character and we're just seeing one of his adventures.
Yeah.
We need to know him before he's in his in a movie where he's with another character.
I don't agree.
For
I
me,
think-
that needs to happen. I want to see the one-off issue of Batman, like Batman's story, where and not Joker, for the love of God, not Joker, but like where he's fighting his rogues gallery, whether it's like
Sure,
kind of like a
but,
a,
like, you
a
could do that.
homecoming,
You could do
where
that.
where Batman is going up against a Mr. Freeze, a Poison
Sure.
Ivy, and that we see and establish him as, and then whatever comes next, then we have or
Yeah,
just
but you
have
can still
that come
do it in
out
reverse.
before this next Superman.
Like you
one.
could still have him show up in this Man of Tomorrow movie, do a brief scene cameo. We're like, okay, that's sick. Like yeah, like he's not a major character. He's obviously not a major character in this, but this would be the spot to announce, even if just in a post credit scene. But generally speaking, this
okay.
is the space.
I could give you that.
Like I say, he's Black Panther. He does one action scene. Where he chases.
I would have
where-
him post credit.
Where he hold on, let me finish. He does one action scene where he fights a brainiac guy. That way we get to see like to me it's like the equivalent of you don't get we're gonna have to get you doing Kamen Rider movies next time we do Kamen Rider, but it's the equivalent of having Kamen Rider.
It's the summer blockbuster. It's the one where you see the hero from the next thing in the thing.
Yes, exactly. Like, there's nothing wrong with having Batman show up. He does a
Oh,
slick
yeah.
action sequence where he fights
So,
a brainiac guy, and then
I have a
he leaves.
pitch.
He's not a major character. That's my
I-
thing.
I have a pitch. So Brainiac is confirmed, right?
Yeah, Brainiac is confirmed. He's
Okay.
confirmed and cast.
Okay. So here's my pitch for how I would if you have to have Batman in it. This is how I would do it. So, because this just canonically makes sense.
I guarantee you're
Super-
gonna overthink this.
Just hear me out. We know if Blue Beetle is confirmed to be in it. Blue Beetle is canonically tied to Batman. Like Batman is usually the one who
Yes.
goes and finds him and kind
Typically.
of recruits him. So what I would do is I would have it be like a scene where Brainiac is hacking everything. I don't know, whatever, doing what Brainiac does, and they need a tech guy. Like they need a guy that could do the getting them onto the ship or the whatever, getting past his shield, what have you.
Batman is the guy who helps
Super-
them find the guy in the Law and Order episode. Is that what you suggested?
No, not Batman is the guy that helps them find the guy, but Jaime Reyes or whatever is like, I know a guy who knows a guy, and he brings them to Batman, and Batman knows Cyborg.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, my thing was way simpler than that. It's just like how in Avengers you have a flyby scene of. It's just a flyby scene of him just fighting a brainiac guy. Like show the cause. Like these are the two things I would.
And
do
he's
in
not
this
an old
movie.
man Batman.
No,
this
he's
time.
not an old man. He's in his
Sorry.
40s. He's
Like I want like a 90s Batman show Batman.
yeah, like he's
that's
in his
kind of what I
30s,
picture.
40s, kind of yeah.
Mid of his
yeah.
career, where
But
it's
this is-
like
this
he's
is a-
already a thing,
Yeah.
but like
And people
You
know
know.
who he is. Like the two things you accomplish in this, okay? You in this
and him
in this movie
and Superman
specifically,
just haven't met yet.
have Batman cast, know who Batman is, have the suit ready, don't show it any marketing, don't let anybody see it, and have him show up in one scene where we get to see the suit, like and like we don't hide it, we show it in all of its bits and glory, and we see him do one action sequence so we get a feel for who the character is, and then that's it. Maybe additionally he shows up in in a post credit scene. But like I'm thinking like Civil. It's funny you kind of mentioned I know the guy who knows a guy. That made me think of Civil War. But like literally I'm thinking like Black Panther in Civil War, where Black Panther did the one scene where he chased after Bucky.
Yeah.
And we got to see what Black Panther could do enough to be like, oh shit, yeah, I'd watch a whole movie with this guy.
I
And then
would
people
keep-
went to watch Black Panther. That's what I think Batman should do. Show
I
up,
would-
he does one scene, and we go, okay, who's this Batman guy? And then we see his movie. Like that's my thing.
I would keep it very basic, and I would have it be a thing where it's funny you compare Blue Beetle to Iron Man, because I would kind of
Have it
use
where
that,
Batman and Superman
where
already know each
basically-
other. Don't do they're meeting thing. They
No,
already know each other.
I would do it where they meet,
Ah.
where this is how they meet. But I would have it be basically where he's like I know a guy who knows a guy, and then like immediately he does the Iron Man thing where like we see his face on Batman's bat computer in the
That would
Batcave,
also be funny.
and he's like Batman, like I need your help with we need your help with Brainiac or whatever. And then like the next scene, we have Superman in the Batcave, like looking around disapprovingly, kind of thing. And like that's their first official meeting. They knew of each other, but they
Yeah.
had never actually met,
I can get
kind of
behind
thing.
that because I to me I like the James Gunn and the element. People it's so funny because all the people on the internet hate all the shit about the James Gunn universe. That is what makes it good. Like I like the fact that it's already an established universe. I don't have to waste time doing. So like just do it where people know who Batman is. Just people know who, like when you eventually get to the
Yeah,
Brave
well,
and the
like, I would have it where, like,
people
he's
know
an
who
urban
Batman
legend.
is. Don't do who's the Batman, who's Batman. He's established. Just like Superman,
like, yeah.
he's been around for a little bit. Where it's like he's. Still
I would
kind
have it
of a
where
mystery,
Batman would
but-
be year 2
Yeah, he's still kind of a mystery.
or year 3 or
yeah,
something.
and people are still kind of figuring him out. But like we know who Batman is by this point.
Like yeah, the legend of the Batman, like he's been seen. Like
Right?
the police are working with him.
Don't
Jim Gordon is
do-
working with them.
Don't
or
do Batman
Commissioner
versus
Gordon, whatever.
Superman, where it's like he's been
Um,
active for 30 years, but he's somehow still a mystery for some reason. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do
No, have
that.
it be where like the criminals know who he is. Like people know who he is. Maybe they don't necessarily like. Superman hasn't like directly dealt with him, but like he's a thing. Like
Right.
you know who Batman is. But he,
Right.
like I wouldn't have it be where like they're already at the point where it's like, oh hi Bruce, hi Clark. Like I wouldn't have them be there. I don't wanna-
would, but
I
that's
don't
just
wanna-
because I'm done.
I
We-
don't want to start there because we haven't on screen on
Yeah.
on like movie format. We haven't gotten to see them work to that point.
But I'm not interested.
And-
I'm not
I
interested in
would.
they meet each other as Batman and Superman. They don't trust each other and they have to learn to
No,
work
I'm
together.
not saying that. That's
not
why I'm
interested in
saying my version of it. Jamie Reyes, James,
Reyes,
what's his name?
whatever.
Blue Beetle.
that. Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle is the bridge. So there's none
Yeah.
of that. They don't trust each other. They instantly have a reason that they trust each other. They have a friend in common. And we bypass all of that.
I'm like we're in a universe that's already moving. We could skip all that. I just don't.
No.
I don't.
No,
see a
I
need
don't
to do
want that.
We've already done it. They did it poorly.
No, we haven't.
They did.
We haven't done it. We've never done it.
No.
When have we done it? I defy you. When have we done it on the big screen?
We did that. They don't like again. They have to learn.
I said we bypassed that. You're not listening to me.
No, I'm not.
What are you saying no about?
I don't want to do a meeting thing. I don't have an interest in a meeting thing. I want them to already. I like the idea that they already know each other. Like we've already done. They've
no,
met.
I don't because we've never seen.
They've had an adventure.
They are like no, we've never seen that on the screen.
That's fine.
Where they meet each other and it's like oh I know of you but I don't know. No, we've not seen that, Justin.
No, I'm not interested in that. No, thank you.
It kind of just feels like you're just kind of wanting to poo-poo to be contrarian. Like
No, I don't. I'd much rather it's year 2, year 3. We already know each other. I don't need that they introduce themselves to each other. I don't need that.
Doesn't
Don't
work.
need it. Don't want it.
Doesn't work.
That's keeping in. That's keeping in origin shit. We skipped the origin shit for a reason. He already knows.
It doesn't
He already knows
work.
Green Lantern. It wouldn't. If the first movie hadn't started from a point of like he knows the Green Lantern, there are already superheroes in the world, then I'd be like, sure, why not?
Yeah, but
I'm
Batman
not
is
interested
never
in
the
that.
kind who works with other people. And so the only thing that would make him contact Superman or become into contact with Superman, and this is how it always works in every one of these
Yeah.
storylines, it always works
I
like
don't
that.
disagree.
Where
I'm just
Batman
saying to
doesn't
skip
want to
it.
team up until they have a world level
Nah.
threat. And that's how the Justice League is always for.
Yeah, but this isn't the Justice League. Yeah,
This is the no. You're right. This is the movie that leads to the Justice League. This is the movie where they come together all for the first time. But it's the Superman story where we have Batman there. He's not the focus. They have Wonder Woman there. She's not the focus.
No.
This is how you do what they wanted to do in Batman versus Superman, but properly.
No, I could maybe be talked into like they don't know each other's secret identities, but they've definitely worked together. Because I'm not into the this is the first time they're working together.
No.
I'm just boring.
Then you're looking to
Boring.
jump 4 or 5 steps ahead, and that's how you get the fucking.
Well, the
Snyderverse.
movie already stepped. No, it didn't. It tried to start at step 12 and start at step 1 at the same time. I'm just saying, let's skip to step 3. I don't need step 1 and 2. I don't need that. I don't need the.
And I'm saying we started
it.
on step 2. We can go to step 3 now, which is what I'm saying.
No interest in step
where they
2.
meet through a fucking connection, and they don't have a reason not to trust each other. And within 10, 15 minutes, you get everything you want.
I appreciate you attempting to malform the boring thing into an interesting thing, but it doesn't. There's no part of me
What you're asking for is boring.
It's not boring. It's
It
just
is boring.
jumping ahead to the shit that we want, which
It's
is them.
it's jumping to a point in the story that we've never worked to get to
we were
that
jumping
point.
to the point
It's
where
trying
they're
to
just
yet
working
again
together.
be the Snyderverse and fucking just shove Batman in for the sake of shoving
It's
him
not
in.
shoving him in. It's not shoving
It
him in
is
for
at
the
that
sake of
point.
shoving in. They could just exist in
It is at that point. It's them just being like, oh, and then there's Batman.
No.
Batman's now also in this movie.
The most compromise I'm willing
Instead
to
of
offer
having
you.
nuance and like actually showing the development of characters, you want to just jump to the end of the fucking story.
No, I want to jump to the middle of the story. I don't have an interest in the beginning of it.
You want to jump to the end of the story where they're already best friends, know each other's identities, and have known each other for 2 years.
Yes, well, I want them
That's
to have
the
known
end of
each
the
other.
story.
I want them to have known each other for like a year, where they're on a first name basis. Maybe they're not best friends, but certainly they know who each other are. Yeah, I want to do like that Justice League.
I don't
want to
do that. I want to work to get to that point
where they already know each other.
because we've never done that.
I don't need them to do that. I don't have an interest in them doing that. Why? What do you have?
Because we've never gotten to see that on the big screen.
What's to be gained from it though? Like there's nothing from a story
Fun.
standpoint.
It's fun, Justin.
really.
That's what's to be gained from it.
No.
It's the fun of getting to see characters. This is so odd. Usually you're the one who wants more character development, and I'm the one who doesn't.
Character development is unnecessary.
No, I want to see a world where it's not just, oh, we have the same fucking mother. Our mother has the same first name. Now we're best friends.
That's not what that's not what you're
I want to
suggesting.
see.
Two
I want to
completely
see a
different
world
things.
where it's like, oh, I've known who you are, but I've never gotten to work with you before.
Again,
and getting to see that working development, that working relationship develop.
I'm willing to come to a place of they've worked together once or twice, and he knows Superman and he knows Batman, and they definitely have a working relationship. But they already know each other. Like I don't want to do that.
For me, this is,
No,
and again,
not
this is
interesting.
clearly what they're doing, Justin. This is the issue of Superman, where he's fighting Brainiac, and he has to team up with Batman. Maybe it's just Batman in this, but he has to team up with Batman. That's how they have to. Yes, that's what this is.
No, I said I don't have a single interest in.
Doesn't really matter what you have an interest in.
But like no,
that's probably what we're gonna. That's probably what we're
gonna
gonna get. You know how you were like, you don't get to remove Woody from Toy Story 5. You don't get to remove Batman from this. He's going to be in this.
I don't think he is. To be honest with you,
I'm being hyperbolic, but like in this argument, in this conversation, in this discussion that we're having,
the ideal version
you don't get to remove Batman.
The ideal version
there.
and the practical version and the version they should do is he
Is
shows
the
up
one
one
I
scene.
said.
They don't interact whatsoever. They don't talk to each other. They don't interact. He fights a Brainiac robot just off to the side. It's one little cameo. Just enough to see a brief action sequence
They would never do that.
of him punching a. Well, no. The version of it they probably would do is they do a post credit. He walks out of the shadows and boom, there's the costume. That's the most likely version of
No,
Batman
the most
being in
likely
this.
version is the version that I said.
No, it's not. There's no way.
Yes, it is.
He has no interest in doing Batman. He if he wanted to do Batman,
Right.
he would
So
have done
having
Batman.
having one fucking cameo would enable him. Shut up. It would enable him to be like, that's Batman. He exists. He's out in the world and then not do another movie with it
the thing that James Gunn
until
would
they do the Justice League movie.
is James Gunn would do a post credit. Batman shows up in a post credit, and it's set. It's from the new one that Andy Muschietti's gonna make. But no,
the most likely thing is what I said.
He's not. He won't. If he was gonna actually be in this, like, in that kind of way, kind of a major way, we would know. We would know.
No, he wouldn't. Not if we don't know who the casting is.
I guarantee you they've cast him. I guarantee you they've cast him, and I guarantee you he will be in that movie, just in a small way. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe he'll be in a major way, and he's just being hidden. Who knows?
I mean, it could also be another, like I said, it could be a different kind of cameo where it's like Lex Luthor calls up one of his rich buddies for some reason, and it's Bruce Wayne. I could also see something like that.
That would be terrible. That would be terrible and awful.
We're not talking about what would be good. We're talking about what executives in Hollywood think is a good idea, and that is exactly the kind of terrible cameo that they would do.
Like, yeah, what would be good? Like, the thing is, if I'm
not wrong.
If I wanted if in a world where what you want happens, I would want it to be a Batman Superman movie. I wouldn't want it to happen in this. I'd want a dedicated Batman Superman movie where it's about Batman and Superman having to learn to work together. Or having to learn to
yeah, that's 2 movies down the line after they've been introduced in this one.
You're thinking so slow. That's the beauty of this universe, is it's already ahead. So why are you dragging it back and forcing it to be slow when he's already 2-3 years in?
Because there are elements to it that we don't need to skip. And that's one of them. There are other things we can do. We can have it be where certain members have already been working together. You can have it where Batman has worked with, like, the Flash, for example, and that works fine for me. But no, we've never seen that relationship develop on screen with Batman and Superman. We've not seen it done properly, and I want them to redeem and do it better.
The Justice League cartoon barely did that because it's boring. Like, they usually just skip right to the bit where they're working together because that's the most interesting part of this. Them getting together is not. Right, and so that's what I'm saying,
Justin, is this bridges that both ways. Where you have them introduced, they don't know each other, but they very quickly work into a working relationship over the course of this movie. You use this movie to very rapidly get them to that point, and then it doesn't feel like it's just happened unearned off screen.
I'm using my fake imaginary movie executive powers, and I'm rejecting your idea.
No.
Boring. Does not interest me whatsoever. No, thank you. Don't want to do any of that. Want to skip?
We're gonna have to agree to disagree. Then
cut all of that. Don't
want
any because
of that. That's unearned. Then
don't
you get a smart Hulk.
Don't want it.
Then you get a smart Hulk.
Yeah, but Smart Hulk was earned.
No, it wasn't.
That was worked over several movies.
If fucking happened over the course of, like, nothing,
and also,
where him and Angry Hulk are fighting each other, and then suddenly he comes in the Avengers movie or Endgame, I think it was, and he's just Smart Hulk, and he's like, oh yeah, we fucking worked it out off screen.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. What you want is to be like, oh yeah, no. They just know each other.
Oh yeah, they already had an adventure off screen. They've already worked together.
I want to see that adventure.
Read it in a comic book. Like, I don't need to.
No, fuck you, man. I want to see that. I've never seen that happen on screen. Why does what you want get precedence over? I want that movie.
I mean, use your own imaginary movie executive power then.
I am. I'm overturning you. We're making that movie.
No, we're not.
And it's not even a Batman movie. It's one scene in a Superman movie which sets up a future different movie.
I'm cutting that scene. I'm using my executive powers to cut it.
You don't get to do that.
I mean, I do. It's my money paying for this movie.
I know. It's my money paying for it. And I have the executive power.
I'm cutting it.
And I'm putting it back in.
And the next Superman movie, they already know each other. And they've worked together once.
That's awful.
And they don't.
Awful.
It's not awful.
That's awful.
It's not awful. It's
lazy,
boring shit.
And it cuts out all the fun shit where they get to work against each other, and discover each other. And we get to establish the clear and defined differences between the two styles, and not just have a Batman versus Superman movie where you have Superman who is Batman and Batman who's also Batman.
Yeah,
Because
that's-
we're taking the time to set up and establish their clear differences instead of just shoving them together
No.
and being like, no.
But we already understand their
No, we
differences.
don't. Most of fucking people,
Everyone
regular
does.
people. That's why we have a Snyderverse. Is no,
No,
they don't know the difference, Justin.
No, people do know the difference. Fundamentally, they
they
understand
don't.
the difference. So you don't need
No,
to
they
explain to the
don't.
audience what makes them different. It's an inherent understanding of what makes them
I'm sorry,
different.
but you're wrong.
So you don't need. And plus, who
You're
cares? I just want to watch Superman and Batman punch a thing. I don't need to go through the
And I
the
want to see
motions
the
of.
issue where they first meet.
That's so boring. That's boring.
You're wrong.
Like,
You're
oh,
wrong.
we've already done
We've
that.
never
to
seen
death.
it. What do you mean it's boring? How can a
Boring.
thing be boring when you've never
Boring.
seen it?
Boring because it's the least interesting part. I don't want to watch
You're
how
wrong.
the X-Men and Spider-Man don't agree till they do agree. I don't care about any of that.
Again,
Don't care about
what
any of
the
that.
fuck are you talking about? I didn't tell you. When did I say a part about them disagreeing?
Okay, but if they're like, oh
That's
hi,
not
I'm,
what-
so it's just a scene where like, hi, I'm Batman, hi, I'm Superman. It's nice to meet you.
When did I say that, Justin?
No, but my point is, without all of that, if
When
you're just
did I
like,
say that?
I'm trying to
I'm
tell you,
saying
I'm
we have
trying
a
to talk,
bridge
I'm trying to
between
talk.
them.
If you'd let me
They have
finish,
a
if you let me
character
finish,
between them
if you let me
who is
finish,
uniting
instead
them,
of just talking over me,
Justin, and
let
they
me
have a
finish.
common
Let
enemy,
me finish.
which makes it so they work together.
You know, that's not interesting.
So where did they disagree?
No, I don't need a scene.
Where did they disagree?
No, but I don't need it. You're not letting me talk to answer your question. I don't need a scene where it's like, hi,
you
I'm
put fucking
Superman.
words in my
Because
mouth
you're
that
not
I
letting
never
me
said.
finish. Because you just keep cutting. I don't need a scene where you're like, hi, I'm Batman. Hi, I'm Superman. Oh, we need to fight a thing. Okay, let's fight. I don't. Okay, I don't need.
I want that scene.
I don't need the first mission they ever worked on where they clumsily work together because they've never worked together, and he doesn't know he's Clark Kent, he doesn't know he's Superman, and by the end of the story he learns that he's Clark Kent, and he learns that he's Superman. They become friends. I don't need any. Of
I
that.
want that. We haven't seen that in live action.
But there's a reason why we've never seen it because it's not very interesting. Like
You
it's,
don't think it's very interesting.
it's-
I do. I would like to see that.
Why not just skip to the part where they are already punching guys? Like why have to do the preamble to them punching the guys? Just skip the preamble.
Why have Captain America the first Avenger? Because I want to see the origin. I want to see where that started. We haven't seen that on screen in live
It
action.
would be like, well, I need to see Batman's origin again. No, I don't need to see
No, it's
any of
not,
that.
Justin.
It's part of the
It's not like that. It's not.
Origins.
It's not like that at all.
No more
Because we
origins.
have dozens of movies where we've seen Batman's origin. We don't have a movie where we see what I'm talking about.
We don't need to.
We don't.
We doesn't
And
have
it's
anything.
not a Batman movie or it's a Superman movie where we see Batman. That's all I want. And then I want to see a movie where you can have the next movie where stop shaking your head. Let me finish. You can have the next movie where it's a Batman movie, and in that movie, it's down the line, and they've now worked together and have a working relationship. I want the one scene. That's all I'm saying. The one scene where they don't know each other. That's what I want. I want to see that develop. And development comes from one scene where we see that. The rest of the movie is a Superman movie and it's everything you're fucking asking for. And it's perfect in every way. And in one scene, we see that Batman and Superman haven't directly worked with each other. And we can actually establish a relationship. Instead of just cutting to the end of a story and me being like, I want to see the part where they got to that point. I don't want to cut to the end of the story. What's the point in skipping? Like, what if we're comparing this to a comic book, Justin? You want to skip to the last two issues of the run.
No, I want to start at the beginning of the run. Where
You want to start at the last two
I want to
issues
start
of
at
the
the
run.
beginning of the run.
The run
I want
is
to start at the beginning. I want to start.
The run is Justin.
I want to start.
Started with Superman,
start.
where he is an established character with certain characters. But no, we don't know. We don't. There's no need to have them established with every single character. Where's the joy in that?
I don't
Where's
need
the
it.
joy in discovering these people?
When I-
What if you're like a
When I was-
10-year-old kid who's coming to this for the first time and doesn't know all of it?
Then it's fine. You don't need to. When I was a kid, I picked up a comic book.
Frustrating me.
When I was a kid, I picked up a comic book, and Batman and Superman already knew each other. They were already friends. They already worked together.
Yeah, but you already knew their
I
relationship.
never asked to have that relationship spoon fed to me. I never asked for it because I didn't want it. I just picked up a comic
fuck
book
off.
where they work together. I don't need a scene where it's like, "Hi, I'm Batman. Hi, I'm Super." Who needs that? We didn't have that when we were
I
kids.
want that.
I
So let's move on.
I didn't. The only they did
Let's
it.
move
They
on.
did it the one
Let's
time
move on.
in Justice League.
You're legitimately pissing me off at this point.
Like, okay, so they did it in Justice League.
Let's
once.
move on.
Let me just. You wouldn't let
No,
me
you
talk.
didn't let me
You
finish.
kept cutting me off. You kept asking me a question. Cutting me off. Let me, please. Sure, in the Justice League cartoon, yes, they absolutely did an introduction where it's like, "Hi, I'm Batman. Hi, I'm Superman." We've already established in this universe that this universe is ahead. It's not the beginning of the universe. We're midway in the universe. So I just don't see a point in relitigating this. Like, I don't see a point in doing relitigating what Batman versus Superman did badly. Like, let's just do it where, okay, I'll give you. They don't have to know. They don't have to be like, oh, I'm Bruce Wayne and I'm Batman. We don't have to skip that far ahead. But at the very least, yeah, he already knows Batman exists and they've worked together once. Like, they've done a Batman adventure once, or they've done a Superman adventure once. I mean, if they're in with it within a couple years, they would definitely intersect. They would share the occasional villain. So yes, absolutely, I want it where they've worked together or something. They have a familiarity with it. I don't need to do the introduction. We shake hands and we no, we've never really done that. That's not how Batman and Superman work anyway. You're right. Sure, Batman would be isolated enough to not work together with with Superman, but like I just don't want to do. I just don't see a need to do like what you're talking about, where we have Blue Beetle come and be like, "Hi, Superman. This is Batman. Batman. This is Superman." Like, I just don't. Why? What does that add? That doesn't add anything. It's to me. I think it's fine enough to have it where Superman doesn't need to be introduced to Batman. Batman is just a thing that exists in Gotham City, and we just have a simple scene of Batman fighting a Brainiac robot, and then that's our clue that Superman and Batman exist in the same universe. They don't even have to interact at all. And then, yeah, in a later movie, sure, I'll give you, we can do a Batman runs into Superman thing in Brave and the Bold, because that's the next one coming out. Like, we could have Superman show up at the end of Batman, and he can do the, "Hi, I'm Superman. I'd like to invite you to the Justice League Initiative" moment. We can do that. But what I'm saying is to for this movie, that just doesn't interest me. Like, it just doesn't interest me.
We're gonna agree to disagree.
To do the we shake hands and we meet each other thing. 'Cause
We're gonna agree to disagree.
That's not how comic books worked for me when I was.
That is how comic books work.
No, you didn't pick up the first issue, the first comic book you picked up, and they already knew each other. Like, no, you didn't pick up a comic book and they did.
In a comic book's history, Justin, especially for Batman and Superman, no, there was absolutely an issue where they met.
Name it.
It was a Justice League one, I'm sure.
That's my point.
I'm not gonna actually.
If you picked up a random comic.
Yes, Justin, obviously. But there is also comic books which tell the origins of these.
This can just be.
And I want it.
This can just be a mid.
I'm kind of done arguing with you about this.
This could just be kind of a mid-road comic book run where, yeah,
yeah, you're right. It could be, or this could be the one where we see how they meet.
I would say
where they don't instantly know each other. Where they know other superheroes and they know of each other, but they've never had cause to work together.
To be fair,
there is always a first mission, and this could be that.
To be fair, I would say the same thing of Wonder Woman and the Flash. To be quite frank with you. If he already knows if Superman already knows the Green Lanterns, he should passively know every superhero in this universe by that point.
Again, you can be aware of someone and have never worked with them before. So yes, I can absolutely Batman in particular would know of the Superman. He absolutely would know who Superman is. Right? He would be keeping track of that shit if if they have a good representation of Batman. Absolutely.
Like Injustice.
Justice doesn't. And Superman would have heard of the Bat of Goth or something like that. The Bat of Gotham. He wouldn't know who he is, but no, I don't want them to have worked through it. I don't
see the point in doing it. Like, okay, like if you want to do this again, like if you want to do it as like legit, like you want to do an issue 0 and it's an origin comic book and that's where they first work together and that gives you what you want. I'm not against that. Like, these are comic book movies. If you want to do supplemental material of a comic book movie, especially with this universe of filling in the gaps, or hell, even an animated movie where you bring back the guy who plays Superman and the guy who plays Batman, and you do.
I think you do it the way I said in the Superman movie, because it makes the most sense.
I don't need
and it's the way to do it both the way I want it, and it's the way to do it both the way that I want it and the way that you want it, which fast tracks it for you. While giving me what I want, which is one scene in one movie, which has them not knowing each other before we time jump to them knowing each other.
The only version.
I don't see why you have any issue with what I want.
The only version of what,
and it kind of pisses me off.
The only version of what you want that I would be like remotely okay with, and in fact it's probably the most like is if he showed up in a post-credit scene, and that's it. Then at that point I'd be like, all right, he's the Sam Jackson of this universe. He's introducing him into the Justice League Initiative. This is the moment where they. I'm
giving you what you described, which is the Black Panther effect.
But I don't. Yeah.
Or the Spider-Man effect.
Yeah.
Which is the one simple scene. Which is like at best 10 minutes long, not even.
Yeah, no.
And then we time jump to the next Batman movie or whatever, and they have now since been working with each other closely and know each other. It literally it gives you what you want.
In a different version of this, it's because of the way the universe is set up. That's why. If this was in a brand new, fresh, spanking new universe, and we were starting from scratch, and we were rebuilding
in the universe that we've already seen. There's no reason to necessarily believe that they would have had a case to work with each other. It logically makes sense that they don't know each other personally.
Logic or
that
not,
they know each other in a. I know Batman works out of Gotham, and I know Superman works out of Metropolis, but they have no reason to be in contact with each other.
Logic or not, it just it doesn't interest me. I'm.
Then you're an idiot.
Because this universe has been a very
and I'm
clear.
kind of done going back round and round and round.
Because you're not letting me get to the finishing point.
I've already let you finish.
Because we're in a universe in station or in progress already. It's just we've already established that nothing in this universe has an origin point, or we haven't done an origin point.
We've established that certain characters already know each other. That doesn't mean that we've established that every character knows everybody.
The only way I wouldn't be bored by what you said retroactively is if Green Lantern.
You're a prick. You're being a prick.
I'm not.
You are.
If Green Lantern wasn't in the previous movie and he wasn't established that he knew any of the big superheroes, then I'd be like, yeah, all right, yeah, we could slowly trickle in.
We've established that he knows Superman.
He knows Green Lantern.
I'm saying Green Lantern knows Superman.
Right.
That's what we've established. We haven't established that Green Lantern knows Batman, or that Superman knows Batman, or that Superman knows the Flash. We haven't established we haven't established that Superman knows, and right, but I'm saying at this point in time, we're at a crossroads where we either go the direction that you want, which is establishing that everybody knows everybody, which I think is lazy, boring, and uninteresting, or we go the way that I want, and we take the time that the fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe used to build this out and actually do it the right way.
But that's my point, is we don't need to do that.
They're trying to do what Batman versus Superman did.
We don't need to do the long road, the long game. This doesn't need to be that.
Yes, we do.
No, because that's boring. We did that.
The last time they tried to shortline this, it didn't work, Justin.
They didn't shortline it well enough. That's what I'm saying. This was shortlining well enough in the sense that it came in, established, we understood, it explained everything.
Starting point. Now, from that starting point, you build on that starting point.
It's a midpoint.
And you go forward.
It's a solid midpoint, and that's where these things should start. We don't need to.
But the midpoint doesn't have to be the end, Justin.
No, but
you can still have Superman meet new characters.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Certain characters, sure, like the little characters that people don't know, sure, but the main characters like the Flash, Green Lantern, like if we're doing Guy Gardner, then by that point we've already had one human. We need to have Hal Jordan. So if Hal Jordan's been a Green Lantern for a while, that means that certainly Batman has to have been around for a while. The Flash,
right? But that doesn't mean that they've had a reason to work together.
But they should know each other.
That's why I'm saying them being aware of each other in a professional manner, like, oh, I'm Best Buy, and I know Future Shop exists,
right,
but they haven't worked together.
No, but they know each other.
Right? Like they know of each other. No. There's a difference between knowing each other and knowing of each other. And I'm saying they don't know each other. They haven't worked together. Brainiac is the first big event, which has caused them to have to. Otherwise, they stayed in their own sphere.
Superman could show.
That's what I want.
Superman could have shown. I want to be
like
once.
Like year 2.
Bro, I want
Right?
to. You're 3 or 4 Batman.
They've been working, but they don't know each other.
I don't know. That doesn't interest
That's
me.
what I want.
I want it where they know
And we
each
haven't
other.
gotten that.
I want like they know each other as like co-workers. Like I'm not asking like he knows they show up to each other's
No,
dinner.
they know of each other.
That doesn't interest me. That doesn't interest me. I'd much rather.
Again, that's fine.
I'd much rather
Dustin,
where like
it's
you're.
fine. It's fine that you can't have 10 minutes be added in and
I'd much rather. Well, no,
appeal to
I
more
want
than
the same
just
scene
yourself.
you do.
It's fine that you're like that.
I want the
I'm
same
kinda
scene you do.
I'm kind of done going around and around in circles on this. I'd like to move on, Justin.
I was just gonna say, I want the same scene you do, but I just want it where
you
like
don't.
yeah, they know like they've met each other once or
Yeah,
twice.
no,
Like,
that's fine. That's a very fine, distinct difference. I don't want that.
I want him to know the
We're done
Flash. I just
at
don't.
this point.
I just don't see the point.
That's
And-
great. That's
that's
great.
the
I
point.
don't care anymore. Can we move on?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. That was it. That was the news.
It's a clear fundamental difference of what we want out of this.
Yeah,
They
no.
have a chance to go in two distinct different ways, the right way and your way.
Yeah, no,
Um,
it's already an established universe with like yeah.
It's a universe which has connected certain characters. It hasn't yet connected all of those
No, but
characters. It has room. It has room to grow naturally instead of just jumping to the end of the story.
No, but that's my point though.
Let's move on.
No, but the thing that you're like okay, you're wanting
The end
to
of
push
the
it.
story is them knowing each other,
Hold
Justin.
on, let me just. You're trying to push it back into an origin point where Superman clearly establishes, the first movie clearly establishes that superheroes and gods have been around for like a long time. So what I'm
Yes,
saying is, hold on, let
but
me
it
finish. No, stop
doesn't
cutting me off. Stop
establish
cutting me off.
that he knows
Stop cutting me
every
off.
single
Stop
one.
cutting me off. So it establishes that this universe is already built. So thematically, it would not make any sense to be like, but no, actually, we're not really a midpoint. We're also kind of an orange point for some. But thematically, it wouldn't make any sense to continue in a direction of starting off. To be fair, he has said that this is going to be a mid-career Batman. So it wouldn't make any sense, or it can be terribly interesting for me to do the conversation point of Superman and Batman are kind of tangentially aware of each other, and they've never really worked together, but this is the first time they're working together. Like I've seen that. I've seen that before. I've seen it
Where
in
have you seen that?
several animated movies. I don't.
No, I'm talking in live action.
What's the
Where have you
difference?
seen that?
What's the difference? What's the difference?
The difference is between live action and animation,
What's
Justin.
the difference in
Okay,
what?
what's the difference in any live action versus animated movie?
Nothing. There's no difference.
You're wrong.
It's the same story. I've seen this story told before. I don't need. That's my point.
Yeah, that's because you're a fucking nerd.
Right. I've seen this story done before. I'm like, let's just the same.
But they're making a movie which is not just for nerds, Justin.
to be
They're trying
entirely-
to appeal to people.
No.
They're trying to appeal to people who haven't
No.
seen that story hundreds
Jordan,
of times.
Jordan. Lex Luthor's in the power suit. It's for nerds.
Yeah.
It's for nerds. It's not for normal people, Jordan.
I'm sorry, but you're objectively wrong. You know that's not how Hollywood works.
I'm just being honest, Jordan. Who's gonna show? You think regular people are showing
Justin,
up to power suit
I'm
Lex
being,
Luthor?
I'm being honest.
No.
They're trying to court the Marvel crowd,
But they're
which is the fucking regular audience.
I don't. Anyway, yes.
So yes, it definitely is a believable and likely scene.
We got wildly away from we do know that Blue Beetle's in this, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. And this looks to be, we know that Lex Luthor's power suit is in this, and that's pretty cool.
Anyways, what's next in the news?
Overall,
Which we're still doing.
Overall, Jordan, are you excited for this movie?
I was until you started pissing me off.
All right.
Coming up on 2 hours and we're not even done the news.
All right. Is it really? Oh shit. So it is. Anyway, that's fine. Just means it's probably gonna be a video. Jordan, today's episode is brought to you by. What's it brought to you by? It's brought to you by Wild Education. Support them. They are constantly needed support. Animals are needed support. You can support the animals. Jordan, support the animals.
Yeah.
Support the animals. Support those animals. And it's also brought to you by our good friends over at Toon Talk 2.0. They are every Thursday. It's Virus. It's Jake. It's the Oracle. They're talking pop culture. Right now they're playing D&D. They've got a D&D campaign that they're going to be doing every 2 weeks. That looks like it.
Yeah.
That looks like it's gonna be fun. That looks like it's gonna be an experience to watch and be entertained by.
Yeah.
That sure looks like it's gonna be a good time.
Looks good.
You can absolutely click that link, all those links, in the description down below. Check those guys out. They're having a good time. Who cares what anyone else thinks? Who cares what anyone else thinks about the good time they're having? As long as they're having fun. That's what Jordan and I thought about that. As long as they're having fun, that's all that matters.
I have nothing. I have nothing further to add at this moment.
Jordan, you plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth.
He pleads the fifth. Jordan pleads the fifth.
I have nothing further to add at this moment.
He pleads the fifth. So today, Jordan, it's fitting that we got into a big collegiate level debate about Batman. Collegiate. You see what I did there? You didn't appreciate that I said collegiate.
College level.
College level. Bang! We're on to college. Let's get our asses to college.
We're going to college.
We're going to college. It's okay, Jordan, because I have very little to say about a lot of these movies, so it's probably good that the news ran long. College. Jordan, you go first. Unless you want me to go first.
Okay. No, I'll go first. So, my first movie is a movie called 21.
Ah, yes. Let's take our impeccable college-level math skills and count cards.
Which
literally anyone can do.
Do you ever have what I like to fondly refer to as oh, now I'm blanking on what I usually call them. That thing where like Berenstain Bears.
Oh, oh my God, shit. No, you've done it to me. Mandela effect. Mandela effect. We talked about one last week.
Do you ever Mandela effect yourself with a movie and like completely remember a completely different actor being the main person in the movie?
Yes, actually, yes. Yes, absolutely, yes.
So this is an example of that for me where, so it stars Jim Sturgis, which is the dude from Across the Universe.
Absolutely.
And in my brain, every time I remember this movie, it's Jesse Eisenberg in that role.
Interesting. I think that's because I think Jesse Eisenberg is in a poker movie.
No, it's because of the role that it's because of the role that he plays in Now You See Me.
Really? That's giving you the same.
That's
as this.
That's the connective tissue where it's the cards. Specifically, the second one with the cards.
Okay.
It's the cards and the attributing like Jesse Eisenberg plus cards, and this is Cards movie.
Okay, that's fair.
For whatever reason, that's the tangential like thing that kind of connects the thread. Anyway, this movie, Jim Sturgis is in Kevin Spacey's class.
Yeah, I know it's Kevin Spacey.
And is really smart. And then Kevin Spacey brings him in on this like conspiracy where him and a few students go to like Las Vegas and shit and count cards and make a shit ton of money, and like they're part of like this group. And then Kevin Spacey, surprising no one, is a monster.
Of course he is. What? Kevin Spacey's a monster? Why would you say such an accurate thing?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
But
you know?
I like this movie. I'm just gonna say.
The only thing I can recall of it is that Jim Sturgis has a horrible
It's an American accent.
It's a bad American accent, is what it is.
In the most technical sense.
I mean, in the most. What does that mean? In the most technical sense, I suppose he's sort of pronouncing it like an American would some of the time.
I mean, it's a weird disconnect for me because I've seen him in Across the Universe.
So you've heard his accent. Like that's the thing is like once you've heard a person's natural accent, that happens to you now. Is you will now be able, because you now know what it sounds like when a person has a bad accent. You will now forever not be able to unhear bad accents.
Certain times it's more noticeable than others, and in this instance, my brain, it's just such a disconnect.
Like obviously for us, like when you see a bad English accent, you're like, oh yeah, that guy's American. That's a horrendous English. Yeah. It's the same effect.
It's more just because like I've seen Across the Universe so many times and listened to him sing in his actual voice.
Yeah.
So that like now when I see him in this, it's so noticeable.
Now I've got to a point where certain vowels, where you're like, yeah, there's just certain vowels he just cannot. He cannot say in an American accent.
It's sort of like when like, there are other examples for me where it's like, you hear her on like you hear a person talk only one way and then they do a different accent. Like if like
Great,
a
Daniel Radcliffe is a great example.
yeah, yeah,
Daniel,
or
anytime I hear him do an
Emma
American
Stone
accent, I
is
just hear a British accent. If
Emma
his American
Stone was
accent's good,
I was
that's
gonna
kind of the
say,
difference
or
for me.
Millie Bobby Brown
Yes,
is another one where
I was gonna
it's
say there's been a series of she did I don't know what the series is called, but it's basically where you have celebrities go in and teach kids shit, and it's
yeah,
her in front of a class of kids, and she keeps flipping between the two accents, and you're like, whoa,
yeah,
that's weird. That's a
that's
weird skill
weird.
to have. But
Um,
yeah, because of shit like that, I just noticed accents now, and especially when they're bad.
um, but no, yeah, I really like this movie. I think Jim Sturge does a good
It's weird
job
he didn't turn
mostly.
into more, right?
Yeah,
Right?
like tweaking my brain with the accent aside, he actually acting wise does quite a good
He's
job in this.
good. He was good in
Um,
Across the Universe too. Like like
and
what else has he done beyond this and
there was a
Across the
second
Universe?
across the. Oh, you mean
Yeah, as
as
well.
well.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
brain. Um, I was like, there was a across the universe
yeah.
too.
That would be rad though, wouldn't it?
What? And then my brain is. Kevin Spacey for all of his Kevin Spaciness, is he's.
So
I
that's
mean, say what you
unfair.
will,
Kevin Spacey was a
the
good
man could
actor.
act.
Yeah,
Huh?
right. He's a good actor. It's
I was gonna
unfair.
say what you will, the man can act.
Yeah, right.
Um, Lawrence Fishburne is pretty good in this as
He's
well,
also good in this. Yeah.
and then the rest of the other actors are you know
Hey,
they're
Lawrence
there.
Fishburne is a delight.
Um, and there's the one Asian one who I just see the guy from he's the Asian dude from Disturbia. Um,
Asian dude from Disturbia.
Shia LaBeouf's friend.
It's been so long. I think I know who you're talking about. I think he was also in the Friday the 13th remake. I think.
Uh,
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure.
probably. I don't know.
I cannot say
I'd have to go
100%
and double
for
check,
sure.
and I don't feel like it, but I know that he's in Disturbia and he's in this.
That makes sense.
And
It's
as
been
soon
a
as I
while.
see him,
I don't.
it tweaks my brain.
I have not seen
Um,
Disturbia in a while. I watched the movie
but
so many times for reasons I don't even understand.
yeah, I just feel like in another. Also, I'm pretty sure. Now I'm wondering,
It's
but
also
I'm pretty
loosely based
sure
on a true
the.
story.
Anyways, yeah, in the loosest sense way
It's
possible.
one. It's one of those.
Sure.
This is one of those movies where there's a reason why it's the phrase "based on a true story,"
Yeah.
not "this is a
But
true story."
I just feel like there's an alternate universe where the main character in this movie is played by Jesse Eisenberg.
It's been too. I've never. I've only seen parts of it, but I'm gonna take your word on it. I trust you.
Well, I'm pretty sure you and I watched it together. But anyway,
It's one of those ones I'm
um,
not gonna question you.
I
I cannot say
just feel
for
like
sure.
we did because I can't think of a reason why I would have watched this the first time if it wasn't you who told me I should.
I honestly, that's very believable. There's a lot of.
Like it just doesn't.
I've watched
I like it,
literally
and
hundreds
it's
of movies
fun,
at this point, so there's just
but
certain
like
ones
it's
that
just
slip through
it's a
the
movie
cracks.
that's called 21, and if I'm looking like at like back in the day when this came out in the ripe old year of 2008, I don't think
That's the chance.
streaming was a thing.
No,
So like
2008.
it
I
would
worked
have
at the movie theater at that point. There's a good chance
you would have been
watched
at the
it in theaters.
theater, and there's a chance we would have gone to it for free.
There's a yeah. I'm not. This is one of those ones where it's in that the murky gray area between 2008 and 2012, where it's entirely possible. It's completely possible.
But
I don't
either
have a
way-
single memory of it, other than I remember seeing the trailers a bunch, and I remember thinking it was weird that the guy from Across the Universe was in it. But I cannot think of a single specific.
I
scene
definitely
from
know
it.
that I've watched this before.
Yeah, this is one of those times where I'm not going to press X to doubt because I honestly don't know. I don't know well enough to doubt. I could believe it.
But
it's the exact kind of movie
yeah.
I'd watch.
You know, that's 21. Overall, good movie. I liked it.
Overall,
Had a good time.
Good time.
Oh yeah. Also, if I didn't mention, he's in university. That's the connection to the
that makes
rest.
sense. Yeah.
I think it's university.
Jordan. So okay.
I think it's MIT or
The
something.
thing I discovered throughout this week, I hate I hate frats. Hate them. Can't stand them. I hate and as this went on, I more and more realized how much I can't stand frat party movies. Can't stand them because like as someone who went into a great amount of debt to go to university or college, it drives me crazy watching people just waste their time in college. Like there's a point in one of the ones I watched where they describe college as being $20,000, and I'm like, I just can't imagine wasting that kind of money to not go to class, or so it became aggravating. This one is kind of the first one.
I spent about that much going to college. I finished college.
Right?
I didn't use college.
That's what I'm
college
saying.
is a waste of
so
money.
You obviously feel the same way I do, where you're just like these kind of movies just get to me in a way that
I think there's a healthy balance. I think you can have fun with your friends at school and be responsible. Why does it have to be one or the other?
I guess, yeah.
If I had friends, I'd like to, spend time with them.
I just, it was like there'd be days where
like a frat party, but like, I'd get together with my 2 or 3 friends and we'd have like a soda.
It's just one of those things where like anytime I couldn't go to class when I was in
college.
But
I'm a loser, so what the fuck do I know?
I could feel the hundreds of dollars just dripping away as I wasn't in class. Anyway, this is Animal House. That was a very long intro to be like, this is Animal House. This is effectively the blueprint daddy of every single shitty frat boy movie you've ever seen in your life. You know, all the tropes, the antagonistic other frat, the guys who suck, all of that, they all originate from this.
The underdog story?
Yeah, where we're fighting the bad frat, but we're actually secretly also shit. Yeah, this is where that comes from. Like you've seen scenes from this movie, and you don't even realize you have because you've seen at least one episode of Family Guy. Like, this has been parodied, satired in every single thing, and it's not. Oh man, people are gonna get to me in the comments again.
It's hokey.
It's not good, but like it's not good because I live in 2026, and so much of this makes me cringe. Like, and to be fair, I texted my Jordan would have seen this, but I texted my dad this morning because I was curious. I was like, how old?
Yeah, I did see that.
How old were you when you were in college? And what year were you in college? Because I wanted to know if he was in college when Animal House came out. Animal House came out in 1978. I googled it. He would have been 16 when this movie came out. Not googled it. I used a calculator. He would have been 16 when this movie came out. So, like, I guess theoretically this might have been what college was like when he went to it. It also has the reason.
It's also there's a big difference between American and Canadian.
That is, I guess, true. A little bit. Well, I think
they very much in America, with what the internet has told me, is true. They very much have it's a culture when it comes to sororities and fraternities down there.
Well, that's interesting. I googled it because I was curious because I don't want to come on here and say I was going to make that claim. I was going to say, oh, fraternities are really more of an American thing, and to a degree that is true. But in fact, we do have the fraternity system in Canada.
Interesting.
In fact, it'll interest you more, and you're gonna do and a lot of things are gonna click in when you hear this. UBC has a fraternity, a really famous one.
That's not shocking,
right? Does that explain a lot of stories that we heard throughout the years?
Well, yes, absolutely.
Without giving anything away.
Also, I'm because I guess for me, because there's a. Not all secondary schools and secondary education are made.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Not even just that it's a difference between university and college, but like it's a difference between like Simon Fraser University, which is gigantic.
Yeah.
I think it's Simon Fraser. That's
and
gigantic.
UBC's also gigantic.
And like no, but I'm gonna say as compared to like the University of the Fraser Valley.
I mean, you could have said Kwantlen, and I would have been
Kwantlen, or like there's a difference.
There's a major
prestige and size and just like so like to find out that like one of the bigger ones like that has a fraternity
didn't surprise me either.
Is not shocking.
No. It wasn't because it was never like these American movies where I guess we'll do this now. This is kind of a general thing, but this is
because I mean really what is a fraternity but like just club? When you break it down, it's just a social club.
Yeah, exactly.
Really,
that's what
right?
Wikipedia described them as. But like,
but they just become really like
there
really.
There is. Well, at least when we were in school, there definitely was a push
romanticized.
To like,
I think is the word I would use.
You should go to university. But in American movies and television are very much like it's a stage of transition. It's you do high school and then you go to college, university.
It's a logical.
And it always
step.
kind of just glosses over the expenses of it. And when I was in high school, you hit the point where like, okay, now you go to university, and then they show you the bill, and you're like, this is never going to happen for me, ever. I can't go
Depends
to
on what you're
UBC.
learning.
Do you see how much my family doesn't have this kind of so like, yeah.
Oh, certainly for UBC, yeah. But I mean,
There was
again,
no way.
that's why I say, I said this off screen, and I'm gonna repeat it. Is A, it depends on what you're learning, and B, no, back in the 90s and 80s, like a thing that cost like 20,000 today would have cost like 5,000.
Right, but
Like,
you got to scale down the wages. People made less money, so that doesn't really mean much. To
I
say,
mean, it
say
very
that college,
much means a lot because,
No.
like, houses, for example,
yeah, but people made less money.
you know, back in the day, they had a hell of a lot of an easier time getting the houses that we do.
Well, but
That's not for no reason.
No, the reason for that, I mean, that's an entirely different podcast. But the
Yes,
reason
it
for
really
that,
is.
the reason for that was because, well, again, we're Canadian. It's
Things were
different.
cheaper back then.
It wasn't that things were cheaper back then. There were different tax credits, and there was different legislation that allowed for people to take on loans and take on debt in a way that was more accessible. Yes, things were to say things were cheaper is not an untrue statement, but it is a statement kind of made in a vacuum. Like, yeah, obviously things were cheaper, but like, we make like the minimum wage now is $18 versus back then minimum wage was
because
like $6.
now we're
So
paying
that doesn't- that's
three
not really-
times as much money.
right. So you got to scale these things.
The
to be
wage
like,
has gone up to compensate for the rise of costs,
Right.
not the other way around.
no, that's what I'm
right?
saying. That's what I'm saying.
So
though.
what I'm saying is that back in the day, what they would have paid was more fair for what they had. What they had for a living wage was actually a living wage.
It wasn't though.
That's the difference. Yes,
like,
it was.
Things weren't, and to be fair, movies and television are not a fair market. But no, it wasn't that people could just easily afford to go to college more back. It wasn't college didn't.
Absolutely, they could. That's what my dad told me. He told me back in the day he could go because he could afford to go.
Yeah, but I would take what your dad says with a grain of salt. But no, college was always expensive. Like that's a big part of why a part of these movies are
Not as expensive.
It was still very expensive.
Not as
It
expensive.
doesn't. Yes, but yeah, that's part of a larger discussion of inflation. Obviously, things are all more expensive. So to say college was more anyway, it's not the point.
Kind of is the point. It's why in these movies why they're willing to waste their money is because it doesn't cost as much.
No, but it still costs them a shit.
Also
ton of
because
money.
it's their parents' money.
I mean, yes, that's more what it is. It's their parents' money. Like it still costs like thousands for them. It would still cost like now college costs $100,000. It still costs them $10,000. That's still $10,000 a year for tuition. Like there's a point.
Yeah, but back in the day, people made more per capita,
Yeah,
Justin.
but they didn't make
so,
more per capita.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did, Justin.
They made roughly the same per capita. That's what a lot of. Anyway, moving on.
You're starting a whole other a whole
Yeah,
other.
we don't do an
argument here,
economics
Justin.
podcast. That's more of a Jake thing.
We've had
Animal House.
our one argument per session. We don't have time for another one.
It's just not worth.
Point being is that it's irritating when they don't want to use their education.
Yes,
like they
exactly.
should be.
That's the point of this. The point of this is these movies drive me crazy when they're not using their time. Man, I sure wish I could go to college. Like when they're not utilizing.
I
their
wish I
time
could. No,
properly.
I wish I was so well off that I could not only go to college but then dick around and not focus on the thing that I'm
Right.
paying to learn.
Like at
A
one
lot of
point,
these movies, the problem is a lot of these movies treat college like it's high school.
like it's high school, and so a lot of times
But
it's
it's not.
so funny because there's a plot point in a show I'm watching where character has to learn that high school is college is not high school, and I'm always like, and that did happen. That happened to a lot of kids when I went to school. I'm sure you experienced the same thing when I went to post secondary. That was a thing that the professors had to teach. One of my mentors, he had to teach them that this is not high school. You can't just treat it like it's high
Yeah.
school.
Well,
Like-
so here's what my experience was.
But it should be. It should be like high school in the sense that this should be a socially exploratory.
Oh, it should
moment.
be just a thing that's the next stage. You go and you do that. And you pick and you choose, and you
Right.
can learn what you want, and you don't have like it's just built into our system.
Like
It absolutely should be
I
that.
fully believe.
I should be able to right now go pick up a course for like dirt cheap and learn because I want to better myself.
Right. Like
we should be enriching the betterment of our fellow man.
I believe it. I believe that basic level university or college education should be taxpayer funded. Oh my god, I'm sure all of my capitalist friends are cringing. I believe that it should be taxpayer funded.
I'm a socialist at heart.
I think grade 14. Grade 14, you do grade 12, you do 2 years of post-secondary, and then at that point, that's a trial version.
Learning,
if you want to, yeah, right. Make one of the courses you have to teach, like financial planning. Make it so you have to learn how to go in and apply for loans and funding and whatever. And if you want to continue, if you want to take your 2 years of college, apply it to a job or a basic level job, you do that. Or if you want to continue, then you pay. That feels like a fair compromise for everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I could agree with that.
Anyway, it's not what this podcast is. Sorry. I knew when talking about college, we're gonna bitch about college. We have to bitch about college. It's a broken fucking system.
Anyway, I'm just gonna say,
I'm the person who I think education. I don't care how old you are. I think education.
Oh well, yeah. No. I'm the 2 years of free.
That's your version is the compromise, but
no. It's not age restricted. It's not age. If you want to stop at grade 12, and you still have those 2 years in reserve for the rest of your life. So if you want to go do 2 free years of college, you can do that. Like,
but what I'm saying is I'm balking at I know what you're saying is the compromised version of it. I'm saying I'm full socialist. I think you want today, you've used your 2 years. Today, Justin, you want to go and learn about welding. You should be able to just go to a university and learn about that for free.
That's fair. That's full. That's
like I don't think education of any sort.
Anyway,
I don't think there should be a price on knowledge. That's my thing. And I will die on that hill.
Animal House. This movie sucks balls, Jordan. That was a very long intro to be like, God, this movie sucks. This movie sucks so bad. I hate it. I hated it. Like the thing is like. I'm gonna be slightly racist for a second, Jordan. All white people look the same. Like there's just just a point where every character, if they weren't fat, I couldn't tell them apart from the other. They were all the fucking same. Okay,
you can't say that, Justin.
They did. The two of them, like they were indistinguishable from each other. They were the same character. The same,
Justin. Oh my god, that's so offensive.
I couldn't help it. They all look the same, Jordan. Like
you're gonna get us in trouble saying things like that.
John, the only recognizable character in is John Belushi, and that's because he's John Belushi. Other than that, everyone looked the fucking same. And like it's about. The other fun thing about this.
I assume it's about some college frat boys being upset at some other college frat boys, and along the way they have sex.
For some reason. This takes
and
place.
See naked boobs.
It's weird. Like so much of this, even there's no explanation seemingly given for it, but they seem to be at this military school because, you're like, why you keep saying why you have that Twisted Sister pin on your uniform? That's the opening to
the music video. Right?
Well, it's an opening to We're Not Gonna Take It.
Yeah.
That guy, the dad, who's like, what do you want to do with your life? He's in this. He's in this movie.
Like the character?
I think the character in that music video is pretty much his character from this. Because there's a point where he's like, for some reason, they let part of the good guy fraternity, like the guys like the dean wants to expel them because that's what all these movies are exactly the same. And he says that they're on double secret probation. And he tells
whatever that
fucking means. So he tells the evil fraternity that he needs to give him an excuse to expel them. And so for some reason that involves one of them, the guy from the Twisted Sister music video, yelling at them while doing military drills. And so he's got the pledge pin from the good guy sorority. And he's like, is that a pledge pin on your uniform? And that line is in the Twisted Sister music video, where is that a Twisted Sister pin on your uniform? And I looked it up, and I couldn't find whether or not that was a direct reference, but it felt like it was a direct reference because I was like, wait, why do I recognize this guy? And I was like, oh my god, it's the guy from the Twisted Sister music video.
Is the movie referencing the music video, or is the music video referencing the movie? What came first, Justin? The chicken or the egg?
The chicken. The movie came first. This came out in 1978. That music video is from like the 80s. So this came first, and he's much older in that music video. So I'm pretty sure that's a reference to this. There's that, and pretty much most of the movie is just kind of episodic vignettes of them getting into various uncomfortable 1970s shenanigans. So one of the guys, he winds up in the bedroom. They're pulling a prank where they're shoplifting, and he hits on this cashier and invites her to their party, frat party, whatever. She shows up. She gets very drunk. She winds up naked on this guy's bed, and the movie pats him on the back for not sexually assaulting her. Like, there's a point where he's looking at her and she's completely naked, and there's a devil of him and there's an angel of him, and the devil is like, uncouth. Do it, basically. Grab her boobies. That's the nice, clean version of it. And then the angel appears like, no, you don't want to do this. If you do this, you'll regret it for the rest of her life. And she's very naked. And he decides ultimately not to do it. And the movie's like, yay, good job, you, for doing the basically decent thing. You're such a good person for doing the very least you could possibly do by dumping her in a shopping cart, leaving her on her parents' doorstep. You're a good person, guy who chose not to do a basically good thing. And then the movie goes on, and he goes and he meets her again. And they're making out in a field.
And then he gets rewarded with sex.
He says, I need to be honest with you. I've never done this before. And he's like, oh, making out? He's like, no, the thing I think we're about to do. And she's like, oh, that's okay. I've never done it either. She's like, and I need to tell you a secret. Something I kept from you. And he's like, oh, what's that? She goes, I'm 13. And instantly I was like, whoa, notice my hands.
No.
Notice my hands. Notice how my hands are nowhere near my junk. Nowhere. They're all the way up here. They're all the way. She was very naked earlier in the movie, and the movie lusted after her. So you'll notice that I'm all the way nowhere near. So uncomfortable. And like you want to be like, oh yeah, okay. It's the 1970s, and like, you know, but I just feel like even in the 1970s for the movie, it's because she was naked, and the movie very much was like a wooga. Like, I was like, oh no. Also, you know how every guy thinks that all women, when they have sleepovers, okay, now here, let me ask you, Jordan, what's the thing that most men think that women do when they have sleepovers?
Makeup and pillow fights?
Naked pillow fight. Exactly, Jordan. Exactly.
No, I said makeup and pillow fights.
Oh.
You filled in the blank yourself there, and I think that says a lot about you, Justin.
Naked pillow fights, Jordan. When we were teenagers, we thought all they did was naked pillow fights and kiss, Jordan. And so this movie very much is where that originates from. There's a point where he's standing on John Belushi is sitting on a ladder. It's random. It comes completely out of nowhere. He just rocks up to the women, and they're all going, hee. Oh, you steal my boyfriend, whatever. And they're all doing a pillow fight, and half of them are half naked for no reason. Because this movie just thinks that women just hang around naked, and then he just thumps the ladder over to the side and watches a girl change randomly.
It thinks college girls do this, Justin.
That's fair. They are college girls. They are legal. They are legal college girls, Jordan. I guess.
Like that's what, and it's probably a sorority, right?
Yes, it's a sorority.
So it's the stereotype of the sorority, not so much the girls themselves.
Okay.
Because that's
a big difference, right? Yeah, no,
that makes the big difference. It's not a slumber party, Justin. Slumber party, you think of that's like 14, 15-year-old girl, 16, right? Like it's not a slumber party. That's weird. What you said is weird there. It's a sorority party, Justin. That's completely different.
All right, it doesn't feel very different, but all right.
It's completely different.
But okay, but also
in the 70s,
we're gonna be talking about Revenge of the Nerds, so this is gonna come
in the
back.
70s,
and I'm gonna
it's very
stop
different.
here because I've already done too much on this. The ending is fucking bizarre. A lot of these movies from the 1980s do, you know how like biopics do that weird text epitaph?
Yeah,
is that the
yeah.
word? Yeah. This does that randomly in the middle of the climax where they get kicked out of school.
You said climax.
Yeah, I said climax. They're long story short, you know how these movies work. All's last moment is that they get expelled from school because they get tricked into cheating on
their girlfriends,
cheating on an exam, and they get kicked out of school or whatever. And so they decide that the whole thing is they're not all this fraternities get invited into this parade, dating get invited, and so the end of the movie is just them just trashing this parade, and it's the kind of movie where you're like, yeah, sure, all right. The guys in the evil sorority are kind of not great, but
They're
the guys in
dicks,
Omega
but,
sorority
like-
are just as awful. They're just
Yeah.
as awful and terrible. Like I'm sorry that
The
that,
point is all humans are terrible.
well, I just kind of it's just funny. I was like, yeah, we wonder why people are why generations of people are so difficult when it's like the movies taught them to be awful, and being awful is rewarded and accepted. And I'm stalling because I just feel like there's one more thing. Yeah, it goes through a bunch of like this person went off. Oh, that was it. That was the thing that wasn't funny. The epitaph, one of the epitaphs or the text for one of the
Epitaph?
guy. I don't know what the word. The text. It's basically like this person went on to do this.
The subtitles.
Yeah. Like, you know how biopics end with. And
I know
then
exactly
Dave-
what you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah.
I just don't know if that was the right word.
I don't know, but this movie does a bunch for all the character. Like it has the climax of the movie where they're crashing and destroying all of the floats or whatever, and it keeps cutting and telling you what all of these characters do. And one of the characters is such and such got arrested and then got raped in prison. And it was like,
That escalated quickly.
whoa, that's not funny. Is that
Jimmy
supposed
was
to be
butt fucked
funny?
to death.
Did people in the 70s think that rape was that's not funny? What
I
is
mean-
that's not funny?
Male rape? Yeah, probably.
I know they thought male rape was funny. It's not funny.
It's
Not
terrible,
funny.
but it's true. Yeah, probably. The real answer is yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's not funny though. It's not funny. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Like
mean,
there's just certain things where like, okay, it's
That's because
uncomfortable.
that's because you have a conscience.
I know I have
Justin.
2026 sensibilities, but it's just
and,
like
and a conscience.
it's just like certain jokes where I'm like, yeah, okay, I can get behind like certain jokes are badly timed, but they're still funny. It's just so many of these are like, dude, I don't know a world in which seeing what is supposed to be in the text a 13-year-old girl naked and unconscious is not supposed to make me just immediately. Surely in 1978 you felt uncomfortable, like unless people were just horrible back then. I don't know, but I was like, this is icky. I don't like this. It's not funny. It's not funny.
I'm not going to shame an entire generation of people, but
I am. Shame on you. Shame.
I am going to
That's
say
it. I
that
can't. No more Animal House. And no more talk about university. That was our entire talk about university. Big rant about university.
in the general sense.
In the general sense.
So
Why? I
my
don't
next
like
movie.
Frat boy. Sorry. Before you jump in, I just want to say I don't dislike all college movies. It's particularly the frat boy pledgy movies that I fucking can't stand.
That's a great segue.
Great
so
segue.
when it comes to college / university movies, you have your two kinds. You have your frat boy, like it's a party movie and
Yep.
it's really just like a excuse to show boobs.
Yes, it is.
And
Or penis in some cases.
what have you. Or it's the we're coming together, we're part of a team and we're coming together to overcome all odds kind of movie.
That it is.
Those are the two big ones. This is the latter. This is Pitch Perfect 2. This is they're coming together to overcome all odds.
I think these movies are of declining quality. I just think they get not as good as they go on. I really don't think.
It sort of feels that way.
Right. Like, the second one's okay. It's just not as good as the first one.
Not as good as the first one.
Right. Okay,
Because
glad you said that.
with this one, it's like it's been like 3 years since the last one or whatever. It's been a time jump, and
Automatically
what's her name?
don't love time jumps.
Anna Kendrick's character has become like the leader of the acapella group, the girl acapella group, the girl
Excuse me?
acapella group, so like she,
Aka bitches.
her and a couple of the other characters from the first one, are up, like they're coming up on their graduation. And so,
Yes.
of course, we bring in the new girl who's going to be the new Anna Kendrick, I'm guessing, in the third one.
Yes.
No,
No,
but
I think Anna Kendrick is still in the third one.
no, but I mean, like in terms of her role,
Oh, and being the
on
main character? I
Yeah.
don't think so. To be fair, I've only seen it once, and it's been a minute. I don't. I think because it's the oh, shit. I forget the.
You've watched the Pitch Perfect movies?
Of course, I've seen all three. I love these movies.
Fair enough.
The only thing I haven't seen is there's a spin-off show. I don't know if he's in this movie, but he's in one of them.
Anyways, at the end of this one,
Flula
Anna
Borg is
Kendrick's
in one.
character and like a couple of the other characters like graduate and
Yeah.
are like, I'm going off to do this such and such thing now.
Listen,
I'm passing the reins off to you, and they're very much talking to the character that was brought into this movie
I think
as
I've
the
seen the
new
third
one to like take over. So it just feels like Anna Kendrick is like in one scene in the next one, and it's otherwise the other girl's movie. Like it feels like that situation.
I feel like I might be. Does this one end with them? Is this the World Championships?
Yeah.
And there's the German team.
Yeah. And it ends with Anna Kendrick and them. I think they win.
Maybe I haven't seen the
Or
third one.
No, they come in second, I think, or
Did
something.
they
I
do
don't
the
know.
big thing where they sing the girl
think they
power
win.
song on stage or whatever?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one that's written by the new character that they brought into this
Oh
one,
shit!
who is like supposed to be the
I
she
thought
feels
this was.
like yeah,
Oh shit! Maybe I haven't seen the third one. Huh?
she feels like she's lined up to take the role of Anna Kendrick.
I feel like okay. Assuming I have.
I'm too
seen the
lazy.
third one,
I don't want to look it up,
I
and I
can't be
don't
bothered.
want to.
No. Now I'm wondering. Maybe I didn't see the third one. I've definitely seen the second one because I do know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's the oh shit! I can't remember the actress's name, but she's Kate Bishop, the girl who plays Kate Bishop.
Sure, doesn't really matter.
Oh,
So it's at this point,
What's her
before we
name?
move on to anything else, I'd like to play a little word association with you, Justin. When I say a particular name, I want you to say the very first thing that comes to mind.
Haley
Don't
Steinfeld.
hesitate. Don't hesitate. Don't like overthink it. Just the very first thing that comes to mind when you hear this name. Rebel Wilson.
Fat Amy.
Not the answer I was expecting. The answer I was expecting was terrible actress.
Sorry. I guess I
Um,
should have said annoying.
Or
probably.
yeah, and irritating, not funny.
I've
Worst
never
part
liked
of
her in
this
these
movie.
movies.
Don't like her in any movie that I've ever seen her in.
The most notable thing.
I don't think she's a very good actress,
I can't remember if
and I
said
can't
this.
think of a thing that she has ever been in live action anyway. Maybe in animation.
That
I
you
don't
liked
know
her in?
that I've liked her in.
No, I can't. The thing about Rebel Wilson in these movies that's the thing I'll always remember about these
Like
movies.
she's funny, she's fat.
She's-
That's
but,
like the entire bit for her character. She's
um,
fat and she's like obnoxious.
You remember in the first one when they're singing "Since You've Been Gone" and she can't hit the high note?
Yeah, I can't figure out if she's supposed to be.
I'll never forget it. I'm texting my friends, being like, "Is she supposed to be a bad singer? Like, is that
Like,
the joke?" And my friends had
always
no clue. They're like,
interpreted
"I
it-
don't know."
I always interpreted it like her character like she's not a bad singer, but like she's not a lead singer.
Okay.
So like she's the kind of singer like because it's an acapella group,
Yeah, she
right? So
fills
it's like
in.
a bunch of people.
Yeah.
She fills in the noise, but she can never be the lead singer.
Yeah.
She's never the Rachel,
But
right?
they,
Like from Glee,
Do you know who Flula Borg is by name?
because Glee is also kind of a
Yeah,
sort of
kind
an acapella. So like she's never or the Finn.
Yeah.
Like, she's never gonna be the Finn or the
Rachel?
little gay boy.
Oh, the little gay boy. Yeah,
Like, she's
Glee's
never
kind of
gonna
a
be
bad
like
example
on their
because
level.
all the
She's more
characters on
like
that
like
show.
a background singer.
she's
kind
kind of
of
like
thing.
She's kind of like the Asian guy.
She's a Ron.
She's the Asian guy who sounds in the background. Jordan, do you know who Flula Borg is by name?
No.
Flula Borg is in this. He's the lead guy on the German team. The weird...
Yeah. He's the famous YouTuber.
Yeah. I love. He's one. See now that you've seen something with him in it, I could be like that guy from Pitch Perfect 2. He's really funny. I love Flula Borg.
I think he was also on Smosh.
He did it. Try Not to Laugh. He has some of my favorite Try Not to
Yeah.
Laugh. There's one where he did.
There's other things that I've seen him in too.
He did a Courtney did a sexy cow character, and then he comes out as the sexy cow. He's like, I am a sexy cow. Moo. It's just he has such a dry sense of humor. I love him in everything. But him and
What else has he been in?
He's been in a ton of stuff you've seen. He's a guy you would know from.
He's in Suicide Squad.
Yes, he was. He was also in Cisco.
He was in The Rookie. That's definitely one.
He was in an episode of The Rookie. But
He's
him-
worked with you, Rhett and Link.
his character,
Gosh.
and Bumper, the character Bumper.
Uh,
I don't know if
Which
he's in
one
this
is
one, but
that?
he's in the first one. He's the guy who's the leader of
the evil leader.
Yeah.
I don't
Him-
think he's in this one.
him and is he in this one?
I said I don't think he's in this one.
He might be in the. It might have been in the third. Anyway, they did a spin-off where it's his character and the Flula Borg character, and they go to Germany.
Interesting.
I know, and I was like, you know what? I like Flula Borg, and I kind of like Adam Devine, the guy
He
who
was
plays
in
that
Ralph
character.
Breaks the Internet.
Yes, he was. Yeah. But yeah, I like those
Oh,
characters.
I'm going down a rabbit hole now. Thanks to you.
I like those actors, and I like those characters, and I think they're funny. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel
I like
about
the
that.
movies. I liked the first movie. I liked the second movie. The only thing about the first and second movie that I don't like is fucking
Rebel
what's her
Wilson.
name?
Yeah, she's
Rebel
not in
Wilson.
it. She's not in it.
She's in the second one.
No. I mean, she's not in that spin-off show, man.
Oh.
So you know, there's a Pitch Perfect thing without her in it. Yeah, so I don't. I'm pretty sure she's in the third one. I'm pretty sure she's.
Like,
I'm
I
almost
think
positive she
she's
is.
a one-note joke who's like good for like one scene where you have the trials in the first one, and it's a bunch of people that are trying out, and she
And then
tries
she's
out,
not in the
and
rest
she
of it.
fails, and she's not in the rest of it.
The thing is, I don't remember.
I
that
hate
with
her. I hate her in
At the museum.
Night at the Museum. I think she's the most unpleasant part
Yep.
about that
I've
movie.
never seen anything I like her.
I've never seen a thing
Um,
that she's been in that I like.
But yeah, no, I think from what I can recall,
Like I think she
This is
drags
just a
down
guess.
everything.
I guess
she's
we'll find
in.
out because obviously you're going to come back to Pitch Perfect 3 at some point. But from what I can recall, yeah, this movie sets up the Haley Steinfeld character, who is the new girl, and it implies that she's going to be the main character, and nobody liked her, really. Nobody
That
really
sounds
got on
believable.
with her, and so this movie didn't really do a good job of like making her kind of a thing. And so in the
Setting her up.
third one, I think she's in the third one, but not really, and it goes back to being Anna Kendrick. But I don't want to say that for sure because I've seen it like once and it's been a while.
I could believe it. It's one of those things where it's like I don't know how to say this. I don't know if this is at a point in Anna Kendrick's career where she's too big.
No,
For this?
she's not. She would. They're talking about doing a fourth one. I think the third one is a they've all been
I just mean
graduated and are
timeline-wise.
desperate and they come back together and do a reunion thing. I think is what it does.
Well, the way that this one ends is like they're on the stage, doing their thing at the World Career thing, and
But now I'm doubting if I've actually seen it.
competition or whatever, and like the entire like act, or whatever that they have. I don't know how you want to word it is. While they sing it, they bring back all of the bells or whatever from past, present, and future. And you get to see Katie Seagal, who is the mom of the replacement character of the new Anna Kendrick's character. And she was a former Bell whatever singer, the singer group that they're part of. So you see her on stage, and she's one of the people singing.
I don't know. I guess
And it's past,
I guess
present,
we'll
future.
find out next time
thing.
when we talk about Pitch Perfect 3. How there's
I can also
possibly a Pitch
believe that,
Perfect
yeah,
3.
where I absolutely believe they bring back Anna Kendrick, like I just did.
I guess we'll find out. Jordan, is that it?
But that's Pitch Perfect too.
The perfect or the tour. So Jordan, I don't know if you know a movie called American Pie.
No, never heard of it.
Never
What are
heard
you
of it.
talking about?
Never heard of American Pie. Well, Jordan, would you believe it? American Pie was a crazy popular movie that made a shit ton of money.
What?
And Jordan, they made several sequels.
A movie about a bunch of sex pests?
several-
Is it popular? Who would have
several.
seen that?
Jordan, they made 3 sequels, and then Jordan, their continued success as these movies succeeded on DVD as spin-offs. A series of spin-offs which had looser and looser connection to the original movie, but still maintained a connection to the original movie.
I
So
mean,
think-
American Pie, by its very nature from that first one, is an example of, like, yeah, society has clearly changed
Yeah.
because the entire point of that first one is they're sexualizing a minor.
Yep. But one of the first ones they did
I think
was a
she's a
movie
minor.
called
They're in high school, so
Yes.
she you know, it's weird.
one of the spin-offs they did of that franchise was one called Band Camp. And the
I
guy
remember that
they
one.
yeah, and that one was crazy because the guy they got to play, I think it was Stifler's cousin or his little brother, but it was related
was
to
his
I
Brother.
think it was his little brother. But the guy they got playing him looked just like Sean William Scott. It was crazy
Yeah,
how much he looked
it
like
was
him.
weird.
But so as these went on, the connection became looser and looser and looser to the point where
At one point, it was
it
like a
just-
girl cousin or
it just
something of
becomes
Stifler.
it just becomes
It's a branding thing at
uh,
a certain point.
well, at a point the connection just becomes that they are Stifler's cousins, so they are loosely related to Stifler, and they stopped being that was really the only connection until one called The Naked Mile, So this is American Pie Beta House. American Pie Beta House is a sequel to The Naked Mile. I've never seen The Naked Mile, but this is a sequel to that. This references the events of that, and this is one of the Stiflers, whose dad is I forget, you would know him. He's the bad guy from Flubber, I think. They drop him off at college, and they join up with a particular frat. I can't remember what the name of the frat is. And his cousin, Dwight Stifler, is the leader of this frat. And I will say the way so just off the bat, I like this movie, but it's a bad college movie, and you're watching it for boobs kind of way. I think this is a good movie kind of way. Does that make sense? Hold on. Wait for Jordan switching tech. I picked a bad moment to ask him a question. Hold on. Reconnect.
I can hear you. What was that?
So I like this movie. Unlike Animal House, which couldn't stand, I like this movie, but I recognize it's bad, but I had fun anyway, kind of way.
Oh yeah, I mean it's what you expect it to be.
Right. I'm watching this for boobs.
It knows what it is.
Right. And so one of the things I like about this is it subverts the evil fraternity, rival fraternity. So in this movie, the evil rival fraternity is the nerds, is the geeks, is the nerd guys who are all super rich and all the girls are into them because they know that they're going to be rich in the future after they graduate, and being rich makes you sexy. And the good guys are your atypical fraternity bro guys, and the movie is basically about their back and forth. There's a bunch of sex jokes, what have you. And the other connection to the original movies is Jim's dad is the former leader of this fraternity, and that's the connection to the original. So it's got Eugene Levy is in it for some fucking reason. And then there's a bunch of weird, like there's one particularly weird sex joke where the bad guys, the bad fraternity from the previous movie gives them information that the bad guy from this movie has sex with a goat. There's a scene where you see him have sex with a goat. It's very weird. It's very awkward. And yeah, this is kind of the point where I went, all of these movies are exactly the same. They're all exactly the same. Oh yeah, the thing I didn't mention about Animal House was there's an exceptionally long sequence where they dance to the song you make me wanna shout, na 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 na, shout, na na na, a little bit loud now, a little bit loud, you know that one? There's a really long song where they sing.
The one that the Christmas toy that we had used to do.
Yes, that's one. There's an exceptionally long song where they sing that. There's lots of scenes like that where it's just scenes of people dancing to music that are nothing. But like this one was like, yeah, this is funny, and it's came out in 2010, 2011. It's gross kind of way. I'm trying to think, was there anything important or major about this I wanted to say beyond the fact that it's loose connectiveness to this obviously wasn't exceptionally successful. The previous one was really successful, which is why they made this. There's obviously a reason why they stopped making these American Pie spin-offs. I guess probably because they finally got the cast back, and that's when they did American Reunion. Stalling. Is there anything else interesting about this? No.
3,
that's it.
2, 1.
That's American Pie Beta House.
Okay.
I think that's the last rapid movie.
My next rapid fire. Gonna keep this light and breezy. Is 22 Jump Street, which is just 21 Jump Street again.
Just do it again.
I hope you really like that joke because they make it a lot. That and they're gay partners. That's the other joke that they use a lot, and it gets really tiresome.
Korean Jesus. He's busy with Korean.
No, it has Vietnamese Jesus this time.
No, it's Vietnamese Jesus this time. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think.
I mean, no. There's a couple of jokes in this which legit are funny.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's bad. It's fine. You fucked the captain's daughter.
Or my other favorite character in this is Red Herring. No, I can't remember the character's name. But his mascot is the Red Herrings. That's funny. He's got the red herring tattooed on on his
Oh
wrist.
yeah, the
That's
football guy.
funny. That's a funny joke. That's a funny joke that you only get if you're really into narrative structure. Like if you're a big like story writing nerd, you're gonna think that's hilarious, and I am, and it is.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. It makes me chuckle.
It's a literal red herring. That's
there's not a lot to say about this
No.
movie. It's fun. It's stupid. It's exactly what it thinks it is.
Oh my
What I
goodness.
want to move past is I want to move past this movie, because I know that there at one point they were gonna do like a crossover with Men in Black, and I'm here to tell you that that's the wrong franchise to do a crossover with. The correct franchise to do a crossover with is the Kingsman.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Um, but and while I think it would be fun to have the Taron Egerton come and do his character, I also think it would just be hilarious if you had them cross over with the American Kingsmaker people, and you have two versions of what's his name
Channing Tatum?
Channing Tatum.
Oh, you're suggesting
or
that the
playing-
22 Jump Street should cross over with the Kingsman, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying the Kingsman should cross over with Men in Black.
No. I'm saying that the Kingsmen should
yeah,
cross
okay.
over with
I'm
22
still
Jump
into this.
Street, because to me it works like spies and police officers work better for me
Yeah,
than like
yeah.
police officer and alien people.
Yeah. That
It
spin-off
functionally
is...
works better for me. And then, like I said, I would have it cross over with the American Kingsmaker, so that you can have him playing two versions of two different characters
That'd be fun.
interacting with each other.
I'm in with that.
Because I think that would be hilarious.
I'm down with that. That Man in Black spinoff is worse than you think it is, because like it wasn't even like they were gonna cross over with Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. It wasn't even gonna be those characters. It was just gonna be random Men in Black people. Like
Yeah, that
it
makes
had
sense.
nothing to do with the Will Smith movie.
I would have been like, at best, maybe it would be
I'm conceptually interested.
at best they maybe would have gotten from the international, those two,
Yeah, maybe.
Hemsworth,
I don't think so, but
and
maybe.
the other one.
This
No,
was-
I'm just saying, like, it was never going to be Will Smith and Tommy Lee
To
Jones.
be fair, this
At
was
best, if they had gotten a crossover, the best you could have hoped for is it to be a continuation of Men in Black International.
I mean, maybe.
That's
but this
the
is,
best case scenario.
That email
and the
was,
worst case scenario is it would have just been two random people.
That email was well before that came out, so probably not. It probably would have been just two generic guys, new guys.
But no, the correct answer of the franchise that 22 Jump Street or 23 Jump Street or whatever
I don't
should have
understand
crossed
how they're
over
making
with would have been Kingsman.
My thing is that I don't understand how they're making 24 Jump Street. Guys, they're ancient. The whole premise of this is they're supposed to be able to blend into high school. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Don't do this.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, for me, they have to become the mentors.
I mean, obviously.
And then you bring in a new generation.
That's what I'm saying.
When did Kingsman come out?
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, Jordan, is that it for 22 Jump Street?
Yes.
Jump Street of the 22 Jump Street. Oh, God. Okay, Jordan.
2014.
I need to do a big rant about a bad movie. Oh, my God.
Wow, so they came out at like pretty much the first Kingsman and 22 Jump Street came out in the same year.
Not yet, Jordan. I lied. It's not time for the big angry rant yet. That's next. Jordan, this is...
So yeah, they definitely could have done a
Are you ready?
crossover. Sorry.
Are you familiar with a young man by the name of Sir Ryan Reynolds?
Yes.
Well, Jordan, there was a time...
I don't think he's been knighted, but I am aware of...
Ryan Reynolds. Jordan,
Anyways, go
Sir
on.
Ryan Reynolds. There was a time...
Prince of Canada.
Prince
Go
of
on.
Canada,
Go on.
yeah. There was a time when he was first becoming famous where he languished in shit R-rated comedies like Just Friends or Two Guys, a Girl in a Pizza Place.
Right.
And this, very famously, Van Wilder.
Or the one where he worked at a restaurant and wanted to fuck the high schooler.
Waiting. Van Wilder. This is Van Wilder. This is Ryan Reynolds plays the titular Van Wilder, who is a gentleman who has been in university for going on 7 years, and he is 16 credits away from graduating, and he has the run of the school. Everyone loves him and respects him, At one point, the guy from Harold and Kumar shows up and does a bad stereotypical Indian accent. I think it's like his first movie,
Okay.
and he
I was gonna say which one, Harold or
he
Kumar?
just wants to crush. He just wants to have sex. That's all he wants, and he winds up becoming Van Wilder's secretary or what have you. And he meets a girl who is writing a story for the school paper. Wants to write a story about him, and his dad discovers that he has been going to school on his dime and not remotely working to graduate, just partying. And so he cuts him off. So Van Wilder has to try to stay in school. And Jordan, it turns out that Van Wilder is actually deep down kind of just a good guy. He's a nice guy who just wants to help people out. Like there's a point where the nerds hire him to do a party for them, and he gives them the greatest party ever. And she writes the story, and he kind of becomes this party guy, like the guy who creates all the best parties. He's like, I don't want anyone to know that, because the nerds were like deep down they're cool guys. Other people just needed to see it. And he falls in love with the girl, and they wind up together, and it's kind of cute. And I kind of liked it. I kind of like I like the subversion of he's your typical atypical like douche guy who's he's actually a nice guy, and he actually wants to help people out. And yeah, he gets there's a moment I like where they're trying to take him down or whatever, and they sneak a bunch of minors, the bad guys of the movie, sneak a bunch of minors into his party, and as a result he gets kicked out of school. And he's like, let me back into school, and make me graduate, basically. Like I'm almost about to graduate, let me leave this school. And he's like, I'm gonna leave because ultimately I was responsible for that party, and I let those kids get in and get drunk, and like that's on me. So I need to punish me by like making me graduate. And yeah, he studies a bunch and graduates, and it all has a happy ending. It all works out. And this was I looked this up. This is obviously like pre Deadpool and all that shit. Yeah, it's when he was languishing and god awful. Nothing. Although I mean, this had a sequel and a prequel. So I guess this was popular, but this was created by I forgot to mention National Lampoon. This was made by National Lampoon, so this is National Lampoon's Van Wilder. That's it. That's Van Wilder.
Okay, this next one gonna be real rapid. Don't have much to say about it. It's a product of its time. I recognize that. I like it, but I also kind of feel bad for liking it. And that's called The Water Boy.
Water Boy. See, I maintain that to be fair, it's been a very long time, but I still don't think that movie out and out does it make the case that he has he is special needs.
I mean, here's what I'll say. What Wikipedia says, just so I'm going to use its words, is Bobby Boucher is a socially inept, stuttering 31-year-old man serving as the water boy for the University of Louisiana.
Okay, I'm gonna go socially inept. Socially inept doesn't mean special needs.
I don't think that's the correct series of words, but that's what others have decided is the case.
And I'm gonna go with that.
I think he's an autistic kid who was shielded from the world by his mother.
I think he's an autistic
and
kid.
has poor education as a result, and so is an idiot, a really big idiot, and his only development issue is that he has had no development.
And his mother gives him bad advice.
That's what I said. He's had no development.
His mother's like, it's like a rainbow. Yes, right. It's like a rainbow. What other advice did Mama have?
Yeah, I don't know. I both do like the movie, and I also think it's problematic.
I mean, it's an Adam Sandler movie. It is obviously problematic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it.
They should definitely not make a sequel, like I hear they're talking about making.
It's a thing where like I like the performances mostly, and it makes me laugh. Like it's a comedy, and it makes me laugh. But like It also makes me
sucks.
feel
It
bad
really,
about
really
laughing at some of the
sucks.
things that some of the mean-spirited things, I
Yeah.
should say.
Yeah, no, like the thing is, it's similar. It's similar to like a Napoleon Dynamite, where you're like, yeah, it's laughing at him, not with him. And good
Yeah,
comedy
in
is
a lot
laughs
of
with you,
cases,
not
but
at
like
you.
I think the difference for me between this and Napoleon Dynamite is like in the beginning, yes, it does feel like everybody's laughing at him, but unlike Napoleon Dynamite, this movie it does feel like there's a point where like they become fond of him,
Yeah, valid. That's valid. That's fair.
right? Whereas in Napoleon Dynamite, I never feel that
The
moment.
world only
In this
values you when you
moment,
have a
like
skill.
it does feel like there's a point where they come to like him.
Because he's good at the sport ball, Jordan. The world
Yeah.
only likes you when you can do a thing.
Pretty much. But like it makes it easier for the guilt in me to be in like, shoved to the side and still enjoy this movie.
I mean, that's fair. That is fair.
That's all I have to say. That's the water boy.
Okay. Okay, Jordan. Okay, Jordan. This movie sucked. This next movie.
And also, Justin, in my next one, I'm going to sum it up with one word.
All right.
No,
movie
one
sucks.
phrase. Phrase is easier. One phrase.
This next movie sucks, Jordan. It sucks really bad. It was awful. I hated it. It was bad. This is Spring Breakers. Cue the trailer. This is going to be a YouTube video. Cue it. We're cueing it. It's been cued. It's playing. I've cut all this part out when you're watching the YouTube video. And we're back. So this Jordan, for your benefit, Jordan, because it's funny because Jordan actually looked when he was picking his list. He looked at this and he almost picked it, and I went, "No, I already picked it." And he went,
There's a couple that I almost picked that you picked.
You would not like this like at all. You'd say this is it's okay. Okay, plot. Really quick plot. Plot is it's 4 girls from university. They go down to I think it's Florida for spring break, and they meet up with James Franco. And James Franco is a weird creep. There's a bunch of shenanigans, and then James Franco winds up getting killed.
I mean, I can summarize it even better. This movie just exists to have those 4 girls in bikinis.
Like you're saying that as a joke. Like
I'm not
you are.
saying it as a joke. I'm
is.
saying it is a
and
fact.
it does, and it is. It's not even just them. Like the thing, it's a movie of things in which you think you should or would like as a guy, but are awful. Like you would think seeing countless and never-ending images of women with their tops off would be awesome, but by like the 4th, exceedingly long. Like this movie was an hour and a half, and I swear to God, it felt like it was 3 hours. Like I felt like it just kept going. Every time I opened it up, I'd be like, oh my God, there's still 20 minutes left. There's still 30 minutes left. What the fuck? Like so many of the it's got this weird ephemerate. Everything is shot like it's a music video, where like it's just rapid cuts and slow motion, and like everything has this ephemeral kind of like dreamlike state quality to it, and I guess the idea is supposed to be like, oh, it's spring break. Spring break is supposed to be like magical or whatever, but it just like there's so many scenes of like characters going spring break, break.
So just an observation real quick. This movie is kind of the perfect case study of like dopamine, where like, yeah, you have a thing that objectively is pleasant and that like is nice to have, right? Which is seeing the girls in bikinis, right? But when you get too much of dopamine, it stops giving you that release that you initially got. So over the course of 2 hours of this movie, that initial pleasant however long it is, that initial pleasant like dopamine feeling of, oh, that's a nice sign, it stops getting its effectiveness over the period of the length of this movie, and you no longer get that same result by the end.
Like you're like, oh yeah, man. Like I said, when I was 14, 15, man, did I want to see? Was I looking for films in which Vanessa Hudgens and
I was a simple creature. That's the way you word it, Justin. I was a simple creature.
I was a simple
creature. People will know what you mean.
I was a simple creature. No, I'm trying to think who else is in this. It was Vanessa Hudgens and
Selena Gomez.
Thank you, Selena Gomez. Yeah, if you wanted to watch a movie in which you see Selena Gomez and Vanessa Hudgens in various state of near undress, if you're like, yeah, I just want to see Selena Gomez in a bikini for 40 minutes. Sure, all right. You're like, oh yeah,
Which
I
you know,
want to see.
when this movie came out, that's what people wanted.
I want to see Vanessa Hudgens naked in a pool. And you're like, oh, that sounds awesome. I mean, James Franco is sandwiched in between her and the girl from 13 going on 30, and it's really gross and exceedingly uncomfortable, and it goes on. Like, the climax of this movie is the one of the... Okay. This movie is just a series of escalating events. So it starts off with they're at home, and then they decide they want to go on spring break, so they rob a burger joint or a chicken shop or whatever the fuck, and they steal a bunch of money. They go down to spring break, and they do just a shit ton of drugs, just like a bunch of drugs. And they get arrested and sent to jail, and then James Franco shows up like an absolute fucking creep, dressed as he's the kind of guy that when you see him walk up, you're like, that guy's a drug dealer. And then guess what, Jordan? He is. He is a drug dealer. Like, complete with fucking grills and cornrows, and you're like, oh my god, you're the worst kind of stereotype. Holy shit. And so he takes the girls to a party with a bunch of other various drug dealers. And Selena Gomez is immediately like, whoa, red flag. I'm out of here. I don't want to. And James Franco, while coming across in every scene he's in, comes across as sinister and threatening. He's like, you don't have to worry, baby. I won't let anything happen to you. You'll be safe. And Selena Gomez is like, no, you girls should come with me. We should get out of here. And they're like, no, we want to stay. And so 3 of them stay. And then, long story short, one of the girls gets shot. So she leaves, and the end of the movie, the last 20 minutes of the movie, is just Vanessa Hudgens, I don't know who the other girl is, and James Franco having weird pool sex while the girls go, are we going to do this? And James Franco goes, are we brave enough to do this? And it just keeps cutting between them in various states of being naked, having a threesome, and saying that over and over again for like 5 minutes. And then they show up at this rival drug dealer's place, who he says he's his best friend. And the 2 girls in bright neon pink bikinis and bright neon yellow bikinis and neon pink ski masks kill everybody. Like, they walk up, and then James Franco gets immediately shot in the chest and dies, and they step over his body, and whilst in bikinis, shoot every single drug dealer and person in this building, and then drive off in his car and steal his car and leave, and serve no repercussions for it. And then the movie just kinda ends. And every scene is long and agonizing and slow, and like, it's got like 1,000 fucking cuts, and it's obnoxious, and none of the people in this movie are good people, and like, you're like, oh, if I want to see, you want to see Disney Channel stars do copious amounts of drugs while being half naked, I guess you'd like this movie, but it's so fucking weird and gross, and it's ruined by the fact that James Franco comes in at the end and fucking hijacks the movie. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. That's all the energy I can give to it. That and the inevitable YouTube video that I'm gonna make about how much I can't stand this fucking movie. Like, it is like some art house student's like wet dream. Like an art film student would be like, oh man, it's one of those movies where an art student would be like, this is profound. It has something to say about about spring break, blah blah fuckity blah blah blah. Who gives a fuck? But it's awful, and the people in it are awful, and it's boring, and I just don't think you'd like it.
To that, I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. But anyways, to that I would respond. I mean, it was kind of entirely marketed on the fact that they were in bikinis.
I know.
I very much remember the trailer of like they're robbing a store or something in their bikinis, and like that's what they're selling it on. So them being in bikinis for like most of it is not shocking.
No, it's not that it's shocking. It's just not very. I don't know.
I know. I'm saying, like, to find out that there's nothing more to it other than that. It was sold on that.
It's trying to act like there's. It's all style and no substance, but it wants to convince you that there's substance. Like James Franco got nominated for a bunch of. People were shocked he didn't win an Oscar for this, and I'm like, why? He's terrible. He's terrible in this. This movie is god awful, and the fact that it got nominated for so many awards bothers me because it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's so gross. and not in like an entertaining way, but in like a, oh my god, I don't need to see another a 50th fucking scene of a naked woman jumping up and down in slow motion against like sepia tone sunset colors, so it looks like it's artistic. Like, it's just, it's like, it's so up its own fucking asshole in a way that's obnoxious. Like, oh my god. I'm getting worked up talking about it. It's one of those movies that like, oh yeah, I hated this when I came out and I complained to you about how much I fucking hated it in the moment. And like I'm talking about it again now and I feel just as heated as I did then. But I just don't remember specific details now. Which is why I always have to do the angry rant immediately. Because I'm like, I'm going to lose all the details and I need to explode. Anyway. Fucking hated it. Spring Breakers. That's it. I just don't think you would like this movie, Jordan. I just don't think that you would.
Again, I'm pretty sure I've already seen it. Anyways, my next movie, gonna keep it brisk, keep it fast. It's gonna sum it up in 3 words. It's the movie is The Butterfly Effect. The 3 words are time travel is fucked. Moving on.
This movie is fucked. I like this movie. It's funny. That's funny. The funny thing about this movie is, I don't know if I said this the first time we talked about it, but I read the book first. You know how they always release the books that are based off of the screenplay. You know how they have the movie.
Like Spider-Man 2 book.
Yeah, where it's not based on the actual movie, but they get the screenplay early on, so it's missing. So the book, the screenplay, the scene, the bit in the basement. With the uncomfortable pedophile dad,
way longer and way grosser
and way more unpleasant.
Sure it is.
Yeah. This movie's fucking dark. It's dark. It is dark. Yeah,
and it's a real question on the nature of you can't fight fate.
No. Well, there's so you watched the director's cut, right? The one that ends with
the one where he where he strangles himself in the
version
room.
of it implies, and I think it's interesting that he's not the first kid that she's had.
No, he's the third.
He's the third. And the implication is that all those kids went back, they lived their life just like he did, and they went back in time, and they also killed themselves.
Did the same thing.
Yeah, they did the same thing. Yeah. And I think that's...
To stop the bloodline.
Yeah, to stop the... Yeah, exactly. And the theatrical version doesn't hint at that, and I think that's interesting.
It's definitely fucked.
It's so fucked. So much of this is fucked. And Ashton Kutcher doesn't get enough credit for this. He does. I think he's really good in this.
They're all pretty good in this, honestly.
My favorite character in this is still Thumper.
Thumper
is the guy from Boy Meets World.
Oh,
it's all about charisma, baby.
Ethan Suplee.
Yeah, Ethan.
Yeah,
Suplee,
when I saw him in this, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot he was in this. No, the weird one for me is I think it's the adult version of The Best Friend who goes crazy in one of the timelines. I'm pretty sure he's Foggy from.
He's Foggy from
Daredevil.
From Daredevil, yep.
Netflix Daredevil.
Daredevil, yep.
I recognize him.
Yep.
But overall, I mean, I don't I don't want to spend 20 minutes talking about each of the different timelines, but honestly, it's kind of fucked up how like the best timeline, objectively for everyone except for him, is the one where his arms and legs got blown off.
Right. I mean, I would argue the best timeline is the one where he doesn't meet her because he winds. Oh no, you saw the director's cut. In the theatrical cut, he winds up a successful something or other, and he meets her again on the street. So he winds up successful in that universe with nice hair and being.
But in the version that I like in the director's cut version, for everyone other than him, the universe where he blew his arms and legs off and becomes an invalid and wants to kill himself is objectively the best. The fucked up brother is not traumatized and hurt. The sister is not traumatized and she's in a good position and in a loving relationship with the best friend who is also not traumatized and crazy.
Right.
Like the only one who, I think his mom dies or at a younger age.
That's what causes him to go and change. His mom dies of cancer because he is a paraplegic. She takes up smoking.
Yeah.
So she ends up with cancer.
So that's where I say it's good for everyone. But
that's the point where he decides to change it though, because at that point she's the only one who doesn't wind up with a good future, and that's when he decides to change it. Up until that point,
I know, but
he's just gonna kill himself and move on. Ooh, that's fucked.
That's a thing which is like that's his mother,
Yeah.
right? So like he goes back and changes. It's a thing. It's not like an outside thing. Whereas
No,
like it's
that's
friends.
true. It's not selfless. That's a valid point. No, that is a valid point.
Um,
Yeah, they made a bunch of. I'm gonna probably end up watching at least one of the sequels because they made a couple of sequels, and one
there's
of
a
them.
sequel.
Yeah, there's at least two. No, at least one, maybe two, but one of them
How?
has
He dies at the end. Oh, I guess in the theatrical version he doesn't die.
It doesn't. Ashton Kutcher doesn't come back for any of them.
It says that there's 4 alternative endings.
Yeah.
There's the theatrical release where he was passing Kaylee on the sidewalk. Happy ending, alternative ending, showing Evan and Kaylee stopping on the sidewalk as they cross
They're all
paths.
varying degrees of just to prevent you from reading them
Open-ended
all.
alternative ending, and then the director's
Yeah,
cut.
they're all varying degrees of he runs into her on the street again.
Except for the director's
Except
cut.
for the director's cut. The director's cut is the only one that's drastically different. But yes, I know there's at least one more sequel because it has the girl from Smallville, the one who plays Lois Lane. She's in it. She's the girlfriend that he's trying to prevent, and it involves him looking or reading journals. The time travel. It's tangentially related to Butterfly Effect at best. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's 2. I'm pretty
There's
sure
3 of them.
There's 3 sequels.
No, 2 sequels. I'm just saying there's 3
3 in
movies.
total. Yeah. I just know that one of them has Erica Durance in it. That's
And then there was a reboot that was in development in 2013, but it looks like it fell out.
No, that's a shame. They really should do another stab at this because I do think that this is an interesting concept that they didn't really do much with. Jordan, is that it?
That's it.
That's it. That's all. Yeah, I don't think my next one is going to be nearly as passionate as that last one, Jordan. So
That's okay.
passionate.
We've had a lot of passion today, and I
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's okay that
Oh
not.
yeah. No, this is going to be short, Jordan. This is not going to be very long. I have like 3 things to say about this. This is Adventureland. This came out. This is one of Jesse Eisenberg's first movies. I didn't realize that, but this kind of came out around the same time as Zombieland, and this also came out around the same. This has a lot of kind of famous people. It has Jesse Eisenberg, Ryan Reynolds is in this, Kristen Stewart is in this.
Yes.
Who else? Bill Hader and Kristen Wiig are in this, and I think that's it for the famous people that are in this.
I just remember that the boss is
boss is Bill Hader with a mustache. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's Jesse Eisenberg. He's graduated.
It's been a long time
college.
since I watched that one.
We watched this in theaters.
Yeah.
On a free pass on a lark. But he has just graduated from college, and he has gotten a summer job until he can save up to go to grad school in New York. And he works at a
shitty little
amusement park. Kind of like our Playland. And the thing about this movie that I like is that it reminds me of a particular time in my life, in anyone's life. I assume that we've all kind of had a similar point in our life where you're in your like early 20s to late teens, and you take that like shitty job.
Yeah, your first job.
You're just taking for a little. No, not your first job necessarily. I mean, it was my first job, but it's the one you take sort of immediately out of college.
It's the short term. It's the short term thing.
Yeah.
That you're not going to do forever.
Yeah,
you're going to quit.
It has its own social hierarchy where everyone knows, and you're all kind of friends, but you're not really friends, and it's sort of vaguely like high school. This reminded me of when I worked at the movie theater. Like very much reminds me where it's like, yeah, this is what working at a job like that is like.
Reminds me of Triple O's.
Yes, or Triple O's is another great example. That's what it reminded me of, and we all have that, like, oh yeah, that person, this character is that person of that job that I had, and otherwise, honestly, on a rewatch, this movie's not great. I think there are elements of it.
It's been a long night. It's been too long for me.
There are parts that are funny, but like this has.
I remember it being very dry.
Well, that's the thing is this has the unfortunate consequence of I'm now watching this removed from it. So perhaps back when this came out in 2008, 2007, this would have been better. But it's Kristen Stewart circa Twilight. So she has the personality of cardboard. And
when did this come out?
2007, 2008.
When did Napoleon Dynamite come out?
Oh, this is well after Napoleon Dynamite.
Right, no, but that's my point. Is like I feel like with this was trying to capture that.
I mean, it's definitely trying to capture, like, it takes place in the 80s, so yeah, sort of. But
I just more mean like the dry, like
no.
the delivery of the
She,
humor.
Kristen Stewart is very. She's basically just Bella from Twilight in this, and she has no personality. And her and Jesse Eisenberg, they're supposed to be a couple. They have no chemistry, like none. There's a bunch of scenes that are supposed to be romantic, and they're not.
Yeah, that's like I said, Napoleon Dynamite.
Ryan Reynolds is awful in this. He's genuinely terrible. He has none. Like, he's playing this completely straight. He has no personality. He's supposed to be kind of mysterious and sexy, but the joke is that like he's the kind of guy who, like, he's an older guy who's mysterious and sexy, and all the girls are into him. But he turns out he's a loser because all he does is take girls to his mom's house and have sex with them. And he's just kind of a what's the word?
Predator.
Yeah, he's a predator. Who takes advantage of, like, girls who are in a way, and Kristen Stewart is away, and yet none of the performances are very good. Like, they're all really flat, and when not the only character who has even the remotest, who's remotely funny, is Bill Hader. He's the funniest character in this. But even then, him and shit, I'm forgetting the character. The woman who's playing his wife, who's Kristen Wiig. They're so flat and boring. Like, no, and it's not a stylistic thing. At least it doesn't seem like it is. It's just I just think it's Kristen Stewart has not become. I'm watching this and I'm going, Kristen Stewart, you can do better. Like, you've done better work, and I know you can do better. You haven't done better yet because this is when you're doing Twilight, but you will do better. And because I know you can do better, I'm enjoying this less. And it's the same thing with Jesse Eisenberg and Ryan Reynolds. I'm like, Ryan Reynolds, you can do semi-serious but still have a personality. You have no personality in this. This is really dull. I know you can do better work. Like, that's what this is for me. This is me holding this to a standard from the future because I know these people can do better, and that's not fair to the movie, but it makes the movie worse. Does that make sense?
Yes. Also, the part of what makes. Sorry, I'm just. It's been so long since I've seen your movie, so I'm just reading through to kind of refamiliarize myself. Like, there was something about the there was something about the Ryan Reynolds character in this movie which made him extra skeezy.
Yeah, he was cheating on his wife.
And yeah, he's cheating on his wife,
Yeah.
and that was the big thing.
He's cheating on his wife with Kristen Stewart.
Yeah, I just for whatever reason I was like, in my mind I remember the Kristen Stewart character being like young, but I think I'm mixing up with the restaurant one where she was young.
Yeah. He's supposed to be like he's cool and aloof and he's like, he says serious, he gives serious life advice, and it's so flat. There's no personality. Like, you're like, he's only, it's one of those ones where, like, it's supposed to be that he's charming, and I know Ryan Reynolds can be charming, but in the movie he has no charm. And maybe you're right, maybe it is an intentional thing, but it doesn't feel like it's an intentional thing.
To me, it always felt like they were trying to capture that energy that was really popular at the time, which was the Napoleon Dynamite one.
It does not,
because
really
that's the way that they act in that movie. No, very deadpan, very like
right,
flat,
but they're acting in a way that, like,
Dynamite.
That's just what Jesse Eisenberg was like in movies back then, where it's like, no, I just don't think he was a very good actor.
Yeah, I could say that for one or two of the characters, but all of the characters.
Well, no, the rest of them are fine. It's just the ones that are bad are the ones who, like, Kristen Stewart and Ryan Reynolds and Jesse Eisenberg are the worst parts. The rest of the characters are perfectly fine. They act like regular people. Their performances are fine. Those three are the ones that are bad.
My memory is that they're all stiff.
And the only reason why they're bad is because, yeah, I don't think I thought that they were stiff and bad at the time. Like, I remember thinking this movie was worse than I remember it being. Like, I remember it being a better movie, and it just wasn't very. I was like, this is. I've seen, like, wrap it up. I've seen you all do better work. You can do better. I'm not mad.
You will
go on to do better. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. This isn't your best work. All of you, this isn't your best work. You could all do better. Do better. And they did. They did do better. That's it. That's Adventureland. It was all right. It didn't, I'll put it to you this way. It didn't enrage me quite in the same way that fucking Spring Breakers did. So, it's a low bar, but it definitely cleared it.
That's fair. So my first have seen is Monsters University. This will be fast. I like this movie. I think this movie is good. I think that it was a smart decision to not focus on the we've known each other since like elementary
Yeah,
school line
I
that was
like
from the original,
I like
and
the
just
idea of them
let
meeting in college. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it works better.
Also, it's just a really
Um,
solid, like, it's funny. I know I started this off by being like, I hate frat boy movies, but honestly, there is the occasional good one, and it's just a solid frat boy movie.
yeah, well, this is the
Like, quite a
example
good
of
one, in
remember
fact.
how I said earlier there's two types. There's the we're getting drunk and wanting to have sex, and there's the we're a team, which is coming together and like learning to grow as a group.
Yeah, and fighting the evil,
This is
the bad fraternity. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But it's
This is the I mean this is what I refer to as the PG frat story.
absolutely, it makes fun of
Um,
all the frat boy tropes in a way that is family friendly, which makes it
yeah,
funnier. In fact,
which makes it funny and
it's not as good as
it's
it's not as
great.
good as the first one. I
Um,
just don't think it's as good as the first one. But
eh, no, I don't know. I mean, I it's a prequel, but I don't know how to word this. I don't view them as in the same.
fair enough. I can see why you would say
It's
that.
like it's. I don't know how to word it exactly, but it's like
I know what you mean.
they're yeah,
I know what
they're
you're getting
two
at. Yeah.
different movies with different things that are tangentially linked.
I mean, they're not, but I do.
But like in terms of real world application.
Yeah, it's about two different points in people's lives, so it doesn't feel fair. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know what you mean.
yeah. Like they're
It's
at
not
least they're
about them
voiced
getting
by
the
the
job at Monsters Inc. It's a yeah.
yeah, at least they're voiced by the same people. Like yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know how to word exactly what I'm thinking, but you get it.
Yeah,
Um,
thematically, it's a completely different movie. I do get it.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Um, and I really like this one. Um, I have
I
quite
like
a bit,
Randall in this. I like his character arc of starting off as a decent guy and discovering how he
and
becomes shit. I do I really like
yeah,
that part of
right.
it.
Like, and the fact that like the funny little thing of like the squint that he has in the live action one. Like, are you kidding me? He's been squinting all this time, not because he's like angry or upset at them, but because he's not wearing his fucking glasses.
Right? That's funny.
Like, that's a funny joke. That's an objectively funny callback
I always forget
to a
about
thing
this
from the
one.
first movie.
I like to think of this one
Um,
as like Monster Inc.'s
Monsters Inc.
yeah, like Forgotten Little Brother. Where it's like I always forget about this one when when you're talking about Pixar movies. It's like oh, I always forget about Monsters University. I think everyone
Yeah,
does.
it's just a really solid like prequel where it's like
Inoffensive.
there's no real stakes. Like you know they're gonna end up at Monsters Universe
Right.
or Monsters Inc. somehow. So like there's no real stakes, but that
I'm not
doesn't
saying
really
it's like the
matter.
ceiling, but it's not the floor. I don't know where this would be because it's like it's hard to like be overly praising of a thing when you always forget it exists. So like I always forget about Monsters University. So that means it's not terribly memorable. But when I do remember it, it's a solid flick,
There's a fondness there.
right? It's not Toy Story 3 or 4 or 5, but like it's not Luca or Brave.
Yeah,
But it's like it's
like
I don't want to say it's middling because it's better than middling.
I mean I would honestly if I'm using Toy Story I would be like it's not Toy Story 1 because it's not the first one, but like it's not Toy Story 3 where it's ending a saga. It really is like Toy Story 2.
Yeah, but I meant in quality. I didn't mean in.
No, that's what I mean.
I mean, yeah,
I think Toy Story 3 is better than Toy Story 2.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I think it's.
So I'm saying like if they came out with a third one, I don't think that the show which continues the story, I don't think that's Toy Story 3,
God,
right?
no.
But like if I'm comparing this in the movies and they came and they did a third one, like a third actual movie, which was like you know whatever, now they go and they find Boo and Boo's like 10 years old or something and it's been like a couple years, like then that's the Toy Story 3 equivalent for me of Monsters Inc. But for me, when it comes to Monsters Inc., in terms of quality, of relative quality, of movie quality, of all that, this is Toy Story 2 for me.
For me, if they were gonna do
It's
a
not
Toy Story,
Toy Story 1. It didn't do the first one. Like it's not the first one, so it's not doing anything like in that regard. But it's also not Toy Story 3, where it's not like making my heart making me go like, oh my god, it's like
if they ever did it at Monsters Inc. 4 or 3, what I would want to do is not necessarily skip over the show, like, but do a time jump and do it where it's like 15, however many years it's been since the first one, and Sully and them have been running the company successfully for however many years, and Sully's about to retire, and have it where Sully's gray, like he's turning gray. He's getting a little gray, he's a little older, and have it where they go to look for Boo. And then it's like, oh, we never resolved this. We let this sit on the shelf. We never did anything with this, and have it where it'd be like his last job, his last thing that he wants to do before retirement, or even before retirement is find Boo.
I like that. I have two things I would want to add to that. One, he like him and Mike are like in management positions, so he's not on the floor anymore, which I think is what they say they set up. They set that up in the
show. They own the company.
Whatchamacallit. But what I would do is I would have it be where part of it is because like their whole world now is based on like they go in and they do the comedy routines with the kids. So I would have it be where like Sully is about to retire and him and Mike go on this quest to go and find like the grown up Boo, and we find out and important thing, Sully has a son.
All right.
Maybe a daughter, but certainly some sort of kid. And over the course of the movie, him and Mike go on this epic saga of trying to find Boo, and then at the end of the movie, when we're about to find Boo, the grown-up Boo, we find out, because I think this would be a funny twist, that the kid that Sully's son and or daughter has been doing the comedy routine for all this time is Boo's child.
Ooh, I actually like that. I like that. I like that. Yeah, but you have to do it where they can't. You gotta go through the whole movie, this big road trip movie. And then you could have them come to our world and have a bit of it be in our world. They can't find her. They don't find her. They give up. All is lost moment. And yeah, I do like the idea of Sully having a son. Having a son.
I'm just feeling like that.
Who I don't know, maybe isn't good at the laughing thing or whatever, and there's like a father son kind of disconnect, what have you, and have it where
I mean the easy cheap sloppy
they're making Boo's kid laugh, and we finally find out what Boo's name is.
The easy cheap sloppy answer would be that of what I think would be funny would be that Mike also has a kid, maybe a daughter, who is not funny and is not good at making the kids laugh and is scary. And Sully's kid is the one that is not is the funny one, and like it's a subversion of their dynamic.
That would be kind of fun. But or you do it where Sully's kid is scary, and he's having trouble doing the laughs.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Mike's kid is funny, and he's the star, and that'd be kind of fun.
You have a subversion of it, basically, is what I'm saying.
That'd be kind of a fun dynamic.
But
a weird snake thing. That'd be kind of fun.
But no, I agree. I would do it a la Toy Story 3, where you have a real world time jump.
Or like even Cars 3, where like it's about the ending of something. Where it's thematically about finishing something that was left unfinished. Yeah, I think that would work. That's the only way you could bring back.
I think it's a good trope. It's a good trope at this point for like a third.
It has to be about.
It works for a reason.
Resolving this cliffhanger, this ending.
Yeah, because otherwise, I mean,
what's the point?
What's the point?
Exactly. What is the point?
We ultimately agree. I like Monsters University though.
Yeah,
to get back on point.
It is.
I
understand the desire to go backwards rather than to go forwards. I do understand.
It's easier in terms of this series.
I'm one of those people where there's so many people who are so unforgiving of this movie. Where they were like,
part of why they wanted to go back was clearly because they wanted to go back to the scaring part of it, the monster part of it.
So. Well, they couldn't figure out how to
simpler.
I think they couldn't figure out how to go forward without. It's the reason why they eventually made the show, and they couldn't figure out a way to move forward without including Boo, and that's what obviously became the show. Was we introduce a new character and we make it about him struggling to make people laugh or whatever. Yeah, so that's I understand why this is the way it is. There's a lot of people who hate this because they're like, I don't understand why, and it contradicts the original movie, and it's like. But
the reason why people got so upset was because of that one line where in the original movie they were like, we met in elementary school, and then it's like, oh, but no, they actually met in university, and it was this big sticking point for a lot of people where like at a certain point, The
easy way to fix that is you just have to be like. I think they do. Don't they say in there that they knew each other in elementary? Like they were like, oh, that's Mike, or oh, that's Sully, but they weren't friends.
No, I don't think so. I think that was the idea I think that was the idea that was going to be what it was. But like the director has gone on record and been like, at a certain point, like it was driving us crazy, and we wanted to, and at a certain point, we just had to shrug and be like,
whatever. It is what it is.
Whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. Get
Because
over
it's
it.
just it's not it's I mean it's one of those lines where like he could have been saying it offhandedly like as a joke.
Yeah.
Like they didn't
yeah.
actually know each other since elementary, but they've known each other for so long.
It feels like
Like
they
there's a
have.
lot of ways you
It's a
can
lot
write
of
you and
ways you can
explain it
explain
away.
exactly. Like who cares? That's one of those things where
So
it's
where
such a
like
small
where
thing,
like
who
I look
cares?
at it and I'm like, if that's the one thing that makes this movie quote unquote bad, then that's a very small
That's
thing, and I
such
can
a
move
small.
past it.
Yeah, exactly. Jordan, is that it for Monsters University?
Monsters University, good old Monsters U.
M of you, Jordan. So my first thing is so it's really funny. This is my first half scene. This is Drumline, and I first watched this. I can't remember. I know I watched this in high school. I can't remember if it was in band or if it was in one of my personal development classes. But so this is Nick Cage, not Nick Cage, Nick Cannon of Nickelodeon fame. He is graduating high school, and he gets a scholarship at this all black historic university as part of their marching band. And this movie is one part music movie, one part college movie, and one part sports movie, because it's a music movie with all of the tropes of a sports movie, specifically a football movie, where like, so he goes to join this marching band, and it is the most intense marching band I've ever seen in my life. Like at one point, they've got them like running upstairs doing laps as they carry the drums on their back as they run. And I'm like, I just don't know of a scenario in which they're gonna have to play the drums while doing a full sprint. I just don't. I don't see where they'll be like, guys, run! We gotta run for it. Like, when is this gonna happen? At one point, they're practicing drumming, and the guy's like, drop it, give me 20, and I'm like, why?
I mean, other than
Why?
general fitness, I guess. I don't know.
General fitness, I guess. Maybe it helps you don't gas out from playing. And to be fair,
to be fair, some of them make more sense than others. Like, if you're carrying a flute, I don't think you need to have the same amount of fitness as you do to carry like a gigantic tuba.
Yeah, the point
Gigantic
is,
tuba
though,
makes sense to me that you need to be in a certain amount, or the drum is an example where like that shit's heavy, so yeah, a certain amount of weight training I guess is necessary.
For a lot of stuff, like they're taking this way too seriously. But then I looked into it and I was like, well, no. I mean, to be fair, it's the kind of marching band where like, you see, like, where it's like the ones where like they there's a bunch, there's like 100 of them, and like they make shapes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's one of those marching bands. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess at that level of marching band, I suppose.
Yeah, that's where I say
there is
a
level of intensity. I guess. I suppose. What was the
So
other
not a
bit?
very good movie, is what you're saying.
There's another bit to this that I want to talk about. The marching band.
You didn't like it.
Very, very serious.
You thought it was bad.
There's the one white guy who's like, why do you want to be here? And he's like, because I really like the music. And they're like, fair enough. At a certain point, I think I said a similar thing about Whiplash, where it's like, I like music as much as the next guy, but when it's like 5 uninterrupted minutes of a guy going bangity 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 bangity, flip the thing, bangity 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 bangity, flip the thing, bangity bang, I'm like, I don't like.
I get the point.
Yeah. Like there's a certain amount of this where I'm like, there's one point where they have like the tubas or the drums and like this is not exactly it, but it's something to this effect of like they throw their instrument up in the air, do like a flip and then catch it and then move on, and I'm like, what is any of this? Why is any of this? Like the big climax of the movie, it treats it like we're in the third quarter of the big football game and they have to do a big like one-on-one drum. Basically, it ends in a big competition where they're doing their music off to each other, and they're like, oh, for the first time ever, it's a tie. And I'm like, it's a music competition. Music is subjective. How do you have a tie? Like,
Pick one. Which do you think is better?
Right? It's not like sports where where there's like a score, and so it ends with they have to do a drum off, and so it's just
Or
them
chess,
standing
where
there.
there's a set number of moves that you can make, one like some of which could lead you into a tie
Right,
position.
right.
This is a subjective. This is a popularity contest. Which one do you like more?
Which one do you
Which
like
one
more?
would wear a
Exactly.
better outfit?
Exactly. Like, so it ends
Choose a
with,
defining thing which will enable you to make a choice.
right. It ends with them. They do a drum off, and it goes on for fucking ever of them just going bangity 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 bangity, and you're just like, what? Why is pick one? Like, who cares? Why are we doing
right,
this?
you
This
win.
is just extending the length of the movie. You win. Like, this is so arbitrary. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fucking shit? And yeah, it was so hard for me to take any of this seriously because I'm like, it's fucking marching band. From my perspective, maybe it's because I don't know. I always come back to maybe it's because I'm Canadian, but in my brain, like, marching band is lame. Like when I was in media, like there's the guy who plays Biff. He does a really funny routine about the tuba, where he was like, yeah, people would throw shit into my tuba. Like, being in the marching band is fucking lame. It's dork shit. And so this movie is like, this is the most serious thing we've ever done in our life. I'm like, you're in school for music.
I mean, it's dork shit, or you're only doing it to get into college and or maintain your college
right?
scholarship.
Yeah, right. I'm like, a scholarship to play the drums? All right, I guess. Okay, sure. Why the fuck not? Yeah, no, it's not that it was bad. It was just one of those, like, this is a tropey movie for a different kind of movie. Like, it's a bunch of football sports movie tropes in a movie about the marching band. It's truly one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. So strange. Drumline.
All right. Second half scene. Neighbors 2, sorority rising.
Stop it! You're making them hotter.
The girls are kind of more unpleasant than the boys were in
They're
the first one.
the bad guys in this. Yeah, they're all I know. It's really weird. I remember not liking this one as much as the first one.
Well, I mean, like, they're more unreasonable because, like, in the first one, it was like, you know, the Seth Rogen and what's her face are like, we're not going anywhere. You guys need to cut this shit out. Like, hard line. Like, there's no negotiation or anything. Here, they're just like, hey guys, we have escrow for 30 days. Can you just, like, chill for 30 days and then you can do whatever you want?
We don't give a shit.
And,
Do
like,
whatever you want
they're
after that.
very reasonably asking a very reasonable thing, and the girls have a very, very, very unreasonable reaction.
Yep, it's true. They're like, no, we're gonna make your lives difficult, and we're gonna trick Zac Efron into helping
because
us.
because the system works against us, we're now gonna punish you as a result.
Right. A lot of these movies are like that, but this one is, I think, doesn't it split the narrative between the two of them in a way that's sloppy, and that's the one thing I remember about this is it tries to make you sympathize with the girls, but then they feel like they're in a completely different movie.
Yeah, same as the first one.
I just remember this one being worse though.
I mean,
maybe because the girls don't have the charisma of a Zac Efron. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
I can't say that. I can't make that decision for you, but that certainly could be true.
I don't know. I'm being fair. I'm never. It's
what
hard.
I will say is this did decently well financially.
Okay. They were gonna make a third one at one point, and then it fell through. They never ended up doing it. But they
just don't know how you do.
I don't know.
They moved away.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess I should say I can see how you might, but like even then, not really, because now the sorority. I guess maybe with the third one, like it's them as landlords now.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
And like
clearly they couldn't. It didn't work out. I remember that.
Yeah,
it was one of those things where they announced it, like Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen were gonna come back, and nothing ever came of it.
Because like Seth Rogen and what's her name? They moved to like the different house and are no longer near a sorority. So like, what do you do other than
bring them back to help someone new?
I guess maybe have them be the landlords, and like the sorority is destroying their house.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what you would do for a third one of these. No, I've never been a fan. It's tough because I don't like child actors, but I've never really liked Chloe Grace Moretz. Just another one of those I've never liked her in anything. That's not true. I do like her in Kick-Ass, but like I'm never her character. I always dislike her. No, that's not true. I actually kind of liked her in. Never mind. I don't like her in this.
I mean, that's because she's supposed to be like an unpleasant person.
She's unreasonably unpleasant person.
Um,
Although, doesn't this one have the one where they knock down the girl and she's like, yeah? I remember that bit being funny.
yeah, it does.
These movies are still funny. It's just not. I just don't think it's as.
Oh
good.
yeah, I mean, it's not to say I didn't have fun with it. It's just I'm just watching. Like I like this movie. I had a good time with it.
Stop it! You're making. I just remember. Stop it!
I
you're
just
making
think
them sexier.
objectively, the girls are way more unreasonable than
I
the
think that
boys
is
were. But that's
indisputable.
also part of the joke.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's true. It is part of the joke. Yeah.
like
that is valid.
the like it's one of those like it's a little cringe at times, but like it still is fun. Like, there's the entire point where they had the speech where they were like, oh, they wouldn't say we're being unreasonable if we were men, and like
Fucking
that's
hate
the-
shit like that. Yes, they
that's
would.
the point, and it's just like, yes, they would, yeah, but that's the joke.
Yeah.
So like the joke either lands for you or it doesn't, and it mostly
Yeah,
does.
shit like that makes me cringe. I'm like, oh, yes.
But
they
yeah,
would. I don't find humor like that funny because it's just like
no, not
it's
really.
just so on the nose.
But for me, it's like I enjoy the good low hanging fruit humor as much as the next guy. But when the fruit is hanging too low, it's on the ground, and I don't want to eat fruit that's been on the ground.
Well, I my thing is like I can't stand. And
You understand?
Yes, I do. I think this is a compliment because I do think that this doesn't do that. But there's nothing I hate worse than female R-rated comedies where they insist that women just talk like men, and then you read it, you're like, oh, it's because it's written by a man. This isn't that. But like this, I can't stand movies like that because it's like, ugh, it makes those jokes feel extra awful. You're like, oh. Anyway, anything else to say about The Neighbors 2? More Neighbors.
This was written by like 5 people.
Yeah. Nicholas Stoller. I don't know if Seth Rogen wrote it.
Nicholas Stoller, Andrew J. Cohen, Brendan O'Brien, Seth Rogen, and Evan Goldberg.
Oh, Seth Rogen wrote it. Yeah, Andrew Goldberg. Yeah, Andrew Goldberg is I'm pretty sure he's the the show The Goldbergs?
The one that
Shane is in.
Smosh, yeah, Shane was on.
No,
I'm
that might be
aware
Adam
of it.
Goldberg. But there's he produced the guy who that show is about, the kid on that show. I'm pretty sure he's the guy who wrote this. Hold on, let me just look.
Well, it looks like Evan Goldberg is Seth Rogen writing partner because he's
Yes.
been in a lot of things.
Yes,
Anyways,
it is.
that's Neighbors 2 Sorority Rising. That's my second have seen. Balls in your court, buddy.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, it was Adam Goldberg, not. But he did. Adam Goldberg produced and wrote a bunch of stuff. He did. That was it. Adam Goldberg. He produced. Remember how we talked about the Muppets Wizard of Oz?
Yes,
He did. He produced and wrote that.
I understand.
Yeah, but yeah, he's the who the show The Goldbergs is about, his childhood. Anyway, my next one is a little movie about a little janitor, Jordan, a little janitor who saw a big mathematical equation written on a board, and he thought to himself, I need to solve that equation. This is a movie called Good Will Hunting. This movie's the wildest thing about this movie will forever be the fact that it was executive produced by Scott Mosier and Kevin Smith. Like Kevin Smith, he always is like, oh, I make shit movies, but he produced an Oscar award-winning movie. I mean, sure, is his name up there alongside Harvey Weinstein? You know what? Let's pretend that that's not the case. But he is an award-winning, Oscar award-winning movie producer, and no one can take that away from him, no matter how many fucking bratwurst Nazis he puts in movies. What movie was that from? I can't remember. Anyway, how many Clerks 4s and Jay and Silent Bobs he makes, he will forever be an Oscar award-winning producer. This movie's so good. It's the kind of movie where like initially I'm like, oh, I'm not really getting into this. Like, I'm not really feeling this. This is really kind of dry and slow. And then like as it goes on, you just kind of fall. And I want to say it's entirely Robin Williams, because the best scenes in this movie are the ones with Robin Williams. Just flat out, full stop, hands down, no question about it. all the best ones are the ones where it's him. The best scene in the movie is the one where it's Robin Williams and Matt Damon. He's talking about making the wife fart, and or how the wife used to fart in bed, and Matt Damon is like genuinely laughing. Like you could tell it's all like there's a bunch of scenes where you could tell it's just Robin Williams riffing. And the actors, like, it's not even just Matt Damon. Like, there's a couple of scenes where you can tell Matt Damon is genuinely laughing, and it makes the scene feel organic and real. It like levity. It's always, it drives me crazy when people like saying a joke in a scene shit, because it's like, no, that's real life. Real life is you create your own levity. You make jokes. You create humor. You will, in an uncomfortable situation, make a joke and make people laugh. Like, that is real life, and it makes interactions between people feel real, right?
I understand.
And those are you've seen this, right? Yeah, you watched this for the show.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you did it for Robin Williams.
I'm pretty sure.
But yeah, and then there's certain like lines he did like at the end where he leaves them with a note, and he says, "I have to go and see about a girl," and he's like, "Son of a bitch stole my line." That was improv. He 100% did that improv, and like shit like that is iconic. Even not even just Robin Williams, Stellan Skarsgård, who's in this as well. He's the professor from Thor. There's a scene where him and Robin Williams are having a beer, and he has what looks like a genuine, sincere laugh, and like make those moments feel not organic, authentic. That was the word I was looking for. Authentic. It makes it feel authentic, like they're real people. It makes them disappear into the role, and I like Robin Williams in this. I like how he flips. Like I like how he feels like he isn't just Robin Williams. Like this is the one that like, oh yeah, my guy can act, and it's real great. Like I mean, it's hard, and it's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's first movie, and like I didn't love Matt Damon. Like I don't like the idea as I've gotten older. The notion of the poor.
Okay, Justin.
Huh?
Neither does Jimmy Kimmel. He doesn't love Matt Damon.
He doesn't
either.
love Matt Damon either. Something we have in common. No. Jordan, you get they're actually friends, and it's a bit, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No,
What?
they hate each other.
What? Jordan, am I ruining the magic?
What are you talking about,
What?
Justin?
I
They
don't know.
absolutely can't stand each
Am
other.
I ruining the
Justin.
illusion?
Justin, don't spoil the magic for people who don't know
That's
things.
true.
Justin.
I'm not a fan of the tortured genius. The guy who acts like an asshole to everyone around him and gets away with it because he's some sort of genius. The one thing I meant to Wikipedia, read on the Wikipedia.
Yeah, it's a little too close to home, man.
Yeah, I'm not a genius. The bit I see. I wish you remembered this better, but like the bit where he's talking about they're talking about how his
It's not
foster
your
dad.
fault, man.
Right.
Shut up.
Is the implication there that he was touched as a kid, and not and like the priest way, not like the angel way?
Going off my memory, I maybe I think either that or like the implication is like maybe in less in that way, but it could also be interpreted as like what happened to, this sounds bad, with our former stepfather, and how there are still lasting damages that result
Maybe-
just from poor childhood upbringing.
Well, because earlier in the scene,
Is I guess the
I
best way to put it.
I do get what you mean, but because like earlier in the scene, Matt Damon talks about how the foster dad beat him up. So like I thought maybe that's what he means when he says it's not your fault.
Could be that.
Maybe it's up for interpretation. I meant to look this up before this and I completely forgot. But he's so good. So like Matt Damon and Robin Williams' chemistry is so good in this movie. Like the best scenes are the ones where it's just the close-ups of them just talking. Like
I guess what I would say in response to that is, unless they specifically state it, it's kind of left up for the audience's interpretation.
That's valid. That's completely valid. But yeah. Love Good Will Hunting. Like I remember, it's the same thing. I remember when I was watching this, I was like, oh man, the first like 30 minutes of it's just him, Ben Affleck, and their friends just hanging out. The scene in the bar where he's like, hey, do you like apples? Poof. How do you like them apples? That scene's great. I got a number. How about them apples? That scene's great. But it is a little bit dry. Ben Affleck's great in this. Like I kind of forget that he began his shit. He kind of became like, oh, I'm the put upon nice guy, and like he didn't start off. He started off his shit as the asshole, and it's kind of easy to forget that. I completely forgot that that's what his character is in this. He's okay. He's not bad, but it's sort of wild to me that they went from being the Kevin Smith. I did the Kevin Smith movies, so now we're winning Oscars, guys. Like that is such a wild career transition for a couple of actors. Like it kind of makes you go like I love movies like this because they teach us that anything is possible for anyone in the world of entertainment. It's why I love the world of entertainment, because you can if you have a good idea and you just work that idea, it can turn into something greater than the sum of its parts. And I think this did do that for these guys. Like, yeah, they like the fact that they wrote this on their own, and you've got Robin Williams, and it's the first movie they made. Like, I don't know, maybe they had a bit of juice in Hollywood, but it doesn't sound like they did. Yeah, really good. I was surprised the first time I watched. This felt like one of those experiences where I'm gonna be the guy who says he doesn't like Good Will Hunting. Like, I remember the first time I watched it, being like, I'm gonna hate this movie because it's gonna be a slog of a fucking movie. And I remember walking out of it being like, man, Robin Williams makes. I think if Robin Williams wasn't in this, it would not be as well regarded as it is.
Absolutely, he elevates the product.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. I just don't think it would. I think Ben Affleck and Matt Damon are pretty good, but I think Robin Williams brings Matt Damon up. He elevates that performance, those scenes. The most memorable scenes are "Don't go there, man," and all that shit. That's the memorable shit. That's the shit people remember.
I think this movie without Robin Williams would have been okay.
Yes.
I think this movie with Robin Williams is special, is the word I would use.
Interesting. I would have maybe put it without Robin Williams, it would have been good, but with Robin Williams, it became great, legendary even. Which is we're saying the same thing.
I think it's
good. I think it's good with her.
I prefer special
because I think
it's something special because it's an example of it's better than the sum of its parts.
Yes, you know what? That's fair. All the right things had to align in order for this to be as good as it is. And then you're right. I think if it was just Robin Williams, and I think if Matt Damon and Ben Affleck weren't there, it wouldn't be the magic wouldn't be there either. Like I think they need to be there for the magic to be there.
It might still be good. It might still be great, but it would be different. Like for example, if you took out Matt Damon and you put in Leonardo DiCaprio, for example,
it would be good, but it wouldn't be the magic
it could potentially be a great movie, but it would be a different movie. It would be a different character with a different interpretation, right? Same if you took out Robin Williams and you put in someone of equal or greater value. I don't think it's the same. It would maybe still be great, but it wouldn't be Robin Williams.
It wouldn't be
It'd be very different.
Magic. Yeah, his adding
so
little things.
It's the combination of all the different things made something that ended up being special.
And he added so many
that's my interpretation.
Little things that are so innocuous, like the damn he stole my line, like that's brilliant shit, and it's so subtle. And it's why it bothers me when people are like, oh, Robin Williams, he goes, oh, I'm Robin Williams. Like when people reduce him to, when The Simpsons or Family Guy reduces him to that, and I'm like, but he was so much more complex than that. He was so much better than that. And I understand why he wanted to be known as more than just that. And I think this does teach us that he was more than just.
I think this is definitely one of. I think this is definitely one of those.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't want to say it's his best movie because fuck me, I love Dead Poet Society. I love this.
The problem with Robin Williams. The problem with Robin Williams, and this is a great problem to have, is he had so many highs that it's really hard to just for me to pick a favorite. Although for me, I think I'd choose Genie.
I cannot honestly think of a low. Even something I would identify.
I could think of some lows, but for a low for Robin Williams would be a high for many other.
That's
actors.
what I was about to say. I was gonna be like, Old Dogs is definitely a low, but it's better than other people's lows. His low is better than some people's best.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that's someone else's
high. For other
high.
people, it would be a high.
Right. That's it. That's Good Will Hunting. I fucking love this movie.
Speaking of lows, that's a great segue.
Good segue.
Let's talk about my first have not seen, which I'd have to go back and look at my list again, but arguably, I think it's my least favorite movie of the week.
Oh, snap.
And that's Revenge of the Nerds.
Dude, okay. I never. Sometimes you echo sentiments, and it's really gratifying, and it's really satisfying, and it's really validating. I fucking hate this movie, and
It
is an iconic piece of comedy. Like, people constantly refer back to it as being like the seminal pillar of 1980s comedy. It is awful. It's awful. I'm glad to hear you say that, because it's really validated.
I would not only say that I don't like it. I honestly probably would go so far as to say I think I hate it.
It's one of the worst movies I've ever. It's one of those, like, this is dated for now, and even at the time, you should think this is bad.
I kind of take personal offense to it. Yeah. in a number of ways.
Right. Well, I mean, not only is it a shitty. I mean, okay, I gotta be fair. The shitty 1980s nerd stereotype is. Sorry.
Just let me finish my thoughts here, before you jump in. It's offensive to me in a lot of ways, considering, like, all my life, I was called a nerd,
right?
Or like, even like friends or people that like me,
they
would fondly refer to me as a nerd, or the pale kid, or the geek, or the this or the that. And this movie is like the reason why.
Yep.
It's everything it's the stereotype.
Pocket protectors, it's fucking glasses.
That's wrong with the stereotype of, and it's offensive to me.
It's the shitty laugh. It's the button-up shirts. It's the glasses. It's the slicked back hair.
Not even just
it's all of it. It's all of it.
But it's the entitlement of the, oh, I'm a nice guy, so I'm entitled to have a pretty girl like me.
Yeah. I'm the nice guy. I'm entitled to. The incel. These guys are incels.
This is the progenitor.
This is the progenitor. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna fuck up. Yes, exactly. Progenitor. Origin point.
Anyways. Origin point
of the nice guy who thinks he's entitled to women.
And that's where this comes from. And not only of the nice guy that thinks he's entitled to women, but of society seeing. I don't know how to word this. Of society punishing people who look like they could be that person.
Right.
Even if they're not that person.
Right.
This movie is bad for just a number of
don't even
reasons.
Get me wrong. Like
and that's not even talking about the fact that like what the main character who's supposed to be the hero rapes a person.
I mean, yeah, he does. Yeah, no, yeah, he does. Technically, yes.
He rapes her. It's a rape by it's a legal term.
Yes, there is.
I don't know if it was back then, but it's a legal term now. Hold on, I can tell you. It's here. It's in this.
That was the thing I appreciated about the Wikipedia article for Animal House, when you looked that up, was that it identified
rape by deception.
Yeah, that's what it was. I don't know that. To be fair, I don't think that was a thing in the 1980s. Not that that's an excuse, but
apparently. So this is funny. Due to the influence of the film, a genuine Lamba 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 fraternity was founded at the University of Connecticut in 2006.
That is funny. Sorry.
That's the name of the fraternity that they create in this movie.
That is funny.
But I wanted to punch them.
Right? Nerd! And
that's not even talking about the fact that, like, one of the fraternity kids is like a 12-year-old kid who, like, he's a genius, and so his parents force him to go to university or whatever, like, advance him way farther. He doesn't want to be there. They drop him off and basically leave him. That bothers me for a number of reasons. One of which, like, there's a point where, like, he's trying to find a place to live because all the housing, they get booted out for some reason, which I missed. And he ends up at this one house where it's like this older lady who's like touching his cheek and flirting with him, and I'm like, he's 12.
That's gross.
Disgusting. Imagine if this was reversed and like it was a fraternity guy, like a 40-year-old man who was doing that to a 12-year-old girl. Like, no, stop it.
Wrong, stop.
Even in the 1980s, this had to be bad.
Right? There's no way this wasn't also bad.
But, like, God, come on, man. This movie is not good. It makes me uncomfortable.
I'm
gonna let you jump in and say your piece, but this is it. I have nothing more to say about it, and I'm checking out.
Um, they're the kind of guys who like
Also, there's sequels, and that upsets me too.
right. The thing about the guys in this movie is the movie wants you to sympathize with them, but they also suck. Like they also suck, and they're also awful, and they're also terrible, and like they're the kind of guys who you would cover your drink around. Like they're just like you
All the
know
guys
one
in
of
this
them
movie
did
are
something
like
to
that.
a woman at one point, and that it's gonna come back in his presidential or senatorial run, and he's gonna pay her to not say anything. Like they like 5 of them have that vibe. Oh yeah, no, he's gonna be a senator, and one
On
day he's
both
gonna pay this
sides.
girl to not talk.
You know, on both sides. It's just on the one side they're Democrats, and on the other they're Republicans.
Pretty well.
But, like, they both are two sides of the same coin.
Pretty well.
Is
Pretty
that
well.
going to get me in trouble?
Probably.
Maybe. Is it the truth? Yes.
Is it gonna get me in trouble? Yes. Is it accurate? Absolutely. No.
That's
it's just-
Revenge of the Nerds. It's not a good movie. I not only do I think it's not a good movie, I would actively discourage anyone from watching it ever.
Right? It's just it's terrible. I think it's because I am yeah. Like it just gave nerds such a bad reputation for like fucking years, and like it seeped into pop culture in a way. It's the same thing with Animal House. It's one of those movies that seeped into pop culture in a way that was destructive. That you're like, oh
Yeah.
man, it just doesn't. Gross and awful and bad.
It,
and I hate it.
it perpetuates a stereotype, and that's always a bad thing.
Right, right. And like, ugh. Although, I mean,
An offensive and harmful stereotype.
I'd like though. I would say, I would like to bring this back.
I think
but make
for
it
me,
not
like,
shitty.
well, I think part of it for me too is as we move into 2026, the big difference between 2026 and the 1980s is the 1980s, especially with comedies, their whole thing was making fun of a group of people, like
Right.
others, whatever that is in whatever movie it is, right? In this one, the entire point is it's making fun of nerds. That's the point of this movie, right? And as opposed to in the 1980s, 1990s, whatever, it was mean spirited.
Yes, exactly. It was
Whereas
so
as we move
bullying
on
people was
from that,
okay.
yeah, and as we move on from that, and as we move on into the future, that becomes less a thing.
Right.
And so when you then go back and watch a thing from that time period, you're like, this is mean spirited and not in a fun way.
Right.
That's kind of, I think, my ultimate
God,
problem.
that's a great transition, Jordan, to my thing. My next thing. Legally Blonde. Bana! No.
That was one of the ones that I almost picked.
Yes, this is Legally Blonde, Jordan, is about young Elle Woods, who is
Reese
dating,
Witherspoon.
played by Reese Witherspoon, who says things about herself that like made me go, oh, I don't know how to put this. I just know that she says this, and she says at one point that guys only like her because she's blonde and has big boobs, and I went,
I mean,
does she? I guess. And so, yes, this is a movie about not judging people based on how they look. Of not judging people based on whether or not they're a stereotype. So she wants to date a guy, and the guy's like, she's expecting a guy she's dating to propose to her to be married. And he's like, well, we had a fun few months, but I need to be
she wants
serious.
to be getting married, engaged to after a few months. That's
I
insane.
don't know. Maybe it was a year. It was a certain period of time anyway. And he's like, look, you're a fun side thing, but I have to be serious and date someone serious if I want to be a senator one day or whatnot. And so he breaks up with her. And she's like, well, if I'm going to like him, if he's going to like me, I need to prove that I'm smart. So I'm going to chase after him to Harvard. So she somehow, inexplicably, gets herself into Harvard business school and law school.
She probably bribes her way in. Wink, wink, say no more.
It implies that she's smart, that she does it on her smarts and skills. But all right, and so she winds up in at university, and he's still like, yeah, man, no, like you're here doing that. It's an oddly sexist and misogynistic movie because every character talks down to her. Like the joke is that she's blonde and therefore stupid. So
I
he's
mean,
like,
that is the dangerous
he's
stereotype.
like, oh yeah, you're here, but you're not serious or whatever. So she's like, well, I'm gonna prove to you that I am serious. And then they break up for real this time, and she hunkers down, but bunkers down, and studies a bunch, and becomes an A student, and she winds up joining the internship of the professor from the Flash, who is the law teacher in this, and she winds up working for him, and they're doing a case where it looks like a guy, an old man in his 60s, has been shot and murdered, and he is married to a young 20-something girl, blonde girl, and everything looks like she shot him, and she's on trial, and she has to defend him, and her stepdaughter and the lover say that the second wife did it, and so they interview her in prison, and she's like, I have an alibi, but she won't say what it is. And so then Reese Witherspoon goes to see her later on, and she's like, what's your alibi? And she's like, I can't say. She's like, come on, man, you can tell me, it's fine. She's like, okay, fine. And the whole deal is this girl is a fitness instructor. She is rich and famous off of these exercise tapes, basically. And she's known for like, 3 easy steps and you lose a bunch of weight. And her alibi is that she was getting liposuction. And she's like, I can't tell anybody because that'll destroy my reputation. Which, like, I mean, it would. Can you imagine? Like, if she were a famous rich fitness person and she was like, yeah, I cheat, that would absolutely destroy. When they were like, yeah, she's like, I got liposuction. I was like, that actually would destroy her career. Like, that is kind of a big deal.
It's
like,
the equivalent of like finding out that a basketball star was cheating.
Right, or using steroids or something. Yeah, exactly.
Steroids, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so there's a bit where they're interviewing they're interviewing the pool boy who cleans the pool in his underwear or whatever. And what exactly triggers it?
Like they're taking the
they
witness
confront
or
him.
whatever.
They confront him in the hallway, and he's like, oh, just take your last year's shoes out of here. And I was like, he's fucking gay. And he's like, no guy would know what last year's shoes look like. No straight man. He's definitely gay. And so then the what's his face? Luke Wilson is in this, and he cross-examines the guy. He's like, when did you guys dated, right? Yeah, where'd you go? We went to this place. What's the name of your boyfriend? Chuck. I didn't mean to say it. It turns out that he is gay. And so they interview the daughter. And the daughter is like, yeah, they're asking her the professor from the Flash tries to offer Reese Witherspoon a job. Like, what are you doing for next year for such and such position? And he goes to feel her up, and she's like, oh, this is funny. He just wanted me for my body. He only hired me because I'm pretty. Blah blah blah. And she goes to leave, and he gets fired, and the girl hires her as her permanent lawyer. And they put the daughter on the stand, and she's like, what? Did you hear the gunshot? Like, no, I was in the shower. So what happened when you came home? I came home and I immediately went in the shower. Okay. What did you do earlier that day? She's got like big ass frizzy hair, like very frizzy hair. And she's like, oh, I went to the I went to the hairdresser and I got a perm. And I went, holy shit, she did it. You know, I'm like, she did it. I'm like, what's the one thing you don't do with a perm, Jordan?
You don't get it wet.
You don't get it wet. Like, I am the straightest man alive, and even I know that you don't get a perm wet. Because if you get a perm wet, it deflates. And the movie does that thing where, the movie treats Reese Witherspoon's character like she's stupid. Like she's an unintelligent person. But, like, earlier in the movie, they show that, like, she actually is smart. Like, she knows a bunch of, like, technical language that I can't repeat because it's well above my vocabulary level about, like, clothes and, like, she's like, oh, yeah, you know, this is, like, or she goes to buy a shirt and the person selling her the shirt is like, oh, yeah, this is this year's thing. And she rips off the tag and she's like, yeah, she's a dumb blonde. She'll fall for anything. And she's like, oh, you sure this is this year's? Because the thread count is this and the chemical composition of the thing is this, that, and the other thing. and so you can easily tell that it's not based on its Kevin. And she's like, she says a bunch of really smart shit, and then embarrasses the shit out of the person. And so when she's confronting, she's like, everyone knows that when you get the perm wet, the blah 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 chemical composition of the perm dissolves and it caused the whole thing to collapse. And I'm like, yeah, everyone knows that. I'm like, that's fucking common knowledge. Like, I'm like, and so I came out after I finished watching the movie. I'm like, Jordan, what's the one thing you don't do with the perm?
Even if you don't know the reason of why it happens, most people know why you don't do the
Right.
thing.
Everyone knows that you don't get a perm wet. Like, it's just a common thing. It's just
Like,
a common
I don't
thing.
know.
That...
I never knew why exactly.
Right.
I just
Neither
assumed
did I.
It ruined the hair.
I just knew that it ruined. Exactly. I don't know why you didn't. If I just knew it was something you don't get a perm wet. Like, that's the one thing I know about a perm.
Don't ask me why I know that.
Yeah,
but,
right.
But it's just a
That's
thing
just
I
a
know.
thing I know. And so yeah, so she's like guilty, and I'm like, yeah, she's guilty. She's guilty as shit because you don't come home after getting a perm and have a shower. Like, that's crazy. You wouldn't risk getting a perm wet. Are you insane? I
mean,
really
it's,
like this movie.
it's in the name, permanent hair.
Right? You gotta
permanent
wait for
hair.
it to settle before you have a shower. That's but no, I really like this movie. It's really funny. There's a sequel to this somehow. There's a second one. I don't have a clue how or why, but I'm absolutely gonna watch it because I actually genuinely want to watch it because I really like this. I was surprised by, like, there's a little bit of it. It gets kind of frustrating because everyone treats her like she's stupid, even though she got into Harvard, a notoriously difficult school to get into.
Yeah, but she's one of those stupid Harvard students, Justin.
Do they exist?
You know, the really stupid ones that somehow managed to sneak their way in.
I guess that could be a thing.
Definitely, that's what she is, Justin. She's a really stupid Harvard
Jordan,
student.
that's it.
She's getting like the lowest end of what you can get, Justin.
That doesn't make sense, Jordan. That's it.
All right, let's wrap this bitch up. In 2008, there was a movie. It had Martin Lawrence, Raven-Symoné, and other people. It was a road trip movie, College Road Trip.
It looked bad, Jordan.
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
By the strictest definitions,
it's several
is,
frames
fact,
put together.
It is, in fact, a movie. I don't know, man. I mean, for me, I wanted to like this. I liked Raven-Symoné's character, and it was really just Martin Lawrence's overbearing, insane dad act, which I guess is supposed to come across as charming, but just feels weird.
I've never liked Martin Lawrence in anything. I cannot think of a time.
I like him in
Roadhog
and Wild Hogs. That's it.
I suppose, yeah, but I like everyone else better. So.
Right. He's not my favorite part of that movie, but like I like him in that movie. He's not elite. Maybe this is controversial. I don't know. Maybe he's been in other things that are better, but in the things I've seen him in, he's not leading man material.
No, I'm never. That. Well, I mean, no, I've never seen anything that I liked him in.
I can't think of anything that comes to mind. But like, to me, he's a great like tertiary character, and maybe that's bad. I don't know. Maybe that's offensive to say.
Hey,
but
let me know down in the comments if there is
Yeah.
what is the best Martin Lawrence movie. Because I just cannot.
but, like,
I earnestly cannot think of one.
the things I've seen him in, he's a great tertiary character.
Right?
But I don't like him in this. Raven-Symoné is fine. Like, her character is perfectly likable.
Fine. She's fine.
But his character is supposed to be like one of the main characters, and he's just so
Blah.
unpleasant. Magoo.
Magoo.
Um,
That's what I think of. Anytime anyone's like, he's so, I just think of Jim Carrey being like, Magoo.
And so yeah, I mean, this movie, he wants her to go to the college that's like half an hour away. She wants to go to a college that's like across state,
It's one of those
and
movies
then
where
end up
he
end
wants
up
something
in
very
like
reasonable.
Tokyo. Yeah, but she also wants something very reasonable.
I mean, that is
Like he is an insane overbearing. Like he's like the overbearingest of overbearing.
overbearing
parents.
dads.
And so I don't know. It's one of those, comedy family movies where it's like, if you
everyone
don't
just
like
had
one
one
of the, if you
conversation,
don't
it's
like one of the two title characters, it's kind of gonna make this an unpleasant watch, and it made it kind of an unpleasant watch.
It's funny how we were like, the road trip movie, to me, there's no such thing as I've never seen a good PG road trip movie. Certainly never seen a good PG family road trip movie. They need to be R-rated to have a little element of edge to them, in my opinion.
No, I like RV.
Oh, that is true. But I don't consider that a road trip movie.
It is a road trip
I
movie.
know,
They're
but
driving
like-
along the road.
Yeah, but that's no. To me, a road trip movie is two people in a car. Like to me, like a road trip movie is like Road Trip or Euro Trip or, um, Hop, where it's like it's two
I would
people in
have
a
to look. I
car.
would have to look. Like, but I know that there are road trip movies that we have liked.
That's not fair. I've never liked a PG. I've never thought a PG. Liked and think is good are two different things. Is what I would clarify that with. Like I like lots of bad movies.
Yeah. Again, I'm sure if I tried to, I could
This
find
the thing is,
some.
I remember this. I remember seeing commercials for this.
It
I
also
remember thinking it looked bad when I saw the commercials for it. I never thought
it
this looked
also
good.
it also depends on. See, I don't remember any trailers for this. This has never been one that I remember being on even on my radar.
This one I remember because you said
Came out in
it
2008.
It came out 2 years after she finished That's So Raven. So it was past the point
Well,
where
I think it was 1 year after.
it was the point was it was after she finished That's So Raven. So it was past the point of it being you were like, really? She's doing a Disney movie? It felt embarrassing. Like for you it wouldn't feel embarrassing because it's within it's close, if that makes any sense to like.
Yeah, 2000. That's So Raven ended in 2007,
Yeah.
and this movie came out 2008.
This felt like you're like, oh really? She's
It's the equivalent of
she's doing
to
a
use
Disney
another.
movie? Really? Aren't you
to-
kind of
to-
old for this?
To use another famous Disney star, it's the equivalent of like, oh, we're a year out from Hannah Montana, and
Yeah, kind of.
Miley Cyrus does a Disney
Like
thing.
you're really holding on to that Disney thing for some reason. And I just know that this movie tanked. It did horribly. It was not a very successful movie for either. There's a reason. There's a reason why she
It
stopped
lost
doing Disney
money.
movies. Yeah.
It had a budget, or no, not. I mean, arguably, it definitely lost money. Had a budget
Nobody
of
watched
25
this.
million. Had a budget of 25 million. Had a box office of 51.5 million.
Yeah. No.
So like, yeah, it lost money.
Nobody watched this.
But yeah.
Jordan, is
Not
that
the
it?
worst thing I watched this week, but like, didn't love it.
My week was filled with like, oh hey, this is actually surprisingly good, and this is no exception. This is you done?
Yeah, I just said that's all I have to say.
This one is a movie called Accepted, and this is about stars Justin Long and Seth Rogen. Not Seth. Oh my God, what's his name? Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill is in this.
Oh, the
And,
other Seth Rogen.
The other Seth Rogen, yeah. Technically he is. He played Seth Rogen in Superbad.
And
Jonah
Seth Rogen
Hill.
has also shown up in a joking capacity and been Jonah Hill,
Lewis
like in
Black
22
is in
Jump
this.
Street.
There's a lot of this. I know you don't know who Lewis Black is, but he plays a character who's just Lewis Black. If you know who Lewis Black is, you'll get that joke.
Isn't he like a famous comedian?
He is a famous comedian. There's a couple of scenes in this where he's just doing stand-up. Like, he's just doing his stand-up. And to be fair, his stand-up is funny. Like, he's got one of my all-time favorite stand-up bits, which is, I've probably quoted it to you in some form or another many times over the years, but it's, there's no such thing as soy milk. There's no such thing as, I like going walk down the milk aisle and seeing all the
Keep
different kinds of milk.
my bean juice away from my milk.
Yeah, they get that bean. It's not. There's no such thing as soy milk. It's soy juice. Get that bean juice away from my cow titty milk. It's making it feel bad about itself.
My moo moo milk. It's making it feel bad about
Yeah,
itself.
yeah. That's a Louis. I've definitely said that. That's a Louis.
You've
Black.
said that to me before.
That's a Lewis Black joke. He's really funny. But anyway, the plot of this is that Justin Long cannot. And this was a crossroad of like, I'm not American, and so this movie very much treats college as though it's just the thing you do. Like his dad says that at one point, that you graduate high school, you go to college, and I guess Canada, we did kind of act that way, but not. In the
We
same
definitely
way.
acted like that.
We did, but not. It's not the same. It's not like part in a lot of these movies. Part of the high school end of high school process in movies is you wait for your acceptance letter from college. That isn't seemingly a thing in Canada. You just kind of get like. But to be fair, I was like, that doesn't really seem to be a thing. But also, I wouldn't apply to a college unless I knew I could get in. I was like, there wasn't that like I worried whether or not I was going to get into Kwantlen. I just got into Kwantlen, but also I had all of the qualifications to get into Kwantlen. There was no reason I wasn't going to get into Kwantlen. So maybe if it was more up in the air, maybe that part
Yeah,
of this
I
would
mean, I
exist
could see it
for
being
me. But
I could see it being a thing where difference in information age versus their age, where like I know what they're like. I can use the internet to know what they're looking for, to know if I'm going to be
that
able
is
to get
entirely
in.
fair.
Whereas like in the 1980s, for example, they might not know all the
Well, this is
requirements
not
that are
1980s.
necessary.
This movie very
I
much
just
is.
no, I'm just saying like I'm comparing to like Revenge of
Yeah.
the Nerds, for
This
example,
movie,
right?
This movie is very much internet age. So anyway, the plot of this is that Justin Long gets rejected from every college he applies to, and he tells his parents that he can't get in any college, and they're all upset and whatever. And so he invents a fake college called the South Harmon Institute for Technology.
I mean, that sure sounds like a fake school.
I mean, what does that spell?
South Harmon Institute. Oh shit! It's
Oh
a
shit, Jordan!
school.
Sure smells like shit. And the thing is, him decided. My
So
one
what
thing
you're saying, Justin, is he's going to a shit school.
You're going to a shit school, yeah. It's the thing I like about this movie. It's very brevity is its friend. Like within the first 15 minutes, there isn't a ton of setup. There isn't a ton of within the first 15 minutes, he's already setting up the fake college, and they're already into the inciting incident, and it's just jumping right into it. And so they create this fake school, and they convince his parents that he's going to it, and they set up a fake website so that the parents can check it out or whatever. And
I'm pretty sure I've seen this trope before.
And it doesn't stay. But initially, I will tell this story on the internet one day. But I sent a message to you where I said I found this to be uniquely relatable, and I once convinced my parents that I was going to post-secondary education for 3 months, and they had no idea.
Yeah. To be fair, you did have an accomplice who helped sell the lie.
You that's the key, Jordan, is you only have one. The more people you tell, the harder the lie becomes to maintain. You have one person, and even then, you only kind of vaguely keep them in the loop. They don't know everything. They know what they need to know.
You give them the details they need to know.
They need to know, and they don't know everything. But yeah, I will tell that story one day on the internet, but you're gonna have to pay for it. That's a money story. You get the watch time up.
That goes behind the paywall.
That's going behind a paywall. Suffice it to say, I don't feel guilty, and I never will. Anyway, so he creates this school, and there's a bit where the dad gives him tuition money, fake tuition money. So they rent an actual building, which is a psychiatric hospital, and they kind of sort of pseudo create this school, and the website. The website that they create, they make it too available, so hundreds of people show up to join this school, and the movie is sort of about them.
That's where I've seen this in a show before.
They set up this fake school, and initially they're like, well, we don't know what to do about this. We got to tell all these people to go home.
Maybe I've seen this movie.
They tell the people that they need to go home, and they're going to give them their money back, and everyone's like, oh, we got rejected from everywhere. And nobody wants to support us or help us, and so they create this school. And the movie keeps acting as though he's doing this bad thing, but what is he doing? He's providing them an education. Sure, it's a not traditional, it's an experimental education, but he's taking their money and he's reinvesting it into the school. He's not spending it on things he's not doing anything. To me, okay, I said the un-PC version of it, but to me it's no different than any of those bullshit technical colleges that exist everywhere where it's like SCC. I mean, the best one I could think of was Sprott Shaw Community College, where it's it's a fake school, or it's you sign up and it's half the price of a regular college, and they're it's their classes are really loose, like an art school, like a shitty art school.
This is starting to feel weirdly personal, Justin. I'm gonna need you to move on.
But yeah.
Are you trying to say something about the college? The place
No.
I went to school, Justin?
No, I'm trying to imply it. But you know what I mean, though, right? Those.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
You goddamn bitch.
Right? I know. I was talking about the uncool version of it. I said in our private message, where it's they bullshit fake schools
I know
that
what
they
you're
send
saying.
a certain kind of person to. Yeah, it's no worse than that. There's no more. It's no more invalid than that. The only invalidating thing that's about this is they're not accredited, and it was like, but what they're doing is ultimately fine. It's fine. Like the people are still learning. They're still getting life skills. Like
Yeah,
sure,
it's not like it's a Ponzi scheme. where
right?
they're just taking the money
Exactly.
and screwing them
Exactly.
over.
It's not like he's stealing their money. He's investing the money, reinvesting the money. Like I just don't see what he's doing wrong. Honestly, I quite like this movie. I was surprised by how much I
I mean,
like
quite
this movie.
honestly, that's how private institutions are made.
Right?
Like,
Exactly.
you have a
Exactly.
person who knows how to better. I mean, really, he's just in like not what's the term, administration, and he's just doing a better job at the administration side of
Right?
things.
Right? Exactly. He's making the school and the education
Like,
more appealing and
you
approachable
take the
to
money,
students.
you make it more appealing, and if he's hiring teachers and stuff, right? Like,
Right?
then
Well, no, the appeal to this is that
cool.
the students, it's self-directed. So the students create and run the classes, but they're still learning invaluable skills and life skills and things. It's just self-directed. But I went to a self-directed program. I mean, yeah, there was administration, but like it was still loose. It was still self-directed.
There
So
are
like
ways
what?
to do it. There are ways to do it to legitimize it.
Right,
Like,
and
that's
I
the
mean that's
thing.
obviously what the movie is about. Um, I was surprised by how much I liked this. Like I was expecting this to be bad, and I was like, this is. And it also has like some of the best needle drops in a movie I've ever seen. Like there's one like legit, like I was surprised by how much, like how effective it was. Like there's the bit where the guy, you've never seen Gotham, but the guy who plays the Penguin on Gotham, he shows up and he's a little on edge. He's like, yeah, I'm here for the school. I had the website. The website said that anyone could get in or whatever, and he's like, oh, he basically tries to turn away. He's like, oh no, we're all here, and the camera pans out, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of people, and it starts playing a cover of Eleanor Rigby, like this really haunting slow cover where it's like, I look at all the lonely people, like really slowly and like eerily and creepily as all the people file in. And it's really effective.
I'm now questioning. I think I've seen this movie.
Maybe you have, but it's a really effective moment. It's really, I loved it. I was like, this is so. And then later on, when they're doing the all is lost moment, and like he's all sad, and the music's like, I'm sad and I feel humiliated, and it matches the movie like almost beat for beat perfectly. As someone who likes tightly edited like music based needle drops, I'm like, this is really effective. Like I'm really feeling the dread of all these people, and the music is really matching up, and it's not like, I guess because I've seen so many horrendously terrible needle drops in the past like 10 years, I'm like, this is good. Like this is an effective use of music. Like we've come to this point in movies where like everyone just like needle drops are automatically bad, but no, if you use the needle drop correctly, it's effective and it's good and it works. And like, yeah, my one major like performance note is this is, I think this came out in 2011, so this is after Superbad, when Jonah Hill is kind of known. He's trying to be a nice guy in this, and because he's Jonah Hill, everything has an air of assholeness to it, and it wasn't him being the nice guy.
Didn't work.
But like I like his character in this because there's a lot of really good moments of like, he wants to have a normal college experience, so he's pledging a fraternity, and they're like torturing him effectively. Like they dress him up at one point as in a wiener, in a mascot wiener costume, hot dog costume. He's like, ask me about my wiener. And then earlier he's dressed as like a sperm, and they keep like torturing him basically. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of the things about fraternities I don't see. I've never, if they're anything like movies, like in Animal House, in order to get into it, the guy's got to get paddled by like, that's a paddling board. Like I'm like, that, why would I? What's the fun in that? And if you're like, oh, I do it, so then I could do it to other people. That's psycho shit.
That's usually the mindset of like,
right. That's psycho shit.
It's a fraternal thing where you go through the punishment because the people before you went through the punishment, and it unites you.
Yeah, I don't get it. That's psycho shit.
Trial by file brotherhood,
trial
by fire brotherhood kind of thing, and I've never seen that.
I've never seen the.
I don't like anybody enough to want to go through that shit.
Right. Like in this he's like, what you want to have a normal like college experience where they
I mean,
torture you and
really,
treat you
the
like shit
true,
and don't act like they like you until they suddenly pretend that they
the
like you?
true and honest answer, Justin, is it really and truly, I don't know how to say this in a way that's not just brutally blunt. Um, these movies act like secondary education is a prison system.
Right.
And the sororities and fraternities are your gangs.
Right,
And
exactly.
you going through the trial is your initiation into the gang.
Right? Like, you're right. Like, I mean, you said it earlier as well, and this is a great way to wrap up college, is that these movies treat college like it's as disposable as high school, where it's
It kind of
not.
mixes the idea. I actually now that I've locked onto this, I do think this kind of mixes the idea that it's like high school mixed with prison.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Well, I do agree. I agree with both your sentiments. You're right that it does. It treats it. It treats some of these movies do a combination of one or the
It
other.
treats the education
like,
part. It treats the education part as high school, and it treats all the social aspects and
As a
dynamics, which is also high school, as a prison.
as a higher, but whereas like I've been to college and I'm like, no, yeah, I guess there is an element of socialness that is still a little bit like high school because you're all in your like, but maybe it's because I went to college in my late 20s and not my 30 and not my early 20s where I'm still basically a teenager. I think it's because your mindset is still kind of vaguely teenager-esque, and maybe that's how they've chosen to represent this in movies. But I'm like, that shit, you hit an age and that shit doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, well, it's because in a lot of these movies they're portraying them as like first year college students, which means they're like 18.
Yeah.
Which means that they are just like fresh out of high school. Like that's what they're latching on to.
The
I get
weird
it.
thing for me was like the moments where like in Animal House where like the girl's like, well, you're 21. What are you gonna do? Drink and party for the rest of your life? And I'm like, dude, he's 21. This is the time to drink and party.
This is when you do that.
This is when you do that. This is when you drink and party. This is when you abuse the shit out of yourself.
I will note that I find it funny, and to jump back real quick, 22 Jump Street or whatever, when they the Selena Gomez character or whatever, the Chloe Moretz Grace or whatever is trying to join that fraternity, and she goes to light up a joint, and then the Selena Gomez character is like, because they had gone to a Rush party or whatever earlier, and it was gross and disgusting and typical, and they're like, why don't we just host our own parties? And the Selena Gomez character is like, because sororities aren't allowed to host parties. No, like legitimately, look it up. Like she's almost looking at the camera as she's like, no, legitimately, look it up.
Is that true?
It's actually a thing in America. Sororities cannot host their own parties. They have to do a joint thing with fraternities.
That's true.
I went and I Googled it, and it's absolutely to this day still a thing.
Really?
Where legally speaking, the reason it's an insurance thing.
Yeah,
It's an insurance liability thing. For whatever reason, the insurance companies do not want to insure sororities to be able to do it, even though fraternities are able to do it, and it's literally the same thing. It's just a sexist thing. That comes from like the conception of back in the day of like the propriety of what was proper and right for men and women to do.
Thing, like blanketly for men and women makes sense that an insurance company. No, sorry, I should clarify. It makes sense that an insurance company would say this. It is backwards, so it doesn't make sense. But it makes sense that an insurance company would say this.
It would make sense if the insurance company was saying it for both groups. You can't have parties because we won't insure that.
Right.
But the fact that the men can have the parties, but the women can't, makes no sense.
Right. I mean, even if you want to be like, oh, it's less of a liability thing, you can only have it dually. Like as long as a man and a woman are involved. I think
the implication of why it's different one way versus the other, which is again still sexist, but I'm just clinically saying this. I think the implication is because when a man gets drunk, it's harder for him to be in a position where
he could be taken advantage of.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. But then that should be why he's more of a liability, arguably.
When a house full of women are in that position, it's more like I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying from an insurance perspective, I imagine that's the argument, or at least what the argument has always been. Anyway, it's an odd semantic. I just thought that it was funny when the character says that, and it's like literally, it's like she's looking at the camera, like doing a tongue-in-cheek thing, and it's like, look it up. And in the movie, all the girls look up on their phone, and so at the same moment, I pull out my phone and I look it up, and Google is like, yeah, no, sure enough, sure as shit. And I was like, oh, that's funny. It's a funny detail.
What was the final thing I wanted to say about?
So that's
Gundam?
universities. That's college.
The university
Unless you
college.
have anything
Yeah,
else.
yeah, it does. Yeah. I always just come back to the fact that, like, yeah, these movies treat it as it being a thing that you just automatically do. Unlike high school, which is funded by your government and you have to do it.
College and university. It's a thing that everybody is like in agreement that we should be doing, but also you have to pay up the asshole to do it.
Right. Anyway,
Like, because I very much, when I graduated, my ultimatum was, you work or you go to secondary school.
right.
Like those were my two choices, right? And
Right.
like the implication from everyone, all my friends were going to secondary school. Everyone I knew was going to secondary school. I felt like I should be going to
I've never
secondary
met a
school.
person who went to post secondary education directly
I
out of high
regret
school.
going as young as I
I've
did.
never met a single person who doesn't regret it, and that
Yeah.
to me tells me that it's wasted. Education is wasted on the young. Anyway, next week, Jordan, I'm very excited because Jordan, in 2 weeks' time, Spider-Man. We talked about it earlier.
Man, I can't
We
believe it's
talked
coming up
about it
so
earlier.
fast.
Spider-Man Brand New Day is coming to theaters, so naturally, Jordan, Spider-Man special. But I realized, Jordan,
Spiderman?
I
Dave
realized
Spiderman?
that a Spider-Man special is too big for one episode. So, Jordan, it's a two-parter. It's a two-part
Oh,
epic
snap.
Spider-Man special. First part, Into the Spider-Verse special. First part, Jake will be here. Well,
Okay.
he will most likely be here unless he cancels
He
on me,
will
which, like, fair enough.
theoretically be here.
He will theoretically be here. He has said he's going to be here. He's a busy guy. He might not make it, but as of right now, he's coming. First part, actual Spider-Man shit. You get 5 things. I'm committing to the format no matter what. You get 5 things, and you got to watch Spider-Man Noir.
So
5
six
choices.
things total.
6 things total. You get 5 choices. 5 Spider-Man things. And then, Jordan, part 2. Because Jordan, somewhere in the
talking
universe of the
live
multiverse-
action or live action and animated?
It doesn't matter. As long as it has Spider-Man in it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll send you my list again, and you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And then, Jordan, part 2, in the Spider-Verse, in the multiverse of multiverses, there are guys who look like they were Spider-Man because they were Spider-Man. So we're doing part 2 of the Spider-Verse. I was Spider-Man once, and that will be movies that feature an actor who played Spider-Man once in any form. They have to have played Spider-Man.
Voice or otherwise.
Voice or otherwise.
Okay, interesting.
2-parter.
Hmm.
Look forward to next week.
I have some ideas.
Spider-Man. I'm stoked. I'm stoked for Spider-Man next week. I'm real stoked. I'm gonna, after this, in fact, probably gonna go watch Spider Noir. I'm pretty stoked.
I'm gonna have to
on it.
get I'm gonna have to get started on that. Those episodes are probably long.
It's 8 episodes. It's eight episodes, and they're
Then
40.
again, it's only 5 other things I have to watch, so this
Yeah.
actually might be an easier week.
It's 8 episodes, and they're 44 minutes apiece.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, I figured this would be nice and easy regardless, because they'll be like, yeah, we just watched Spider Noir. I don't know how much of Spider-Man. I have Spider-Man the animated series from '95 on my list. I don't know how much of that I'm going to get to watch. But I'm going to watch as much of it as I can. I put Spider-Man the animated series, and then I realized, shit, he might think that's the 3D one, so I should be more specific. That's it. Though. That's
yeah,
next week.
90s
Two-part Spider-Man. Yeah, because they're both called Spider-Man the animated series.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, no, I want to do the '90s one, because you did
I did the Venom saga.
you did the
at
Venom
one point.
saga ones, and I want to do. I'm thinking about just initially starting off with Secret Wars, or Secret Wars and the Clone Saga. And then
You
if I have
call
time-
it secret. See, Justin, what I would almost be like you should do is you do Across the Spider-Verse, but then you also do the original Across the Spider-Verse, which is the '95 version where he teams up with all the Spider-Man.
Jordan. I am doing that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try anyway. I don't know. It'll depend. It'll depend on my time this week. We'll see. We'll see if I have the time. But with that, Jordan, we got to wrap this up quickly because I gotta go. So, Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Twitch, do Minecraft Monday. Usually I didn't last week because I wasn't feeling I had issues, but usually I do that on Mondays.
You took a week off, guys.
on
It's
my
the first
my
week he took off
Twitch.
in forever, so get off his back.
My Twitch, DeathGore187. When I don't do that, I'm doing this. Think of the animals.
Think of those animals. I'm Justin. You can find me on TikTok at Justin Spurr. The Final Frontier is now on TikTok, so follow Final Frontier Pod on TikTok. Also on Facebook, follow us there as well. It's the Spur of the Moment P on TikTok. If you want to contact the show in any regard, email it's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. Discord, the Patreon, all the things, they're all in the description. You could click any link you want. Click the box on the left if you want to see last week's episode, which was high school. We went back to high school. That was last week's. If you want to see just a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, click the box on the right. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. We put new videos out 7 days a week, and we put shorts out multiple times a day. There's content every single day for you to enjoy. We will see you all next week. Jake should be here for some of the show for Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Bye, everybody!
Wow.